opening with ace-4 suited, as Max Silver, playing under the UK flag, has done here. Fernando Garcia defended his big blind and has flopped middle pair and a gut shot as Silver follows through, firing 20,000.
Yeah, 8-9 offsuit, way too much hand to pass right here. Middle pair gutter. It's a pretty good flop for Garcia. He's probably, at this point, just taking his time to decide kind of how he wants to play this hand in general. You know, call or raise here, and, you know, what do I do? What am I going to do on future streets? So, yeah, he goes with raise and denies Silver his equity there with the ace and the backdoor flush draw.
Yeah, the check pop up to 58,000. Sorts things out quickly and painlessly. Well, Rast, Madrid is an absolutely fabulous city. Both of us have come away with that impression in the early going. I think many of the players who are here for the first time, a lot of the chatter throughout the room has been very similar. Excellent food scene out in this city as well, and we are just joining you on the back end of a 3.5 hour plus long lunch.
Yes.
Which was something else, but I'm glad we did it.
Yeah, it was fun. A lot of unique dishes. Some of them were quite tasty, and it was enjoyable to sit and chat, Ali.
Yeah, very much so.
175.
135.
175.
75. Okay.
Garcia and Silver have a potential date once more here as it's folded around to Garcia's small blind. He pops it up to 16,000.
And Silver here with, it looks like, about 35 blinds. Probably deciding between, I expect him to probably re-raise. He's probably going to decide between re-raise and jam. But in position, I like the decision to just 3-bet. I like Max play here.
And it gets right on through.
Yeah, ace queen off, very big hand against a small blind open. And just kind of want to push your equity.
I think nothing. More pair.
Silver has played
pair
in a
would be
Triton series
45.
before. Back in 2019. He was a participant in the Montenegro series. Didn't manage to pick up any cashes there, but good to have him back in the fold with us here in Madrid. And Garcia, as mentioned, a first-timer, as is Ni Liangxi and Ruida Lin, both playing under the Chinese flag. Liangxi here in the cutoff, declines 8-9. King 7 offsuit on the button, also going into the muck. Garcia not looking to pick on the blinds of Silver and Haxton. Max limping in with 8-5 off. Mike says run it with the 6-3. King Jack 7, it would have been top and bottom pair for Garcia had he attacked from the button. As it stands, however, neither of these two holdings have connected meaningfully. And these are the spots, Rast, where a lot of times you take the dead bottom of your range and you decide, well, it's a very easy hand for me to navigate from this point forward if I encounter resistance. You take a little probing bet. Not going to happen on this occasion for Haxton. Ace on the turn.
Yeah, I expect Silver to bluff at some point, maybe now. I mean, as the person who limped and voluntarily decided to play, his range will be stronger than Haxton, who checked back versus a limp. And, you know, there are a lot of big cards up there, ace, king, jack. So it's a board Silver's going to definitely bluff at more and win when both players have nothing. I think very rarely with a hand is like 8 higher or weaker will Silver just check that all the way down.
Button moves over to Silver.
So something these players are thinking at and taking into consideration in these hands is not only, what do I have right now, but what is my range? What is my opponent's range? How do they interact on the board? Who whose range is stronger given this board, and what does that mean about how I should play? And these kind of considerations are very important. It's not just, what do I have right now actually in my hand, which is important, but poker is being played, especially by these players, on a theoretical level that's more involved than just like, what are my two cards right now and how should I play them?
Neil Youngsi's 2 cards are Jack-9 of diamonds, and he makes it 10,500 to go. Haxton, out of the small blind, decides to pile in there with the ace-10. Youngsi does not make a meal of it.
This card is marked. And it's a good one.
Probably the ace.
Is it a scratch or crease or?
But
It's a favorite.
Dent, yeah. And
To be the
like,
marked card.
when they're dented, they're reflective.
Yeah, so certain parts of the table. But I feel like I'm seeing my own card.
yeah, for like 23 or whatever, 24 blinds, which Ike had a hand that really liked shoving there versus an open and a small blind.
Well, if you think ace-10 is comfortable, you should see what it feels like to sit in one of these Secret Lab Titan Evo 2022 chairs. Game-winning comfort for when the stakes are high. Rast and I are enjoying the comforts of that seating. And more at secretlab.co/2022. Be one of the first to get your hands on comfortable seating for when you're out there navigating those online poker streets.
Actually, I really went to store and just keep marking cards and then saying it's marked.
I've seen it done.
This particular Triton stop has been a real treat in terms of the number of new faces that we have
satellite.
gotten to know. We're here to play in their very first Triton series. And
Ruin all the cards, dump a drink
If you
on
haven't-
the table.
had the opportunity, dare I say the privilege, to come out and participate in one of these events, while you're going to think that this opinion is biased and based on the fact that we are out here working for Triton, objectively speaking, this is the best run tournament series that you're ever going to find.
Yeah, I mean, I can say as a person who, I never traveled a lot for tournaments. I kind of got, when I was really playing a lot of the big no-limit tournaments, I did most of the vast majority of my playing in Vegas. I did travel a little bit. I went to WSOP Europe once. I went to Melbourne for the Aussie Millions thing twice. I think I went to Macau once. I mean, I'll say that of all the times I have traveled, and even out of the stuff that came to Vegas, I'll say unprompted, because if I didn't feel this way, I just wouldn't say anything, that Triton is run the best. Like, as somebody who's played a lot of high-stakes tournaments, I mean, I mentioned this at Cyprus, but like, just even look at the shot clock. All right, they've specifically designed this. So one of the things that's annoying as a player, I can say, playing these shot clock tournaments, is especially when you're in the seats. Look at that seat that's empty now, the one to the left of the dealer. It can be very hard if it's just like a little iPad. There's been many times I've played and you can't actually see how much time you have. So then you have to interrupt your thought process, ask the dealer to move their hand, or, whatever. It can be annoying. The way this clock is constructed, look at this, with numbers on each side. Not only that, it's programmable so that, the number can be different on each street. The number pre-flop, different from the flop, turn, or river. That's all programmable. I mean, just like that very small, like, attention to detail. Like, as a player, it's very impressive. It's something you appreciate. Not to mention the venue and all the work that gets into it. If you come and commit to playing these tournaments, you might get a really good deal at one of the nicest hotel rooms in the city that's like
the
nearby.
accommodations are just incredible.
You want to stay at the Mandarin for half price?
Right.
Well, guess what? Contact Triton and come play all the tournaments. And it's just all kinds of stuff like that. That's absolutely amazing. And just blows kind of all the other stuff out of the water. You know, I just say that, and I'm not instructed, unprompted, but it's the truth.
King 4 currently blowing King 5 out of the water as the ace-ace-4 board smacks Ni Liangxi, the defender from the big blind, after silver opened. He check calls the follow through. 6 on the turn. Liangxi checks once more. Silver checks back.
Honestly, Ali, that was kind of the appeal for me to do this with you. It's like, it's nice to be associated with somebody that's really doing it right. You know,
Yeah.
Triton's doing it right.
I'm really
So
flattered.
I have a lot of
Oh.
respect for everything they put on. So I
I
was like,
thought that you were talking about me for a second there.
I mean, that's part of it too, man. You know, I love you, buddy.
200
But
多
I was talking about
赢的
Triton.
慢慢的，慢慢的。
有没有大牌转过来？对 A 啊，对 K 啊，没有，从来没有，都是什么牌转的？就是小的顺子、小的同花这样子。
顺子没有，都是
同花
小牌没有，同花也没有抓过，
3条，
没有。
就是慢慢转，慢慢转，慢慢转，转成这样。
Silver back at it, making it 11,000 to go. Pocket 4s. So far, no takers. King 7 suited, giving it a thought. Not this time. And Garcia also gets away with King 6.
Yeah. I don't like this line. Too shine.
Silver has been the most active player thus far here at our feature table. Getting involved.
And speaking of another Triton doing it
much
right
happier if they were never
perk
in
is, you know,
Never get it.
considerable
Last
money
night you
has
get
been
the
spent
jack,
by the powers that
Last
be
night
here in order to
who
create this
played,
Triton
two
Poker
tables.
Plus.
Yeah, yeah.
But they
I'm
lost.
Just
Now
seem very
mentioning
unlucky.
for people to
Don't-
go check it out, TritonPoker.plus,
Okay, okay.
or download the app.
Stay
And,
away.
you know, you can follow the action in real time with even
Elton
hand
John,
histories
yeah,
put on there with a
100%.
pretty good amount of
Oh, yeah, I saw
accuracy.
that happen.
So hands not at the feature table, you know, it's pretty impressive. You can look at the chip counts and
lost
it's
the king,
delayed
yeah.
so that it's on
Yeah.
pace with the stream. So you guys
Only
watching
2
with us
cards.
at home can get a real feel for what the
I think there's some other
you know,
universe where
the
I didn't
temperature of the
lose the
tournament
pot.
is like at the
I just
moment.
happened to
Who
be
has
on
chips?
4%.
You can even see the table, even the
the
exact
4%.
seating chart of the
Sure.
table,
Yeah.
everything. It's really impressive. So yeah.
During our pre-production meetings for
Multiverse and Rivers.
Triton Madrid,
All right.
when we were introduced to just the depth of information we were going to have access to, I think we were all a bit shocked at what they've been able to pull off. Meanwhile, Max Silver is pulling off a gut shot straight draw here on an ace-high rainbow board. And Garcia probes with 10 tray.
Yeah, now even though Garcia is winning with 10 high, I fully expect Silver to win this pot. I mean, to me, like the only way Garcia ends up winning this is if Silver calls here instead of raising. And he definitely might raise, which it looks like he's about to do. So now he wins. But even if he called, he probably wins it on the turn unless Garcia hit a 10 specifically. So it's just the board. Silver's just going to win that hand, and he did. But kind of nice hand to actually raise the flop with for Silver. I like that play.
Silver's events back in 2019 at our Montenegro stop included a 500,000 Hong Kong dollar buy-in, no limit hold'em at 6 max, 100K Hong Kong short deck, and the 1 million Hong Kong dollar buy-in, no limit hold'em main event, followed by the 1 million Hong Kong dollar short deck main event. Failed to cash, but here he is, looking to remedy that situation.
I am familiar with the Hong Kong dollars as somebody who's gone to Macau in the past to play quite a bit. There was a period of time when I would spend a couple months a year for some years in a row going out and playing what were at the time the biggest publicly available no-limit hold'em cash games in the world at the Wynn, Macau, predominantly. And to contextualize this for you guys at home, a Hong Kong dollar is approximately divide by 8. I think it's actually pegged closer to 7.75, but
45.
for our purposes, you could divide by 8. So that means it's about 125K US dollar buy-in is a $1 million Hong Kong. So
Silver, 3-betting the Liangxi Open. Ace Queen against Ace 9 suited.
it's not really a free-floating currency; it's pegged, so it doesn't float around. Such as the euro, which I was surprised to see today, is almost equivalent with the US dollar. It's
Yeah.
1.04. Dollar strength. Dollar's just crushing it versus other currencies at the moment. America, America, F yeah.
How about Ace 9 crushing Ace Queen as Liangxi called the 3-bet and is out in front of Silver, who has not hit this Jack 9 tray board. Now he's staring at a 100K pot.
Yeah, a lot of money in there, and Ace 9 with a very lucky flop. Has to decide right now, do I want to bet and go with my hand on the flop? Do I want to take one off? Which is, you know, if he could see his opponent's hand, he definitely made the right play here, because Silver could really only win this with a queen.
Liangxi's check back brings the 6 of diamonds on the turn.
And I like the check back play because if he bets, a lot of hands that he's really crushing in equity, like say Ace King, might give up. The hands, you know, so you might see some check shoves by hands that are either beating him or have a lot of equity with 2 to come on the flop, such as King Queen, like King Queen of clubs might decide to play that for a check shove.
Old night play
So, but
flop,
now on the
flop.
turn, when there's only 1 to come.
I
A lot of
never
those
get
hands
the
like
one
King
hand.
Queen and King 10
No,
have a
yeah,
lot less
yeah,
equity
just
against
bluff.
Ace 9. So, you know, and now that his
don't
opponent's
never
bet
get
twice,
Ace King? Ace
he's
queen?
going to go ahead and bet.
Something
I
like
doubt
this,
with the
or
intention
one
to
pair
fold.
small or one pair
And
big.
it's a
Never
pretty,
get, never get 2-7,
pretty
2-7,
rough
2-6,
spot for
2-7.
Silver here.
No, I saw you got
Definitely
and then you made a big
a
bluff.
bad flop for
Yeah,
his
ice
hand
cream, yeah.
specifically.
Only once. Just only
Could be getting
once,
bluffed
but,
some, but it's
bluff.
hard to continue. And when you're behind, it's don't have much equity to win. As you can see in this specific spot, he only has 7%. But even
Come
if this
on.
ace wasn't covered, it's only like 14% or so. So
You
Max
tie
Silver with some good instincts
Very,
there. That
very
board
tight.
texture didn't really favor
two
him.
tiger.
Pumped the brakes on the flop and the turn and just concedes to Liangxi on the turn correctly. Liangxi currently second in chips behind Fernando Garcia. And after having won that pot, he's actually up to 280 and is your chip leader. Here at our featured table, Garcia in second, Webster in third, Silver in fourth, Haxton fifth, and Rita Lynn in sixth with just 24 big blinds. Now pocket sixes for Silver as he continues to be active,
call.
and
No sé si había
anyone at the table right now is definitely
Well,
taking
Madrid
note,
bluffing the media
Brian,
hora,
of the
pero
number of pots that Max Silver is
normal que haya
participating in.
media
And
hora, por lo menos para-
oftentimes when it
sí,
feels
pone
like it doesn't
a nivel
necessarily
9, la
correspond
próxima
properly
viene
with the
de
frequency with
Vale,
which we would expect him to be getting hands that he can enter pots with, you start to formulate an opinion that maybe our man is speeding.
yeah, this is what you're talking about is kind of a tricky equation, so to speak, because certainly what you're saying is true, but that gets discounted quite a bit if you've played a lot with somebody
7,000.
and you have a feel for how loose or tight they are, kind of how also like by the book they play.
You want-
And so, you know, if you're playing with a guy who you just think plays solid and mostly by the book in terms of his openings, then you just figure he's like running good with some hands. So it'd take a lot longer till you kind of Bayesian analysis like run to the conclusion you just made. And as we can see, it's not like Silver's been playing bad hands. He just 3-bet with ace queen off.
Right.
You know, he
have
3-bet
some-
previously with ace
You
queen
have
off.
some-
He
Very
just
little
raised
patience.
sixes, and I think earlier, you know, he played a hand. I
For
think he
limping and really just
played 8-5 off for a limp or something in the small blind. But you know, all those are like completely reasonable decisions,
sure.
which we can see. Now, I agree that the other players can't, but like I said,
Yeah,
I
if
think
it doesn't go to a showdown, then these players
Yes.
are left to wonder.
But someone who hasn't played with him before is probably more likely to have that conclusion, I would guess, than someone who has. You know, if the person who's played with him is like, oh, you know, Max Silver plays pretty reasonably pre-flop, right? You know, I haven't really seen him just randomly open hands that are terrible because he's feeling it or having a heat check moment. So whereas a guy who's never played with Silver before is much more likely to have that conclusion, like maybe this guy's just a pre-flop animal and I need to do
Never
something,
180 or
about
something like that.
it, right? So,
I don't know. I understand now.
but yeah, as you said, even though our
Here
chip
he is
leader,
again, by the way. Ace Jack
Again.
opening to 11,000. Picks up Webster this time, who defends his big blind with the king 9 suited. A hand removed from where Max was able to c-bet with 2 6s on an Ace Jack high board and take it down after picking up both blinds for the ride. This time his Ace Jack looks up at 2 diamonds, 2 3s, and a 4 and follows through for 9K. Clubless flop, obviously an unwelcome development for Webster.
so like this is a board where if Webster feels like Silver's out of line, you know, maybe you do something because as the big blind, you definitely have more 3s than the cutoff,
Bottom,
right? You
bottom.
just big blind, defend, no 3-bet range, has more 3s in it than Silver. So even though on the average hand you would be behind, you have more nuts-ish type hands than Silver does there, right? Like Silver's going to have more big pairs because, you know, you didn't 3-bet out of the big blind, so you usually don't have like 10s, 9s plus or something, but he's going to have hands like king 3 off and 10-3 suited and all that Silver just never opening from the cutoff. So it's an interesting spot, and if somebody really felt what you said, like this guy's opening way too many hands, you might see a check raise there from a hand that would probably fold otherwise, the king 9 of clubs on the 3-3-4,
Right.
no club backdoor flush draw
Right.
type of deal. But you know, the big blind didn't feel that way.
Well, guess who's going to be playing another pot? It is Fernando Garcia's open to 11,000 that is going to encounter
33.
Max Silver, who is 3-betting with the ace queen to 33,000. A straight 3x.
Wow, our table is really short. I mean, you really have to go down the list, I think, to find somebody on this list here on Triton Poker Plus. Maybe Ni Lang Si, I think, is the chip leader with 280,000. But he's only 19th place in the tournament because the chip leader of the tournament is Roy Cow on table 3 with
Sometimes it comes and runs.
845,000 in chips, 169 big blinds. So this is a pretty short stacked table.
And that is a pretty massive stack that Rui Cao has managed to cobble together for himself here in the relatively early going. Still have about 3 levels left before the end of registration, which is when things get serious, as you can't rebuy any longer.
Well, I can tell you that
6?
I play when I was going to Macau.
Five.
Roy Cal was a regular, and I'm not surprised because it has been a little while since I played with Roy Cal. But that man could definitely accumulate some chips. Rui Cal can definitely play aggressive.
I don't know what's happened today.
So
Fortune favors the bold, right, Raz?
glory goes to those who gamble.
Always small hand, small hand.
That's a tough sell to the guy who's like panhandling outside a casino because he lost everything.
Well, plenty of other things than glory can go to those who gamble, but very rarely does glory go to the guy who never gambles.
Right, like eviction notices.
The guy who never gambles has a solid job and gets on by, but you know.
But glory eludes him, Raz.
Alexander the Great, you know, was not the great because he didn't take any chances.
And Garcia
Otra vez.
made a pair of 5s in the blind versus blind confrontation here. Barrels in position.
Oh,
Takes
yeah,
it
so-
down.
Yeah.
thus far, haven't really seen any big confrontations post-flop here at our featured table.
Yeah, no.
Still kind of a feeling out process, it would seem. Do you prefer to take your chances during the rebuy period of a tournament,
Aces?
Rast, in an effort
No.
to spin up
No.
a really big stack with the knowledge that you're able to rebuy? Or would you rather take those chances when you feel as though players are less apt to push back against you, knowing that if they're wrong, they can still rebuy? Well, do you have a kind of thought on
I
that?
just only steal the small blind,
mean,
big blind.
So the better the opposition that I'm playing against, the less I
think
do something
Yeah.
exploitive like gamble extra here or another place. I mean,
I think that's one
against, let's say, like weaker field situations, there have been plenty of times where I've gambled it up in the rebuy in order to accumulate a stack because I felt like that stack would be valuable later in a tournament with weak players, right? I mean, if there's weak players making huge mistakes, especially as you're on the bubble and in the money and at the final table, I mean, those mistakes can be worth a ton. So just making it there is pretty huge, and you kind of need a big stack to make it there more often. Similarly, in the right kind of tournament as well, as you're in the part of the tournament where the money bubble really ratchets up and people care about that, you know, that's also a good place to sometimes take some chances, right? Because players will be kind of maybe overly conservative. You know, a great example that might contextualize this for people would be, you know, if you ever watch like the World Series of Poker main event, you kind of see some, like sometimes they have like an insane bubble where from like 30 players to or 20 players to like, you know, the final 9, it goes from like 100K to like 1 million, plus you make the televised like WSOP main final table. So you start to see like really conservative play by guys who just kind of want to make that 900,000, which is life-changing money to those players, right? A lot of those guys don't even pay the 10K for the buy-in, right? That's like huge money. Like it is, but you know, a lot of like these guys in this tournament, you know, they're playing 30K, 100K, 200K buy-ins. They've won $1 million in poker and tournament earnings or more. So yeah, I mean, in that kind of spot, sometimes you take extra chances there too, but it's because you're exploiting people who are going to play overly tight.
Not too much of a chance being taken by Ni Liangxi, who followed through on his pre-flop raise with a couple of 4s on the ace-ace-king board, and sheds like Haxton, who defended his big.
But yeah, in a tournament like this, against tough players and the money doesn't mean a lot, yeah, I don't think you just make extra, like, oh, I'm going to gamble extra here. My approach would be, I'm just going to generally try to play well and just do the kind of what I think is the best play, right? So less kind of like really extreme exploitive adjustments.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
We go Jack 10 offsuit, opening from the hijack.
11,000 to go.
2.2x the big blind,
which has slid up from the beginning of our coverage. 2,500, 5,000 with a 5K ante at present. And pocket 4s have slid over to Max Silver, who will flat and speculate. Could be the same story for Haxton with a couple of 6s in the small.
I don't think so. I think he's probably going to go all in. There's a lot of money out there, and he has 20 blinds. I think he's, you know, he's not folding, but oh, wow, he is folding. Wow. Ike, maybe fold is right. Far be it from me to question Ike. Thought maybe he would jam there versus a hijack and a dealer flat.
Potentially lost opportunity for Haxton, who leaves Liangxi to do battle out of position with Silver. And the flop is Jack 7 tray, so Liangxi.
They're still in the rebuy period as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that's a spot, speaking of rebuy period, where I would find a way. I would personally find a way to play the sixes. But wow.
Turn card does give silver a gut shot straight draw.
But a card that will feel relatively blankish here. I mean, we can see silver has 4, so it did help him, but he's not going to have too many hands that really helped a lot. You know, 4s, 5s, 6s, maybe 7, 5 suited. I mean, that would be a pretty loose flat on 40 big blind stacks. So
Second barrel comes in at 28,000.
Ike pretty curious here with 2 6s.
Right.
A hand he could definitely think is winning or has equity.
And the fact that 2 6s are in the muck dims the prospects of silver hitting a straight on the river here. As he called the 28K, doesn't appear convinced that Liangxi is connected with this board.
I think there with 4s, when you have pick up the gutter equity to you know, a bet that was around half the pot or whatever, I think in position you're kind of compelled to continue. Maybe you're good at showdown. You could always improve with a 4 or 6. I think you have just enough. So it's not just that he disbelieves, but it's also the fact that he picked up that gutter equity. I think on a card like an 8 or a queen or something, he probably folds to a second barrel.
Now the brakes have been pumped by Liangxi on the river, and you wonder whether or not silver might turn this thing into a bluff. Too much showdown value with the 2 4s?
He definitely has some. I think if he turns it into the bluff, he needs to go big sizing. Like you might see all in, pot or more. Because like if you're bluffing with 4s there, you're trying to get a better pair to fold, right? Like A7, pocket 9s, something like that.
All in.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So he is turning into a bluff.
163,000 into a pot of 110 and change, and top pair is feeling the weight.
So yeah, like I said, this makes sense to me. I mean, if you're going to bluff with 4s here, you don't bet half pot. That would just be kind of terrible. Your target with 4s is that you're targeting pairs bigger than yours to fold. So you need a big bet here. You know, I'm not sure in terms of blocker value that 4s, yeah, sure you're blocking 6-4, but I mean your opponent's never raising 6-4 off in the hijack, and you even have to ask yourself, like, does my opponent raise 6-4 suited in the hijack on 40 big blind stacks? I mean, I would guess a solver would say you shouldn't do that, but so I'm not sure that 4s really have like great blocker value, but that said, like this is a gutsy play that, as I said, it makes sense in terms of his bet sizing. And you can see it's even putting top pair bad kicker here in the blender, because when you're betting 4s this big, you know, Jack 10 off is kind of bluff catching.
But the fact that you have a 10 in your hand is somewhat useful or annoying, because clearly 9-10 has made the nuts here, and maybe something like 9-10 of hearts is in the range.
Sure, 9-10 of hearts, definitely. The other 9-10s, he could have them. It would be a loose, floaty turn call. Wow, and he gets Jack 10 to fold.
Well done, Max Silver, who is going to reach for his water and take a deserved rip. Good bluff. You see Liangxi
He's gonna
instantly
wanna,
mulling it over, trying to...
still thinking about it. That's always what happens when those big laydowns. Afterwards, you're like, he's gonna think about that one for another couple minutes.
A quick peek at our chip counts here as we slide up to 3,000, 6,000 blinds with a 6K ante. Silver has worked his way up the ladder to the top. Currently your chip leader ahead of Fernando Garcia, who was leading coming into our coverage. Liangxi down to third. Webster Lynn Ruida and Isaac Haxton in that order. Rounding
We've
out
really valid, right?
our 6-player featured table. Our thanks to all of you who are joining our coverage of the 2022 Triton Super High Roller Series from Madrid here. This is event number 2, a 30,000 euro buy-in. And currently, we are just a couple of levels away from the close of registration. Level 9 just beginning. And registration will close after level 10. 35-minute levels.
No.
Each player started with 200,000 in chips. And Garcia shoots it up to 13,000 with King Queen suited. Webster with King Jack out of the big. A very familiar face to those of us on the Triton Tour is Chinwei Lim. Got himself just shy of $2 million in career tournament earnings at Triton. 4 cashes total. And he flops himself top pair here after being dominated, heading to the flop. Garcia, however, has an open-ender and backdoor clubs. Checked over to him with 35,000 in the middle.
12.
He fires
My mom is very excited.
just north of 1/3 pot. Now, off of a stack of 168,000. Webster left to navigate.
King Jack is a good enough hand here where he's going to consider whether or not he wants to play for stacks on the flop.
She saw me on the Irish poker
So,
stream.
definitely,
I
I
was just in the
think,
crowd ready to see.
given
I was like, wow, you're watching the
it's
stream with
only
no,
30
no
blinds
interest.
and yeah, the
strong.
big blind range is
That's
quite
the real
wide.
poker
You
face.
could
Yeah.
check raise and get in, but you know, check calling also perfectly fine.
And that's what he does as a safe-looking deuce of spades hits the turn.
So now we're in a spot where if Garcia double barrels this, it's really uncomfortable if he gets check raised all in, right? He has a hand which has a lot of equity. So it's a tricky spot to navigate here as him, right? So he is going to go ahead and double barrel, but you know, King Jack at this point with such a blank turn and out of position, definitely, again, might decide to lay down the hammer here. I mean, there's 90,000 in the pot, so given what's in the pot, he's risking not even 2 in terms of a stack to pot ratio. So see what he goes with. So he takes the conservative route, which is really good in this particular case for Garcia because he's going to get to realize his equity on the river.
Board pairs, backdoor spades show up after Garcia check back.
And I think the 10 is not that much of a scare card because Garcia has very few 10s in his range, which could possibly bet twice. It's not a good card for him to bluff, really.
Webster giving him some rope as he checks the King Jack. Garcia didn't take the bait though. Nice pickup there for Chinwei Lim, playing under the Malaysian flag. Played 3 events out in Cyprus, did Webster. A 50K 6 max no limit, a 50K turbo, and then a 100K 8 max no limit. Notably, did not register for any of the short deck events, however. And Ruida Lin on the button with a big grin. Sticks his remaining 108,000 out there with ace-4. Webster's asking for a count because he's got ace-8, suited no less, in the small.
Yeah, and it's not so nice when in this spot, like Europe would be playing the 108, and then the guy behind you in the big blind basically covers you. That said, ace-8 suited versus a button jam of less than 20 blinds is pretty strong, and I don't expect him to lay it down. Yeah,
No, indeed, he comes over the top, giving Ritalin protection, except the problem is that the protection's coming from a hand that hasn't dominated. Ni Liangse shouldn't have much of a decision with this queen-jack offsuit in the big, though he is taking a beat.
I would not expect him to use a time bank. Yeah.
No. Into the muck it goes, and the bad news is coming Ritalin's way.
Please.
Ace-8 of hearts.
Okay. Can you change? Okay, yeah. No pago yo. Una majotita.
228,000 in the middle. Here comes Jack, 10, 5.
5.
4 diamonds. 4 diamonds.
2 diamonds there.
Whoa.
And my goodness, Ritalin calls for the 4 diamonds and it rolls right off the deck, giving him the nut flush redraw, and the pair of 4s are already good. So just 2 black 8s would ruin things
Oh, no
Pretty
diamond.
fat out.
Oh,
for
it's good. It's good.
Ritalin, who is very pleased with that outcome. Not quite as smitten is Webster, who's down to
I have
138,000.
falling. You know,
Yeah, yeah.
there's 10 big blind. What do you do? I have 2 pair. If I call the 6,000,
Yeah.
I have 2 pair. I will put you all in. I have Jack 3, 2 pair.
When?
Last hand, you just put you all in there and it. I have 2 pair. Almost call 6K.
2 pair, no good.
But for I want a big hand.
No good to pair? No good?
Maybe.
No, 2 pair's good. You just bluff. We just find out.
I'm looking forward to finding it.
Sedih.
Hi, almost.
Sedih.
It was the luck. Now. For the diamond.
So an invigorated Ritalin will march forward. Sitting now on 229,000. Some breathing room off of 38 bigs. As Max Silver, under the gun with the 5-6 suited, shoots it up and gets it through.
There we go. That was maybe the first time where we saw Max play a
Second thing.
little bit of a weaker hand. Playing his rush. We have 7 guys at the table, so 5-6 suited is a bit of a wide open, 7-handed under the gun.
Could it be a function of Silver maybe looking up at the Liangse Garcia small and big blind and thinking maybe there's a little bit more snugness to be exploited out of those 2 seats?
I mean, you said yourself that this table's been playing a little bit snug so far, right? Earlier, so it definitely could be a function of that. I don't know if it's necessarily just those 2 players or just the climate of the table in general. But, I mean, watching, being able to see the hands, seems like the play's been snuggish. People haven't been getting out of line, and then as somebody at the table who isn't seeing the hands, they haven't seen the kind of activity
Right.
that would lead me to believe people were playing wild. I would think people were playing tight. It doesn't seem like there's been that much happening.
Nothing loose about the open from Haxton with King Queen, nor the 3-bet from Ritalin, who has 2 10s. Folded back around to Ike.
I mean, that much happening in terms of aggression, rather. Loose aggression.
And Haxton will release
No.
to Lin.
Good hand.
ICAS 3.9 million plus in
Finally
career
get
Triton
one pair.
earnings. 11 caches
pair.
total.
I want you all in. I go.
One of the more decorated Triton participants. And Riedel just getting started in his Triton journey. His first trip out, and he picked a good one. Lun Lun has taken a seat to the left of Riedel. Lun played a total of 5 events in Cyprus. Wasn't able to cash, but looking to fix that here on this trip. $12,500 from the cutoff as Ni Liangxi showing his range. Jack 5 suited. Silver. Flats it. Axton out of the way, and Max is in good shape here.
There we go. And just as we were saying, the table's been playing kind of snug. We're starting to see some people opening up. So maybe these players have the same impression we do. They're ready to get jiggy with it.
Oh, and this is going to be trouble for Ni Liangxi. He has top pair, but he's up against top 2. Silver quickly checking it over to the pre-flop raiser, who understandably is reaching for chips and firing 15,000 into 37.
Yeah, so Jack 5. If you have Jack 5 here, it's a tricky. I mean, this board has some draws. You have top pair, but with a bad kicker. If your opponent's playing a Jack, you certainly have to expect your kicker to be bad against somebody that flatted the small blind. Like they'll have Jack 9 suited or better
45.
type of deal. So this can be a very tricky hand to play if you bet flop here and you get raised, which is exactly what happened. Really a spot that puts you in the blender. I mean, it's pretty hard to just fold here. I mean, at the very least, I think he'll probably end up calling and seeing a turn card. But, you know, I think a lot of people would probably opt to keep this Jack 5 suited into their top pair check back range had they decided to raise this hand pre. And this hand is kind of an example of like why you would want to do that. And a blank turn card could be really bad. Yeah, like that's a really bad turn card for Ni because didn't improve any draws such as like Queen 10, spades, whatever. So versus a bet here with, you know, one little more than 1 stack to pot ratio, like he might end up getting stacked with essentially 0 equity. Or not essentially, with 0 equity.
Drawing dead is Ni Liangxi as of the arrival of the 4 of hearts on the turn. And now Silver's job becomes
75.
trying to figure out how to get the rest of that 162,000 off of his opponent. And he's going to start with a 75K helping. And let's not forget that Ni Liangxi faced an all-in from Max Silver earlier after betting 2 streets out of position against him. And then checking the river, Silver then piled. And instantly Liangxi looked up as if to wonder
8.
exactly what Max had. After folding, it seemed like he regretted it, and this time he decided to be the aggressor himself, moving all in on the turn and drawing dead. Never a good feeling.
Yeah, and I can't really fault him for the way he played this hand post-flop, but, you know, this is like the nightmare scenario of like what can go wrong raising up the Jack 5 suited.
Sure.
Right? So, you know, post-flop, you know, you bet, you have top pair, draw heavy board, you only have 30 blinds, you call the check raise, total blank comes off, you get it in, and, you know, it's just, yeah, that's why you can get into trouble playing hands like that, and why, you know, generally you're probably not recommended to play it from, say, the cutoff or the hijack or, you know, whatever, any of those positions to the side of the button.
Last hand.
When I fold to you? King, queen.
Not bad.
I was scared.
You have out.
I had outs.
Yeah, 3 outs.
Only 3 though. Yeah. I was right to be scared.
So we lose Ni Liangxi, though he does have the option to rebuy.
Got him pretty good there. And I was bluffing the other time as well.
You bluff too much.
With what?
Last hand you just bluffed them.
Pocket fours.
Tie, he play very tie. You same player, same tie.
Looks like Ruida Lin is on to Max Silver, Brian, as he's telling him, you bluff too much. So maybe Silver's hand's been caught in the cookie jar a few times prior to the start of today's coverage at this table here. Garcia, meanwhile, with ace-queen suited, will open this one up, 13-5 to go.
And yeah, I mean, it's so easy for the players to look up the hands now, right? Like they can just look up the hand where, say, you know, I mean, it's on the stream where Silver
2-7, 2-7.
we saw him bluff
always
earlier with the
2-7
pocket
now.
fours. It's possible the
Again,
table knows
again,
about that
again.
one at this point as well.
Need big card, big card, big card.
Ike volunteering to advise Rita Lin after Lin asked him that he folded king-queen after opening and being 3-bet by those 2 10s. So sort of a
6,
Oh,
6,
oh,
6, 6,
I
6.
big blind.
sporting
Yeah, yeah.
divulsion from Ike.
Change again.
You are chip leader now.
You.
It comes and goes very fast. In my experience.
Lulun, how much you playing?
Silver, by the way,
134.
after
Thanks.
felting Ni Liangxi is indeed the chip leader with up over $500,000 at this featured table, but still just 8th overall as Rui Cao continues to hold the overall chip lead in the event with $840,000. Meanwhile,
Easy money.
Webster makes it 12,000 to go and takes it down.
I think my last tournament of the year. Like, of no limit, I think.
Webster,
Yeah.
just 29 years of age, lives in Kuala Lumpur,
Early in the year,
Malaysia. First learned to
probably
play poker back in 2013 during Chinese
my
New
last
Year
one over.
when he joined his sister's friends for a game. Now that's good work there by Webster, by the way. You want to get in good with the girls. You know, they're playing a little poker. That's nice. It's a good spot. Got hooked ever since, and
you run really
says
good,
he
it's quite
started
fun.
taking things seriously in 2016. His most memorable moment from his poker playing career came in 2019 in Rosvadov at the World Series of Poker Europe, where he finished second in the 250K and then a week later shipped the 100K for his first bracelet. So obviously a good week.
Great week.
Favorite Triton memory is the Triton Millions. He says the buy-in says it all.
And here we see an example of somebody thinking that Silver is out of line, because this is a little slightly out of line 3-bet.
6-4 suited on the button from Ruida Lin. Not sure that either of us would have anticipated this, but you did hear Ruida say to Max earlier, you bluff too much. So maybe this is him putting his money where his mouth is in terms of that assessment. Unfortunately for him, though, his clubs are smothered, as is his 6 high by the ace-jack of Silver.
Don't
who
think
calls.
anybody will make a flush, because we also saw King Queen of clubs get mucked there out of the small blind. That's kind of a tough decision, but definitely has the little cards, and stack depth these short. You know, 6-4 suited is a pretty loose 3-bet here. It was about 40 big blind effective stacks, maybe a little bit under. I think maybe if we were starting to see very deep stacks, like 100 blinds, you start to see this play a little bit more often.
Gut check time here for Ruida Lin, as he has dust on a queen 10-9 clubless flop, and nevertheless comes out swinging into 79,000. He bets a quarter, and Silver has himself the 2-way straight draw.
Yeah, this kind of bet targeting some like ace-x suited hands, maybe even a hand like king 8, king 7 suited that silver could have, or pocket 7s, pocket 6s, pocket 5s, but silver with way too good a hand to fold.
It just got a lot better after the 8 of spades rolls off the deck. He has himself a queen high straight. And silver just choosing to lead out for 30K and taking it down. Curious as to what Rurita Lin would have done had silver checked to him once more. Was it going to be a big heroic three-barrel kind of deal?
I don't know. I mean, to me, if I was going to break that down from an exploitive standpoint, I would say silver probably was starting to believe Rurita, in the sense that Rurita thinks that silver doesn't have anything, which was kind of true. So silver was like, you know what? If he has something, the best way to get something now is probably bet here and then, you know, potentially even bomb the river and have my opponent pay me off. But the, you know, the flip side is that if your opponent has absolute dust, then you prevent them from making a hero bluff.
Silver again getting involved. He's got pocket 4s here under the gun. Remember, not all of these hands have been shown down, Ras, so truly, while we've had the privilege of seeing that these are reasonable opens that he's making, the rest of the table has to be wondering if this man isn't just out of line.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, I think there's only been one open which would be technically unreasonable, although I mean I love playing the hand.
The 5-6 suited.
5-6 suited under the gun 7 is not an open, but I love me some 5-6 suited. So I mean, as a guy who's played a ton of deep stack cash in my career, like that's a beautiful hand. But you know, on tables where guys have 20 and 30 blinds, you know, it's a little weaker.
Well, unfortunately for Max Silver, neither the small blind of Webster Lim nor the big blind of Fernando Garcia have hit this Jack-10-4 board, because he has himself bottom set on the kind of texture that rates to actually get at least one caller.
Oh yeah, I mean,
on the flop, but not to be, and you can see
4 is a great hand to bet there, and definitely hope you get some action for sure. But I mean, bottom set is nice because you're unblocking the Jack and the 10, and you have a big hand. So in spots like that, you know, you can, a guy with a Jack, you just get it all so much.
at least one street of value, but not against ace deuce and ace 7. Silver fired and took it down, adding to his chip lead here at the feature table. 580,000, just shy of 100 bigs with the blinds at 3 and 6K.
Yes. Great hand to bet. That said, if you could see your opponent's hands, just check it back. The super user check.
Not on that texture, my friend. You don't want to get in the habit of checking back bottom set on the Jack 10 of spades. Yes, if you could see
that guy on Ultimate Bet who could see people's hands, he was checking back the 4s there.
79.5, I believe.
Well, Haxton doesn't need to see anyone's hands to know that ace-queen is an all-in, and he has picked up an all-in over the top of him from Rurita Lin, who has ace-jack. And this will be a very pleasant sight for Ike once the action gets back to him.
Oh, yeah. Beautiful spot.
No one else with anything worth getting involved with.
Cover. I need help. Okay.
Rita Lin
Wow.
calling on the production staff to try to make something happen. Unfortunately, my friend, we don't have anything to do with these cards.
I got you on the turn, Mr. Lin. Jack of diamonds coming.
And the club.
Well, here comes the flop. Is ace high. And kicker problems remain for Lin here.
King.
5. 5 is good.
Jack. Ah.
Well, the deuce,
Oh, here comes
just
the
like a
five.
5.
No.
Yeah, 5.
I was
We're
kidding,
gonna drop.
obviously.
It's gonna be a
Creating
5.
some opportunities for Lin, courtesy of a 5. A jack will give him the W.
Five.
What is it, though? It's the 7 of hearts, and Haxton will double through,
79.5.
7, 9, 5.
taking down this 174K pot.
That would be me.
Right? Sure, yeah.
And it looks like on the heels of that double up, Mike Haxton is getting his name called.
Yeah, why not?
Okay.
Okay.
Moving now or moving later?
At the break, we're gonna move your table.
Okay.
When you come back from dinner, your table will be back to the original spot.
Okay.
Okay.
You lucky.
Don't forget about them.
I won't forget.
Okay.
Everybody very sad to see Ike go.
Yeah, right. As nice a guy as he is, nobody is ever lamenting his departure from a tournament or cash game.
Just some of your 500s.
Right.
Yeah.
Here we go. We found an ace on the button. A little too deep to go all in, so maybe raise it up.
35.
35,000, the open, oh, 13.5. I thought I heard 35,000. I was going to say that's a bit meaty.
Oh, they still have 500 chips on there.
7.
It's curious. Would have thought they would have been raced off. I wonder what level has them.
500 more.
Ace deuce hits the duck on this paired flop.
Rita Lynn
playing some-
only has 84K behind, so even though it's a pair of deuces, I mean, you probably have the best hand, and there's a lot of protection value because pretty much anything your opponent hand has literally has 2
10,000.
overcards. So definitely a spot. It makes sense to bet, and he does. And King
Just
High gets out of that.
10,000, by the way, was the bet sizing, but nevertheless,
Yeah, small
King
bet.
3, nowhere to go.
Paired board, small bet, no draws. Makes a lot of sense there. Push your equity advantage as the pre-flop raiser with a stronger range. But, you know, keep the bet sizing small. Don't risk a lot. You still get a lot of folds from hands that have a decent amount of equity versus you.
Got a peek at the daring inseam length of Tom Vogelsang's attire this afternoon here, and a sneak preview of our next feature table. I think I spy
Remember the
Kiat Lee in the mix there.
Ah. Remember him very well from Cyprus.
Yes. Ni Liangxi has returned, so obviously he rebought and drew the featured table once more. This time finds himself in seat 1 to the right of Websterlin. 2 black queens for Max Silver, and guess who's going to be in a pot again?
Here we go, Max. Wow, he's starting to actually run up some real chips now in the context of the tournament at 600,000.
And look at Marita Lin. He
Go to
definitely
Nubai.
is not buying this Max Silver narrative. He decides to move all in with 10-4. Big smile on his face. You heard him tell Max earlier, you bluff too much. And obviously a button open from Silver left him feeling like this is light. Unfortunately, this time he ran into it.
Yeah, well, I mean, things are just working out for Max Silver right
Aren't
now.
they?
Or
A little bit of hope
More
Good start.
for Rita Lynn.
4
Needs
diamonds.
a 10 or a 4
What
here.
was this for?
no draws to pick up here. Oh, that wasn't a good card.
No, the 10 no longer
Yeah.
an option, and you can see that
Oh.
somewhat devastating news for Lynn, who now needs a 4 and a 4 only. Instead, it is running kings, and Rita Lynn polishes off the remainder of his stack. I gotta tell you, I like the fact that the man had a thesis and stuck with it. It
Yeah.
was Max Silver, you bluff too much, therefore you open the button and I'm gonna rip it. Should work, right? No.
You gonna makan.
Man wakes up with 2 queens.
Yeah, you've got to respect the man who
Que has
has
empezado,
a
que
thesis
sigas, ¿no?
and tests it
If you
out.
started,
Right? Win or lose, pass or fail.
I don't have a problem.
He's
Well, I
a
guess
scientist.
Yeah, exactly. It's more respectable than the guy that just postulates, hypothesizes something, and then just never acts upon it.
Oh, we definitely played poker with those guys. The guy who grumbles, "Oh, this guy plays
Yeah.
too many hands," and then just proceeds to let himself get run over for that.
Well, no grumbling happening for the Union Jack man. Max Silver, who is at the top of the chip counts at our featured table, 691,000. Ni Liang Se on the rebuy, sitting there at 200,000, a notch in front of Garcia. Then it is Webster, Lim, and Lun Loon rounding out the feature table, which will give way to a new feature table. Those chip counts brought to you by GG Poker. The blinds and the antes will be going up to 4 and 8,000 with an 8K ante. Welcome back inside the Triton broadcast booth. Ali Najad alongside the czar Brian Rast. And Rast, we are seeing some unorthodox, slightly unconventional plays. Obviously, that move there with the 10-4 from our man Rita Lynn didn't work out for him. But again, I like it.
Yeah, definitely not solver recommended,
No.
but thesis recommended, as
Sure.
we've been pointing out. You know, you think a guy's playing too many hands? I'm just going to lay down the hammer right now. Now, unfortunately, he ran into queens. Would have been fun to see him get that one through and continue battling with the table chip leader, but alas, poor Yorick, that's all she wrote.
Let's talk about that table chip leader, Max Silver, who is starting to scale up the overall chip leader board, but right now, a dominant chip lead at this feature table, and really, I don't think he has had much opposition, if any.
No, I mean, things have been working out for him. I mean, the last hand, queens to 10-4, yeah, even the previous hand when he again tested the thesis, 3-bet him with the 6-4 suited, he made
The straight on the turn,
effective
the
nuts
ace
on
jack,
the turn.
yep,
And,
yep.
you know, just that's how it goes. Sometimes things break your way, but it's still a lot of play left. I mean, 48 players remain in this tournament, so
Yeah.
it's got a long way to go.
Well, on the topic of breaks, it's time for you and I and the players to take one, so we will cut you all loose and be back shortly with more coverage from event number 2 here in Madrid. Stay close.
Hey babe, you want a scoop of ice cream?
Come on, babe. I'm a GG guy. Double scoop. We double up on everything. Come play now on GG Poker.
in a Triton event, and you know you got to feel good. Make a final table, and you can see he's happy. Rob retracted parts of that Jack 4 suited. He does go ahead and flop middle pair, and Rob, who is, this is one of those problems, right? You're against the Damo, you know he's so capable, and you flop. It's hard to really flop a great situation with Jack 4. This is actually an above average situation, right? For him, he flops a pair, but this is tough. This is really tough.
Yeah, defend absolutely fine from Rob. As Jeff alluded to, unfortunate this situation. To have his suit dominated.
Wow, and this is a card that is going to allow Adamo to pick up additional equity, and you know the flush does complete a possible club flush. Rob check calls flop. Adamo has no club. He does have a 6.
Yeah, unlucky Rob. He tried, defended, called 1 street, and 5 clubs on the turn.
Yeah, I mean, I think Adamo realizes too where Rob is, and you know, interesting check back, makes some sense, but ultimately, wow, 4 clubs come out, scary card. I mean, this is a hard hand to play out of position, and now though, I just wonder what Adamo's got up his sleeve here. You know, what kind of sizing or what he might do. I mean, he has king high, got called on the flop. There's no way he can think his hand is good in any realm, right? Nothing that Rob calls with, right? He loses some ace highs. Maybe he loses to 9x. He loses to any pair, any club. He loses to. I mean, there's no hand on the flop Rob
doesn't
calls.
beat anything. Yeah.
Not 0. He literally beats 0 hands that he calls the flop with. And
All in.
yep, I mean that's sort of what you just. Honestly, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, I wasn't sure on size, by the way, especially given the line taken.
Yeah.
Bet flop, check turn. And check in turn makes a lot of sense, right?
Genuine tidbits from different
Felt like
people's
aces.
styles, and it's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, Soy's making a great point in that spot, just saying, well, actually, Paul, you can't jam any to there because the pressure isn't on Garcia.
Right. Yeah, and that's the thing. Someone like Paul, who knows poker so well, has so much success, understands so much too. Like all these guys, there's, you know, even us here that have played a lot of poker too. I learn stuff all the time. I'm looking, I'm learning. I'm like, wow, or I would have done that completely differently. And I'm like, it's interesting, right?
Whoa. Garcia, my man.
Oh, yeah.
For the memes.
No?
Got it.
550, I think.
Oh, and Paul actually.
Minus 80, 470 the call.
Garcia looks energized. May have had an espresso in his. I saw him eating something over there.
What was it?
Getting a little energy and starting to push it in.
Yeah, 7 bigs. In it goes.
Did Paul call? Is that why this is on the? Is it saying?
No.
I'm
saying
this
that
is if it were called because it's showing the percentages.
Oh, this one. My coach never teach me.
That's amazing. Coach is on notice right now. Coach, what are we calling with? I mean, this is like, he can afford it, but it's the same kind of thing. It's not so fun. This is at home if you're watching. Realize the first in power is big, right? It's so much easier to shove, put pressure on. You get better hands to fold.
Yeah, and that's a genuine response there from Paul as well. Like, he just doesn't recall the spot. It's something that maybe he hasn't gone over with his.
Garcia looks confident too. He looks like happy. He looks strong to me right here.
Yeah, go.
Oh, he does call. All right. Well, Paul's gonna like
Guys,
Yeah.
suited, sort of
I
connected.
have a good hand against that.
Couple of gaps. Paul does eventually come to the correct decision. Jeff, Garcia going to be jamming, any offsuit Broadway,
like
Jack 9 suited, 10-9 suited. And the fact that he's
Thank
jamming
you,
9-6 suited.
No.
Paul.
That's not very nice, is it, Paul?
Printing.
I like your hands.
Okay.
Yes, high.
If you beat me, I'm not sad.
Says he's not sad, but I'm sure he wants to win. And decent start for Paul. I mean, couple backdoors, 6-9 spades, some interesting turns. The 8 of spades in particular.
For spades?
He's asking for it. He knows. He knows what would be exciting.
Give you ace of spades.
Ace of spades would also be something. Oh, there's the 8. That's
interesting.
Interesting.
Wow, just more than doubles his outs.
10-5. Yeah. Thank you for calling then.
Yeah, there's one card to come, about a 2-to-1 favorite. And the ace just in
Thank you.
case for Paul. GG to Garcia. Gonna go out in 8th place. First time
I didn't call her, he cut off.
Not sure.
He early
here at
maybe call her.
Triton.
GG, bro.
And look at that.
Very
That's
nice
a
play,
man.
man.
Looks so it's cool. And Damo is behind.
Oh, boy.
Who's gonna flop here? Top pair.
我知啊，佢大咗，我冇理由。
Well, this is certainly going to shift
我啲牌中嗰啲，我冇理由去大後邊。
the way that a lot of these guys approach 7-handed play, because Huang Wayne is most likely going to earn himself a full double here. SPR of 2, top pair against top pair, with a ton of draws out there. Adamo with the B20 on the flop. And especially versus this sizing when Huang Wei is just going to have a lot of check raises that don't have showdown. 7-6, 7-5, 9-7, 10-7. Some low clubs, like it's going to be defending as wide as 6-3 of clubs. And here we go, boys and girls.
Yeah, and I mean we've seen Adamo kind of just play. I mean, I don't use the word perfect, but just so in tune to what's happening. Obviously here, there's, as you mentioned, a lot of draws, but also he does realize that there are some hands he's just in bad shape against like this. But for this stack size and his stack, I don't think there's really any other way out. So this is just going to go.
Paul Poo asking, flush draw. Where's it? No, sir. Top pair.
Top pair, better kicker.
佢唔同法㗎。冇後門法啦，我
It's
兩隻。
music.
Actually,
Years of Paul Poo.
Yeah, Damo does have some backdoors, interesting turn cards that also help him other than a 9. You can see the percentages, 3-to-1.
Queen of Spades.
Also some chops available at some point.
Max entertainment value.
Oh my goodness. That
Wow.
is the card of cards. I mean, wow, what a absolute stunner of a card. I mean, look at that. 2-to-1 though, still favorite. Queen Jack.
Is this a case of too many outs now?
Yeah. Look at that board. Those outs do looks like a lot.
No dice.
Safe.
Sick turn card.
That is a sick turn.
6 of hearts on the river. High stakes cash game. Regular Huang Wayne gets the double up to 2.2 million. And
I think he'd still rather take that.
rare
我煙出同翻冇
occurrence.
大佢啦，係嘛？呢個副眼鏡。
Michael Adamo. Things not going his way as chip leader.
唔係未開牌。
Exclusively? Sure, why not? A lot of love for everyone getting involved in the YouTube chat over on our YouTube channel. Appreciate you guys getting involved. Some fun back and forth. Oh, wow. Oh, boy.
All in.
In it goes. Danny with one of the bigger coolers possible in No Limit Hold'em. Queens against Kings for 13. Gonna still have chips left, but gonna be down to just 4 big blinds and will be in the big blind very next hand.
I'm not slow rolling you, but
It's just say I'm not slow rolling you. I want to have a look. And Rob's just like, don't worry, pal. You're not slow rolling me. You're right. You are not. 1 queen dead.
it's okay.
Danny looking for the case queen or some clubs or hearts.
Me with the ladies.
Still got a smile on his face though. Love that.
Cut off.
If Rob can hold here, goes from shortest stack to 3rd.
Oh.
Wow.
Jack.
Oi, stop calling the cards in you. Heart. Heart up.
You see, you yourself call hearts.
Reverse psychology.
And dead on the turn. Rob Young.
1.5.
gets the double
Cooler.
whilst
You pre-flop there.
trying to promote
3
the game for
seconds to play that hand.
recreationals. Love that. Just trying to get the clock down.
But Pro would dwell, make out he's got
What
a
if you have
decision.
ace jack?
No 7, and I'm okay with anything else.
Okay, so Danny not too greedy. No 7, he's happy with anything else. How about queen high flop, my man? 2 cards away from doubling up and being right back in the thick of things. No sweat on the turn. 2 outs, and 2 outs only for Michael Soiser to eliminate Danny Tang in 7th. No dice.
305.
I had Queen Deuce.
You queen deuce, then you want to fight your mate.
Pardon?
Mortals, still an amazing day in the office.
Yeah, and if, I mean, being a professional or an amateur, coming to an event like this, getting to have the pageantry, from the online, the viewing, it's just amazing. And as you said, the museum feel here, you see some of the biggest names. It's got to be pretty cool to be an amateur and come in here and just see some of your favorite players and biggest names in poker, kind of just walking around and chatting. People are having a good time.
Yeah.
They're talking. It's a very friendly, fun atmosphere, and the buy-in's just going to keep getting bigger. So again, 20K.
Yeah.
It's I think like 90 entrants, 56 unique. So you do the math, right? You're almost in for an average of it's like 35K roughly. As we said, a couple players in for 5. We know. So I mean, it can get expensive, and it's not getting cheaper today with the 30K event underway. All right, Danny Tang gonna go ahead and rip in ace 4 in the cutoff. Blinds are expensive, 50, 125 with the 125 ante. In the big blind, that means you're putting down a quarter mil. So some of these stack sizes, you can see it is very sensitive. And Tommy Kim is gonna call King Jack suited, and Danny Tang gets it in slight favorite.
Yeah, Tommy actually kind of unfortunate to run into a hand that's ahead. Danny going to be jamming King 10, King 9 suited, Queen Jack, Jack 10. So to run into an actual ace here, it's somewhat unfortunate.
Yeah.
Still 45% and a dream.
Oh,
and a
much
jack
more
on the flop.
Much more reality now. Danny sees the bad news. He is going to have to come from behind all of a sudden. After having the slight lead, he is now down to 3 outs twice. It's about 14%, as you see on the screen, the graphic. Oh, it's a beneficial card. So he picks up additional outs but loses appeal at it. So 1 card to come now.
Paul sees it first.
And he picks up the additional 4 outs. Let's see, can he find a river card to stay in the game? It will not be. Another jack just for good measure. Tommy Kim will eliminate Danny Tang. Rob Young giving him the daps, Adamo. One of the more reasons he full days 3 suited. He was,
Maybe I will have to get you dominated.
Ace 4 suited, yeah, probably.
You would be in very bad shape.
Tommy outflopping Paul with that jack of diamonds though.
Yeah, for sure.
Not the biggest pair though.
Doesn't matter, it's same thing. You got a shove, right? Pocket ace, pocket 9. Oh, Jack's is fucking nuts, bro. It's a big pair.
I thought only kings aces.
No, come on, Jack is like the nuts, man. What are you talking about? The 20 big
Trip
blinds?
7s on the turn for Tommy. Now going for the turn probe. Around 40% pot after flop checking through. Paul with that jack of diamonds, 2 overs, is going to stick around. Could also have the best hand.
So puts out a 4-liner, an 8 or 3 is a straight. Pretty dynamic board.
So
Tommy's got to feel confident with trips, but it gets a little less exciting for him, although, you know, he realizes he loses to full houses, he loses to straights, he loses to flushes, he has trips. Paul is under the gun, though, so he's going to be weighted more towards, you know, he's not going to necessarily have a lot of these boats. I mean, I guess with his stack, could he open 4s or 5s, but does he have a flush? Would he play how this hand is played? Would he play a flush like this? And he is going to put out a meaty bet.
Think about it, I don't know.
And, man, now all of a sudden your hand shrinks up a bit. You're not super enthralled with this, but...
Yeah, Paul just realizing, you know, he's firstly at the bottom of his range when it comes to hands that he gets to the river with, king high, jack of diamonds, and just putting a ton of pressure on, you know, the 6x that probe, the 5x that probe turn. You know, a lot of those hands that Tommy's going to have out of the big blind.
About 10 blanks, yeah, I mean, I don't know, ask some pros.
Yeah, obviously running into the higher end of Tommy's range.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like the bet, though, from Paul, and it looks pretty strong, because this is a board that would favor a lot of big blind, you know, having some boats or 7s. Everyone just waited till last second late reg, right? You want to get people in there. People want to play. People want to have fun.
Yeah.
But...
yeah, just talking of that 30k 7-handed event number 2. Currently 40 players in the mix. Tom Vogelsang, chip leader. Patrick Antonius currently in 2nd. Seth Davies in 3rd. Nicky P in 4th. And Timothy Adams in 5th, rounding out the top 5 of that 30k event number 2, which, well, after we wrap things up here, be bringing you guys coverage from that event as well. Days of non-stop high-stakes poker action.
Oh, wow. Rob Young, 1.8 million, going in the middle of the 10-9 off, and he has seen Hung Wayne be active, making plays, and look at that. Hung Wayne, you know, listen, 9-10 off, bit out of line, but against the ace-king, you're still, it's not like you're toasted, but Adamo in the small blind with ace-queen. I mean, this is intense spot. It's also asking a lot to fold sub 10 blinds, ace queen off. Don't see how you are. It's late position, 6-handed, ace queen off. I mean, Rob's up to no good here. The bad news is the ace king is wow. I mean, this guy is my guy. He just doesn't make any missteps, and Hung Wayne gonna snap call. Rob steps out of line, but as we see, a 2-to-1. It's not like this is not a curtains. This isn't aces to ace king 8%. This is 9-10 live. Rob making a move, gets called. Big pot.
Yeah, the sick thing for Rob is if he doesn't make the move there, Adamo's hitting the jowl.
Yeah.
Obviously 5 cards to come, anything can happen. But Adamo would have been drawing to just 3 outs. Wow.
That's shot.
And he had a queen. Adamo
Jack 6, 2 diamonds. Rob needing to find
a
lady either on the turn or river.
No player. Oh, I'm sorry. There is a diamond. Ace king has a diamond. So look at that. He's down to 9%. 1 card to come. It is a diamond. Gonna seal it up. Nice run for Rob Young, and just a guy who is not afraid. I mean, you can see he is going for it there, and ultimately going to be knocked out tournament, their first event and stuff. They just win. I mean, I saw it. We saw this happen in Cyprus a couple times. We've seen this happen before. It just seems so hard to come in for like your first cash, your first score, and just be a W. But we're seeing that possibility kind of play out here.
Yeah.
He's my pick. A little easier when he's got the chips now.
I was about to say,
but we have,
until we get down to 5.
Well, we've gotten to see him play now. I didn't know. I didn't get to see it. He wasn't on yesterday at the feature. I mean, he's kind of just gotten the dark horse through, and Adamo season open from Soiza and the ace-5 off with no real fold equity. He is going to give it up. And Paul with a very playable hand in the big blind, king 8 suited. Considering the options here, Soiza.
300, is it?
Yeah, versus a min. Never going anywhere. shorter we get, the wider we want to defend, get to realize a lot more. 825K out there.
Yeah, huge pot for both players, more so for Paul being half stacked on what Soiza has remaining. Let's see if we can get something. There's a, I was going to say, looks like
oh boy,
the 8 of spades was sure to be an action card, but can't think this much action. I mean, this is about as much you get. 2 overs and a nut flush draw versus top pair, second best kicker, and this seems like the makings for just check, jam, seed, turn, and river. See what happens, but a big equity pot. Big spot for both. Big spot for the table.
Yeah, Paul most likely going to run it. Especially versus 300K. SPR going to the turn would be less than 1. And there are a ton of hands that Michael Seibert folds. We get to win the pot right here, right now. That's a huge win. Getting a bit of protection from overcards. Wouldn't fault him for just ripping it in with the top pair.
Yeah.
Some ICM pressure as well, given the fact that Adamo is on 825K.
All-in.
Does announce himself.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, don't have a mid hand, but I got a strong hand.
Okay. Wow.
Paul thought he might have got, snapped off by 9s plus or whatever, but it's a fair fight.
It is a fair fight.
15 outs.
Yeah, 15 pure outs, 2 cards to come. Important turn card.
Yeah, look at the equities here, Jeff. My favorite with the 2 overs, a flush draw. 56%.
Turn so important. There are some dead turns, but also Paul, he can fade 1 and be the big favorite. So let's see what we get on the turn. Oh, GG. The turn, 0%. That is not a sweat. The deuce would have been much more exciting of a turn. Would have left it a favorite for Paul, but as it was not meant to be. One of your chip leaders is out, but again, extending. He's got the most cashes. He's got a ridiculous record at Triton. And just
it depends. Like if you're allowed to
take
breaks, like when people run across America. Walk across America.
Welcome back to Madrid, Spain, and inside the broadcast booth, Ali Najad alongside the Tsar Brian Rast, continuing coverage of the Triton Super High Roller Series Madrid. Event number 2, a €30,000 buy-in. Registration is now closed. We have had thus far 79 entries, 48 players remain. The blinds will be at 4,000, 8,000 with an 8K ante. We've got a new feature table coming your way, and it should be an exciting one as always. Rast?
Ali.
When the rebuy period is over, things do change. Is there a market difference to the play in your experience before we shut down registration versus after, when people know they can't just go back to the cage and get a rebuy?
It really depends on the players and the field, Sometimes if people feel like gambling, it didn't seem like this was super gambly, so I don't think there'll be a market difference. That would be my read on this one.
All right, well, we're just about ready to get back into our feature table and start play. As you get a look at the chip counts brought to you by GG Poker, Paul Pua, the boss man, is your chip leader. A narrow lead against the very first timer, Brian Komphorst from Netherlands. Morten Klein from Norway, also a first timer, as is Kanapong Danararakul. A bit of a mouthful there. Sitting on 327,000. Kiat Lee, obviously a veteran playing under the Malaysian flag. And Luke Gilles.
Let's just call him
sixth.
Kanapong. Okay?
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah.
So 4 out of these 6 players at our feature table are among the 17 new faces to a Triton event. Love to see that participation and enthusiasm for what we're doing, as we are moments away from getting the cards back in the air, and here we go.
Me too, Ali. I'm enthusiastic about this a lot. I mean, this is a group of players, some new players. We haven't seen a lot of these guys play, and I'm excited about that. Get some fresh faces on here, along with a couple staples. such as Kiat and Paul Foy, staples of the Triton, and definitely on streams quite a bit, including in Cyprus for those who have been watching all the events so far this year. But this should be a fun table. I'm actually expecting this to be a little bit more action than the last one, which was for the most part pretty solid. I think there were, let's see, but I think that might see a few more special hands.
Kiat Lee feels special about ace-3 offsuit as he shoots it up to 16,000 from the cutoff. Compost.
All right, I felt like maybe he was going to prove me right on the first
right.
hand.
It did feel like that, didn't it?
4-3 off in the small blind. Let's go.
Miss big blind.
Yeah.
And there is Paul Foy. Joining the gang here. Kiat Lee taking that first pot.
I'm big blind.
I mean, even not like it's super crazy, but even ace-3 offsuit from the cutoff is you're just pushing the edge of it. You know, I think usually people are, you know, my feeling is that normally it's like you go to maybe ace-4, ace-5 off in the cutoff. Normally, maybe you don't open the ace-deuce and ace-3 off. So I just have a feeling we're going to not be quite as tight as the last table. Now, the last table, to be fair, after some pretty tight play for a while, I think the players recognized it and started opening up.
We may not have the same dilemma on our hands here as 9-7 suited goes to work on the big blind of Morton Klein, a first-timer, ace-4 suited. Can't imagine we'll be hitting the muck.
You hit your aces.
Huh? Oh. And I stand corrected, Rast, as Klein folds the ace-4 suited from the big blind to the open from
我個貓好似少咗。Green tea.
Yeah, that's so just small blind raise, big blind fold, huh? That's pretty tight.
輸咗個 blind 係咪？
唔係。
輸咗幾多？
Well, out of position, I feel like I'm a little bit more sympathetic to those sorts of decisions. But in position in particular, especially facing a late raise, even those of us who may not be as comfortable post-flop or may not be as experienced, let's call it, benefit so much from having all the information at our disposal by being second to act. And I feel like maybe slowly taking the training wheels off in those situations is important. You know, obviously we don't like to get into murky water if we're not the best swimmers, but
I mean, ace-4 suited is a pretty good hand. I mean, that's a hand that, for example, 7 max under the gun, you're opening off of a 30 big blind stack. You know, much less defend in position and the big blind versus a small blind open. So, you know, that is a, if we want to say, hey, you know, is opening ace-3 offsuit in the cutoff, is that a thing or not a thing? I mean, you know, I think technically, according to a lot of pre-flop charts, that's just slightly a wide open. But, you know, ace-4 suited fold there is extremely tight. So I guess moving forward, let's continue to watch and see, you know, what kind of pre-flop players he makes, because this is a new player. I've never commentated with him, and clearly at this point he's choosing, you know, in the one hand sample we saw, he went for an extremely tight fold, I would say. You know, I actually doubt I doubt we'll see a fold that tight by anyone else like this far out of the money for the rest of this table pre-flop.
well, nothing tight about defending your big blind with 10-3 suited or opening the cutoff with Jack 8 of spades, but certainly not egregiously loose either. And the range advantage being capitalized upon by Gilles out of the big as he leads out for 24,000 on the 9-high rainbow flop.
Yeah, this is a spot where this is an interesting play. I do wonder how much of a range advantage the big blind has versus a cutoff open here. I mean, the cutoff will have pocket 4s, pocket 9s, pocket 7s, even potentially 9-7 suited. So, you know, and then obviously all the overpairs, which, you know, the overpairs at least Gills can't have. So I do wonder, usually you see these leads on boards that are a bit lower than, say, like 9-7-4 rainbow. So it's an interesting decision to me. Now let's see what he does. I mean, hitting the 3, he's kind of no longer bluffing and he got called. I'm sure he would like to just make it to showdown here. So, you know, has less than a stack to pot ratio, probably doesn't really want to get it in with just a 3 at this point. Would love to just make it to showdown and win against, say, like the ace-10 or the ace-queen. But unfortunately for him, we can see that Camphorst has a hand that will at some point probably elect to bluff. You know, like, should Camphorst go all in here, and that's a play that makes quite a bit of sense. It's about 80% pot left in stacks. Jack high is probably not good versus, but you know, you have equity when called with the 8, the jack, and certainly the 10. He elects to check. Now let's see on the river if he tries to show down the jack high or decides to bluff it, because I feel like Gills will check here.
Well, we'll find out shortly as the action is on him in a 92,000 chip pot.
Well, if
River
he doesn't
is pretty
check,
safe.
If he doesn't check, he'll go for a block bet. But you know, like maybe he'll bet like 10K or something of that line, which would make sense because a 10K would target, you know, not facing a larger bet from, say, a 7 or a 4, and then definitely you might get paid off by like ace or king high. Okay.
Gills ultimately decides to check, and now Camphorst knows this jack high is unlikely to be good, and might he be able to apply pressure to what feels like a weakish hand at this point?
It's close. He is beating, say, 10-8, 10-6, 6-8, 8-5. You know, hands with 3s got there, and even though 10-3 isn't one you'd think of too much, there could be hands like 3-6 or 3-5. So it's and so he bets here. So he elected to go for a river bluff as opposed to kind of the semi-bluff on the turn.
Now, mind you, this 200K is really just a bet of 73,000, given that that is what Gills has behind. And Luke will fold his pair of 3s. So a nice bluff execution there from Brian Camphorst.
Yeah.
29 years of age, from Utrecht in the Netherlands. He is a professional poker player, first learned from his older cousin on vacation when he was 14 years of age. Says he got absolutely crushed playing him heads up. Actually mentions Kevin Paquet, who is also from the Netherlands and is currently among the chip leaders in the event, third as his favorite poker player. They met each other when they were playing 5-cent, 10-cent, and now they're here, both buying into a 30,000 euro event.
You know, already I feel after a couple hands, I'm liking the idea that there's going to be some more fun hands here than in the last. I feel like that's going to happen.
The personality types that lend to some interesting spots are certainly gathered round, aren't they?
Maybe the personality, but even like the Bayesian analysis on what's already happened after 2 hands with the ace-3 off open, the ace-4 suited fold, and that last hand, which, I mean, the last hand was a pretty interesting hand, right? And here we go. Yeah, we're going to get some fun hands, I feel like, in this next
Indeed, the 7-8 suited open from Kanaporn to 16,000 promptly gets 3x'd and then some.
I mean,
by Camphorst with king 9, and now back over to Gilles, who has just 69,000 and ace jack in the small.
What do you think he's going to do?
Well, there was somewhat of a conservative line taken with the 10-3, the check fold on the end. You know, I could see him either moving all in or folding. I don't know.
He's putting it in.
Yeah.
You only have, I mean, the truth is he has 9 blinds. So, you know, he's actually getting a great price, right? There's 2.5 blinds already out there. He's getting a very small discount. You know, in this situation, the original opener folds some. And, you know, I mean, he's getting a good price on his money, and he's actually not doing that badly against Camp Horst's range.
And somewhat predictably, Kiatli also decided to move all in. Note the equities, 31% for Kanaporn, given that the aces and the kings are a little busy. Of course, he cannot call with 8 high.
Can at least win a lot now.
Yeah, he's... Giles is pretty unlucky here that he ran into the ace-king, because he was actually, you know, doing pretty well in the rest of the situation. He would have more than doubled against the king-9. Well, he had to have won, but he would have been a favorite against the king-9 suited, and would have more than doubled. But now he's a big dog against ace-king, so kind of brutal running for him.
No question, and a great spot for Kiatli, who has his man covered.
We didn't see any jacks, though. King 9, 7, 8.
Well, we didn't see any jacks, but we do see a gut shot straight draw for the ace jack on the 10 high rainbow flop here.
We'll do it very slowly here.
You can pull that 8 of clubs out because it's been folded pre-flop, but
down to just one pull at a jack or an 8 for Luke Gilles. To avoid elimination. Is it there? No. The board pairs and the ace-king holds for Kiatli, who takes the remainder of Luke Gilles' chips and sends him to the rail.
King 9 suited would have won had ace-king not been found.
Yeah.
So he would have called getting such a good price and made trips. That imaginary poker hand that never happened. Or rather, imaginary way that the hand played out that never happened.
And then there were 5 here at the feature table as we take a moment to remind you that Polymarket is the leading information markets platform where you can trade on the most hotly debated topics, whether it's the Triton series, politics, current events, or more. Check out the latest events happening on polymarket.com. Have you gone out and visited this polymarket.com yet, Rast?
You know, I haven't, but I love betting on things, so it seems like
it's the right
something
place
that I
for
would
you.
like. Yeah, I like betting on all kinds of stuff. I mean, as long as I have an opinion.
Back to the action now.
And I'm just looking at the schedule here, because truth be told, I am thinking about picking out an event to take off my commentator hat and hop in. I am looking at the 50K turbo, but I mean, there's a nice schedule here. I mean, it really filled out. Goes all the way up to event 12, 13, 14. 14 events minus 4 because there's never an event.
I play my card. I just played my card.
4 is unlucky. So 13 tournaments.
Yep.
One day I'll
all the way through the 25th
and then I have aces.
of May. Kiatli sharing a laugh there with the boys. Currently sitting with 351,000. That's 44 bigs.
I mean, I'm excited, Ali, because even though I won't be playing these, I will be intensely studying this poker in order to commentate and give you guys some analysis. And I will be playing during the World Series, so this is like a warm-up. So join me, guys. So even if you're not out here playing these awesome Triton events, let's get warmed up for the next time you sit at the table and get that gray matter rolling around in the brain and thinking poker. How can we play better poker? Let's watch these pros. A lot of world-class players here and learn from them, huh?
And those world-class players are having to navigate waters with wildly unfamiliar opposition. People that have just shown up for the first time to a Triton event may or may not be seasoned poker players. It causes you to jog your mind in different ways. Meanwhile, here we have a blind versus blind battle between Kanaporn and Comphorst.
Camphorst with a decision here. He's got bottom pair. Can use some protection. Backdoor hearts. Check bet. If he bets, what size? I figure, yeah, not over half. Not going to work versus ace-6 off. Ace-6 definitely going to play. Seems like call. Feels very reasonable. Probably has the best hand. Doesn't necessarily want to make the pot huge.
Oh, and now
Wow.
trip sixes will certainly be a welcome sight.
But Camphorst picks up the heart draw, so it's an interesting spot for him. It is a hand, though, that, so if he was kind of firing the flop with some backdoor hearts, this is an interesting one to check because a lot of those hands would continue. So now when you make a flush, you know, this is a nice hand that gets to make a flush.
Well, it doesn't get to make one when the 7 of diamonds show up on the river, unfortunately, but it is still 6s and deuces.
So yeah, if your opponent has a deuce, you definitely want to bet here. If your opponent had an 8, you would want to check raise. But he goes ahead and bets, and Camphorst has a difficult decision because his opponent clearly is going to have some hands he check call floated with that cannot beat deuces and 6s. The 7 isn't a great card for him. Can't fault him for the call.
So a nice sizing there on the river from Kanapong. My apologies, earlier referring to him as Kanaporn. Good little pickup there as Comphorst slips back to 518,000. Everybody's got a reasonably playable stack, including Kanapong, who obviously just added to it, but at 37 bigs. For the shorty here at our feature table, we've got some play.
I have a feeling, my read on Camphorst is he's a guy who gets after it. Already just, it's my feeling. He's going to play some interesting pots. We already saw the King-9 suited 3-bet, a few other. Let's watch. He was thinking on the 4-3 off. Paul here with a nice hand in the big blind, deciding whether to 3-bet or call. Goes with call, eminently reasonable.
Defending his big blind against the 7-8 offsuit open on the button, and both players hit the King 8-4 board. Kanapong with middle pair as Paul checks top pair over to him in a 44K pot.
Deciding whether to bet or check. And
a check back.
Yeah, which is
from Kanapong, and he picks up the gut shot straight draw on this turn now, Rast.
Yeah, now, totally reasonable. Now Paul has the decision here. His hand is definitely good enough to bet twice, so I expect him to most likely do that. When we see bets, and, you know, on most rivers other than maybe a 5 or a 7, he'll probably bet again. I think really just call in position here. I don't think there's many other plays. I mean, you could get really fancy and try to raise and check back at rivers maybe, but I don't know that I like that. It's just something you might see someone do. And even with the flush getting there, kind of think a king with a kicker this good is good enough for a value bet. So expect Paul to probably do that.
Backdoor clubs have shown up.
Yeah, which is a little concerning. And he might check. If it's check, it's definitely to induce some bluffs. Maybe get a weaker hand to value bet. But I kind of feel like generally he's going to value bet his hand here. Definitely don't want to let an 8, like for example, if he checks and your opponent has a hand like he has, like middle pair, probably check that back on the flush run out. So let's go ahead and value bet. So I really like the way Paul's played this hand. It makes a lot of sense to me. And now it's kind of a gross spot here with an 8. Yeah, pay it off, but
yeah,
just a king.
Yeah, nice hand, Paul. I like the way you played that.
45.
The only thing in a sense is he could have potentially gone bigger on the river. You know, doesn't the 8 kind of paid that off without thinking. If he goes more like 2/3, 3/4 pot, does the 8 call? I don't know. Not saying it's right
well,
or wrong.
if it doesn't call,
Well, then
were
he
the
earned
sizing any better,
max.
then he actually made the max.
Yeah.
And certainly we'll never know as you get a look at the beautiful surroundings here at Casino Gran Via in Madrid.
I have to say now, this is we've had Paul at our table a number of times. I've really liked the way he's played some hands. I mean, yesterday, and my favorite hand of the whole day was a hand that Paul played versus Nick Petrangelo with the 10-6 off versus the pocket queens, where Paul made a thin value bet on the river, and then Nicky P made a pretty sick and nasty check raise bluff big with bottom pair and a blocker, and Paul found the call with queens on the King Jack 9-8-6 board for a huge check raise on the end. That was a great hand. And so, I mean, yeah, don't get confused. Paul Foy is a great poker player.
No question about it.
Yeah.
And 2 black aces are a great poker hand, and that's exactly what Kiat Lee is looking at. He makes it 16,000 to go. Unfortunately, he's not going to have any customers as the 7 deuce offsuit for Klein. Not enough. Notable bust outs thus far in this event include Sergio Aido, the Spaniard, Timothy Adams, somewhat of a Triton regular, Elton Sang, and Andras Nemeth out of there, as is Fernando Garcia, another Triton first-timer and Spaniard. Chip leader currently is Rui Cao, 876,000. Eric Seidel in the top 5. Patrick Antonius in 8th, and Paul Pua here at our feature table, 9th overall.
Yeah, Paul appears to be our table chip leader. 600,000. And raises up the King 8 offsuit on the button, which is a fine play. It's a hand that can raise that spot, but Klein, who's been pretty quiet, comes in for a 3-bet, and Paul just does not have a hand, even though at this point, just the 3x sizing not being so big, Paul just doesn't have a hand that can continue versus a 3-bet there. It's right at the bottom of his range for a button open.
And Klein will pick up his first pot. You may have noticed the arrival of a fresh face to the left of Klein. It is that of Yaman Nakdali, also hailing from Spain. This is his first Triton event.
He's got quite the tattoo game.
I think I'll take the over on quite the tattoo game. That is that is a modest way to describe the level of ink commitment that our friend Nakdali here has made. Probably not an office job kind of guy.
I'm ready for him to dye his hair as well. Dye his hair, kind of mohawk that up with the buzz on the side.
I think he's doing fine. I think we just let him do whatever he wants to do. Rast, how's that? 8-9 suited, raising to 20,000 from the small blind.
No, people, this is 2022. People have to conform to what I think or I judge them harshly.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
King, Queen, Jack here, giving Nakdali the bad end of a gut shot. And Kiat Lee a diamond draw.
But he's got the bottom gutter. He raised. He's going to try to take it down. Now, the interesting thing is what happens on the turn on a blank. Does he continue bluffing with 9-8? Ooh.
Well, he's now paired the 9, but any 10 would make a straight in this spot. And
Kiat Lee might find some bluffs here. He's got no showdown, has a draw.
yeah, Nakdali has checked it.
And if I bet what size, but he doesn't do it.
No, and that check back will be somewhat of a relief to Nagdali, who still isn't looking
no relief,
to bet his hand.
Do you want to know why?
Kiatlee's going to fire with no showdown value?
Of course. Check back turn to bluff river on check check. He's not going to try to showdown 8 high. And I'm cool with this line, and you know, he's representing a hand like, say, king or queens up, jacks up that can't bet twice for value. Maybe a trickly played 10, and with a 9 here, it's pretty hard to call. I mean,
yeah, Kiat betting 30,000 into 78, and nobody can fault Nagdali for putting his hand into the muck in that spot.
Nice hand, sir.
Well done by Kiatlee.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Is this Mr. Soiza? I presume.
Indeed.
I believe he just came in second.
That's right, to Michael Adamo in event number 1. As we now have 7 players total.
So he's also very much a staple. I mean, he was
okay, you good start.
all over Triton Cyprus.
You good start for the trip.
Commentated on him quite a bit. Played quite well, if I remember.
He did.
I will say, in Soiza's defense, and in, I will humbly admit, there was a hand, which I believe Paul opened ace-5 suited, button 3-bet ace-5 suited. Soiza in the small blind with 10s at a final table, still a lot of players left. Tough spot, we were commentating the hand. He ended up folding the 10s.
And I believe you had a conversation with him later.
Yes, well, I questioned the play. I was like, I don't know, if that was correct. You know, Soiza very politely informed me that he had looked up the hand afterwards, and given the ICM pressure and everything, felt very, very confidently that his play was correct. So would like that to stand for the record. That, but you know, he said it super nice, super friendly. Actually, nothing at all combative or testy about the way, and quite happy to say hello to me. Also a player from the Macau streets.
Nothing at all is how we can describe that 6 deuce in relation to the ace-high flop, in which Nagdali followed up on his button open with a c-bet and takes the pot down from Kanapon.
But one of the great things about poker is
that was quick.
How much there is always to learn, and really is valuable to have some humility. It's something I always try to remind myself. And I do value this opportunity to watch these great players and, you know, not just commentate on what they're doing, but also learn from them.
Paul showing pause with the queen 4 suited, ultimately sticking it in the muck. Same story for Mr. Klein. Now Kiatlee, 5-6 offsuit on the button.
Oh, he's going for it. This is a loose open here. I can somewhat confidently say that. And I don't know, you know, Comphorst isn't the guy I look at across the table right now and think, hey, let me go after this dude's big blind, because so far he kind of seems like he's willing to get down. But so is Kiatlee.
Queen Jack 10, Rainbow, Comphorst with the gut shot Broadway draw. Checks it over to Kiat, who has zilch.
It's definitely a flop which favors Kiatlee's range here. He's going to have the ace-king, aces-kings, queens, jacks, 10s. Comphorst is going to have a lot more kind of one-pair bad kicker type of hands. So, you know, we see Kiat has nothing, but this is a board that's going to get some bluffs.
Recreational player.
You know, Comphorst with the ace, not ready to give it up. Now the question is, will Kiatlee find some just no equity barrels here?
18,000, right?
Well, let's find out, because Comphorst isn't going anywhere. But you know, maybe Kiatlee. It would not shock me to see Kiat Lee bluff this here, which won't work out for him, but it's not like I would not criticize the play. I mean, because here's what, Camp Horse is going to have a bunch of hands like Jack 4 suited, Queen 7 offsuit that all defended. This is just a nightmare card for him. And yeah, there you go.
And you can't blame Kiat for this play because obviously he can rep the ace very credibly in this spot, having opened the pot. Granted, on the button, the ranges are wider, but nevertheless.
Sizing indicates to me that this could be a 3-barrel attempt because 20K here into 80 is one where you think sometimes, hey, you're going to get called, but like maybe he bets again. So maybe he shuts down here, but honestly, this could be a 3-barrel, which won't work out, but you know, it's pretty cool. Now the Jack, not the best card to bet again because, you know, he doesn't really 2-barrel, you know, 2-pair there a ton. So I don't think it's a card we're going to see many 3-barrels on.
And indeed, Kiat Lee checking back on the river. Comporst never put a chip in the pot as a better. He was just a caller on the flop and on the turn.
Thank you.
Natural, no.
Nice pickup there for Comporst, now 461,000 in front of him.
Oh.
Fold it around to the button of Kanapong.
16. Yes.
Shoots it up to 16,000.
So Camp Horse here, very nice hand. He's got to decide how do I play it versus basically 30 big blind button open. Call, 3-bet, jam. My guess is he decides to call, which is totally reasonable play, and we'll see a flop. There's going to be some flops that interact pretty well with both their hands.
Yeah, better than 5-1 on a call for Paul Pua, but that 8-deuce just not enough kit. Comes King, Queen, 10. Kanapong has flopped the second nuts, while Comporst has a draw to Broadway and bottom pair top kicker.
So yeah, this is exactly that kind of flop that interacts with both hands. I mean, you know, one guy with a straight, another guy with a pair and a gutter. Camp Horst, nowhere to go here on the flop. Hand too strong to just check fold against a button range open c-bet, I believe, but kind of a tricky spot. Maybe if you think the button's super tight, but usually you can't go anywhere till at least the turn.
And that turn is the 7 of spades. Comporst checks again.
No reason to do anything other than keep betting here. You have the straight. It's almost certainly the best hand. It's vulnerable. You're pretty deep. You'd like to be able to double up, and the only way that realistically happens is by betting again. But this is going to be a tough spot to continue from Camp Horst here with just a third pair.
Well, the sizing might have something to do with the decision, and 62,000 is not exactly lean.
No, he's sizing up in order to, you know, let's say there's a call, there's 220 in the pot, and then he's going all in for just over half pot on the river. But, I mean, it's just too much for ace-10 here.
Yeah. White flag waved as Comporst mucks it. Kanapong will take the pot down. Chatting with Paul Pua slightly before you and I hopped into the booth. We heard his enthusiasm for the number of new participants here in the Triton Tour, which he co-founded along with Richard Young, and in particular he took note of the number of Thai players who had come out to be a part of this specific stop.
Not a short journey from Thailand.
No. One that Henry
Then-
Kilbane made, apparently.
Yeah.
He came over from
Exactly.
Bangkok, if I'm not mistaken. The other Thai players, Witsaru Ketnarin, Pachara Wangwichit.
Oh, here we go. Timothy Adams, new player to the
16.
table.
Welcome, sir.
Unpacking.
How much are we playing?
I just bought in, so
Ah,
fresh,
okay.
fresh deck.
Well, if Klein's recent history is anything to go on, he won't be playing this.
Yeah, the min raise, no matter. 9-5 into the muck.
Yeah, just saying that because earlier he folded ace-4 suited in the big blind versus the small blind, so I would expect him in this spot where he's going to be out of position to also play snug. But let's see,
which one's
maybe
mine?
Klein's a man who mixes it up and goes off of his feelings.
And there's a look at your chip counts brought to you by Poly Market. Paul Pua, chip leader here at the feature table here in level 10. 4,000, 8,000. The late entries, folks trickling in, including not just Timothy Adams, who just took a seat at the feature table, but we're being told by our producer, James Dempsey, Phil Ivey has joined the party.
Well, I'll be excited on the one hand to have Phil Ivey here, but on the other hand, if you go back and look at those chip counts, I mean, it was almost a perfect ladder down with each step being about like 9 or 10 big blinds from the guy ahead of him. So unless Phil Ivey's super short or has a ton of chips, he's probably going to mess up that beautiful mathematical precision that exists in the chip count orders at our table. That said, I'm going to be happy to see him.
Well, I didn't say Ivy was going to be seated at our feature table, Rast.
Oh, no?
No, I just said he bought in.
Oh, yes. Well, actually, on the break, I saw Phil Ivey walking around. I don't think he was here for the 20K yesterday, so. We got an open seat. Let's pull it up for Phil. We're only 7-handed here.
7 max event, my friend. Not even for the great Phil Ivey can we bend that rule.
Oh, this is 7 max. That's
Sir.
right. Forgot about that.
Where are you today?
I'm right here, man. I'm so locked in.
Ace 10 on the 10-4-4 board is a welcome side for Compors, who opened and picked up Nagdali, who defended his big blind and checks his 8 high. 55,000 in the middle.
I mean, ace, this is a great flop for ace 10 here. Top pair, top kicker. Yes, the big blind can have more 4s. And, you know, 8-5, yeah, just nowhere to go.
Rather uneventful one.
You know what fools me is when they zoom out on the table, it feels like they're leaving a chair open, right? As if it was 8-handed. It's like they're on the side, right? It's not like they're spread out evenly 7 because of the whole card cams. They're seated 8 and there's just the open seat. So I talked myself into Phil Ivey taking that one.
You were dreaming. Nothing wrong with that. Current overall chip leader in the event is Alexis Panakovs. Rikau having been dethroned, now 2nd overall. And then another Triton newcomer, Bruno Volkmann, playing under the Brazilian flag, is 3rd overall.
Well, I mean, it's always nice, Ollie. It's always fun as a commentator, as a fan of the sport, to see a true potential GOAT candidate come play at your table. And, you know, this is a very widely discussed topic by anyone who follows any competitive event. Who's the GOAT? Who are the GOAT candidates? And I think any reasonable person has Phil Ivey on a short list of GOAT candidates, if not at the top. So.
Well, Paul Pua has ace-8 suited. on his list of hands to 3-bet with in the cutoff against a 20K open. As Comport's Queen Jack is sent into the muck.
There we go, Paul. Nice candidate to do it with, and
yeah,
Queen
good
Jack
pickup there.
Yeah, Queen Jack off is the hand standard open. Very ugly when you get 3-bet there, but obviously has a ton of equity against Ace-8 suited. So
Saturday night here in Madrid at Casino Gran Via, which is just steps from what feels like somewhat of an epicenter of activity here in the city, in the central district. Hasn't been getting dark until almost 10 p.m.
That's so late.
Well, you've been to Spain before. You know the party doesn't start until midnight or later.
Yeah. No. Yes. I mean, with the siesta in the afternoon, contributes to later nights. Here we go.
Couple of playable ones. Blind versus blind. Ace Queen offsuit for Kiat Lee, who has chosen to limp here at the 5K, 10K level.
Yeah, but Adams probably checks this back with his stack. Oh no, it's 10K blinds now. Ooh, now he might jam.
Late reg officially
Yes,
closed.
goes with the check, which makes sense. You just want to ensure you get to see the flop with these suited hands here in the big blind with short stacks. Oh wow.
Oh no. Aces and jacks with a queen kicker on this paired flop for Kiat Lee, who does not have a diamond in his hand. And for Tim Adams, trip jacks.
Question here is, will Adams double up, or will Kiat Lee find a way not to double Adams up? Because it'll be tough. But Adams is in position, so he's going to make sure every street gets bet, or he can raise, or whatever. So he's going to obviously try to find a way to get it all in. I mean, on most runouts that aren't absurd. So, such as like a diamond run out, or, ace king or something like that. But
The arrival of the king does give Kiat Lee a gut shot Broadway draw. Of course, we know if he gets there, Tim Adams will be full. So it is of no help, and Lee checks as the queen kicker no longer plays.
yeah, which, on the one hand, okay, the queen kicker doesn't play. The other hand is a lot of ace-x hands Adams could have. He gets in pre-flop for basically 20 blinds. So, it's a situation Kiat, for the most part at this point, is probably thinking, okay, especially if it goes bet turn, bet river, my opponent kind of either is polarized to having 3 jacks or a miss diamonds.
3 of spades on the end.
So Kiat's gonna check because he's trying to get to showdown against someone who's showing a lot of strength, and Adams is kind of a polarizing range here a lot because he doesn't have aces much, of like 3 jacks, maybe queen 10 or miss diamond. So I think he'll go with a bigger sizing. So I expect something over half pot, anywhere from over half, like 70K to all in. Yeah.
The whole enchilada being delivered.
Minus 1K. So. And now Kiat has a decision. The queen is a pretty good card to have because he's blocking queen 10 and he has no diamonds. So it's a tough spot for him. Tough spot.
Is part of the dilemma that Kiat Lee is facing here, as we see him exercise a time bank, the product of choosing to limp the ace-queen as opposed to raise it more naturally and be able to get a better sense, perhaps, of Tim Adams' hand?
No, not really. I mean, had he raised this hand and Adams calls, then this is definitely getting all in, pretty much, because the pot would have just been like 3x bigger pre-flop, right? you know, this does make the hand deeper, which actually gives him a chance to potentially fold here.
And that's not what he's going to do as he makes the call, and Tim Adams will enjoy almost a full double.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty tough fold. And like I said, I think especially ace, queen, no diamond, it's a nice candidate to call with. So it would have been a big fold, which would have been correct, but certainly cannot fold him for calling there.
Obviously a disappointing outcome for Kiat Lee, but on the other side of that coin is Tim Adams, who will be delighted with that pickup.
Thank you.
Adams with almost $6.5 million in career Triton earnings, 6 cashes, and a title. That title came back in Jeju in 2019, where he won the 2 million Hong Kong dollar buy-in main event. Good for 27.76 million Hong Kong.
Here we go. Now we get to see Klein play a hand.
Two nines for Morton Klein, and he will
They'll make an amount that is impossible. 14 actually might not be able to raise because it was less than 50%.
Yeah. And of course, the rest of the table is going to be taking note of the fact that Klein did want to raise, but instead he has now limped. But of course, it's irrelevant to Nagdali with the ace-king as he shoots it up to 50K, 5X. And Kiat Lee with ace-queen. Didn't work out for him well a hand ago, and it's not rating to work out well for him on this one as he moves all in. And for Kanapong with the ace-10 suited.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to play ace-10 suited here with all this action, especially Klein, who wanted to raise but didn't, and he's played tight, so this is a...
Realistically, it's raised 3-bet, 4-bet all in right now, even though we know technically Klein is limped.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is... I mean, we can see the get-in is bad, but this would not be a good get-in. He finds the fold. Now Klein with an interesting decision. Now we can see that he's actually in a great spot. That said, nines kind of shrivel up versus the action that happened behind him. So, I mean, especially with another ace being dead, but you know, Klein isn't privy to this knowledge. And yeah, I think the fold is fine. I mean, him and Nagdali behind him are both very deep with 450K, so it's not like he just gets to call the 150 and C5. You know, he potentially and probably would have Nagdali putting him to the test for the rest of the 450 behind him.
So the 2 nines of Morton Klein into the muck, leaving ace-king to do battle with ace-queen. Kiat Lee needs help. And he gets a little bit of it in the form of a Broadway draw. He was pulling at just the queen, which was 3 outs. Now instead looking for a 10. Not there on the turn. 4 outs once for Kiat Lee. And it's over. As Nagdali's ace-king holds, and back-to-back ace-queens unraveling. Kiat Lee in short order here with no rebuys remaining. That pickup there for Yaman Nagdali puts him up over $500,000.
Sit open table 2.
Nifty little pickup.
Did you say that he was playing to level 15? 15.
Yeah.
Morton Klein looking to find out just how much more poker is left in his evening. Paul Pua's turn to look at an ace-queen under the gun with a far deeper stack than Kiat Lee. Open to 23,000.
Nice spot to pick up pocket twos here in the big blind. Getting a great price. Get to C3. Try to flop that duck.
Comporst defends, heads up and out of position. That is not the board that he had in mind. Top and bottom pair for Paul. Action check to him.
I mean, huge range advantage here for under the gun. Under the gun 7 with a very tight range. Just hits this way harder than the big blind defend.
Easy check fold for Comporst as Pua adds to his stack. Nagdali, by the way, up to 687,000 after showering Kiat Lee. That count of over $500,000 was prior to Lee's chips being tabulated.
Looks like we have a new chip leader in the tournament.
Right.
Patrick Cantonius.
Patrick, no stranger to the high stakes circuits. Had the opportunity to enjoy a quick snack here at the Casino Gran Via with Patrick during some of our downtime, getting caught up, and he was sporting a big smile and in a good state of mind, it would seem, in spite of having fired multiple bullets unsuccessfully in the first event, the 20K. And here he is putting that optimistic attitude to work as he sits atop the leaderboard in event number 2. Raised to 25,000 from Kanapong on the button with the ace-8 suited. Comporst has called with pocket 5s. Pua with a pretty suited connector. Not looking to get creative in any way, he just flats. To the flop we go. A 9 in the window, followed by an 8 and then a tray. So it is top 2 pair for Paul Pua up against second pair and the 2 5s, which hold the lone flush draw in this threesome.
Yeah, so ace-8 suited way behind. Only way you can win this is an ace with that's not a spade.
Board pairs on the turn.
So Paul Foy, that card, pretty hard for his opponents to have 3s in their hand. Not too many hands that would have them. He's now losing to over pairs, but again, not, you know, Camp Horse isn't going to have many of those with a small blind flat. Maybe the button, over pair, raise, check back the spade flush, but pretty safe card all in all for Paul, who at some point needs to start thinking about getting value here and protecting his hand, kind of both. So this bet makes a lot of sense. And could see an interesting eventuality here, which is, you know, should the button call, maybe Camp Horse doesn't overcall with 5s and such a low spade, right? So could see the worst hand call and then the, you know, the second best hand end up folding, the hand that has a lot more equity.
And indeed, that is how things shape up, as Kanapong decided to call to 35,000. Comphorst into the muck with the lone spade. And we go to a river, which is the 4 of hearts. Not a card that complicates the texture.
Dangerous card here, though, for the button, because Paul has every reason to think his hand is good and value bet again. And should he do that, given that all the straight draws missed, the spade didn't get there, you know, if Paul's bluffing, he's still, the button is still good, so he might pay it off. I mean, he has a hand that can beat some bluffs and a solid hand to try to bluff catch with. So, you know, Paul does bet here. I like it. Man, I've been impressed with Paul's play. And this is a tough spot for the button. You're getting, you know, 60 to win 215, over 3 to 1, and if you were good on the turn, you're almost certainly good here.
Right.
How to call? Call. You happy? See?
And Kanapong once again, second best to Paul Pua. And Paul getting plenty of value out of that top 2 pair. Kanapong now slipping back.
It's been a nice day for Paul so far. Just winning a lot of the pots he plays, 3-betting the ace-8 suited, taking it down. And he's chipping up. He's in fact, it looks like he's slid into 5th here with almost 800,000. So,
well, he made the final table of event number 1, and at one point, my understanding is that he held the chip lead at that feature table.
yeah, and in one of the replays here today, I saw the hand he busted on, which was, you know, he had gotten it in. It was basically a coin flip when the money went in, and I believe he lost the hand to Soiza, who ended up going on to get second. So, you know, one of those sliding doors type of moments that, you know, could have gone the other way. But 5th place, get some money back, paying at least for this tournament.
It did feel a little bit in talking to him that he was a bit disappointed, though, with that finish. And you know how competitive he can be. Obviously, once he had the opportunity to hold the chip lead, he had loftier ambitions. But we're just getting started, and we do have almost 2 full weeks of events where he'll be able to get his fix and perhaps pick up a Triton title here in Madrid. Meanwhile, the 2 red queens of Nagdali that raised under the gun have picked up both blinds, Jack-9 suited and 7-4. Monotone club flop, 10-9-6. Pua with second pair in the small. First to act, Klein, who came along somewhat uncharacteristically, mind you, Rast, given the tightness that we have seen from him. Has a gut shot straight draw. He will check along with Pua, and now Nagdali would love to win the pot right here with these 2 red queens, firing 25,000.
Yeah, you know, poker is interesting because it really creates this kind of emotional bias that, like, I think everyone who plays poker feels, anchor bias, in that, like what you're saying about Paul, right? Like, so why was he disappointed with his finish? Well, if you had told him going into the tournament, hey, you're going to get 5th, you'd be okay with that, right? I mean,
sure.
You're auto-winning money. If you had gone into the final table as a short stack or played a long time as a short stack, you probably would have been fine with 5th. You know, not unhappy, but he started the final table with 2nd in chips and, you know, ended up going out 5th after getting the chip lead. So what happens is, as you play poker, you're anchoring yourself to what happens. So, you know, let's say somebody finishes a poker session, a cash game, and they're up, you know, it's a big game, and they're up 50,000. Well, if that person was up $500,000 and ended 50,000, they're probably much more disappointed than the guy who was stuck 800,000 and ended up winning 50K. That guy's probably stoked.
Yeah.
So it's just one of those things where we're always anchoring ourselves to a previous state when we evaluate how we feel about the final state or the current state.
Nagdali's C-bet got through, by the way, as the pair of nines and the gachot both went into the muck. And that gave way to this hand where Timothy Adams is under the gun, raising it up with ace-9 suited. Comphorst with a very pretty suited queen-jack. Flats. And what's Paul thinking about? King-10 off.
I mean, he might be thinking about how to steal this. My guess is he doesn't flat. If he plays it, I feel like he probably goes for a 3-bet. It's a hand, a reasonable hand to kind of bluff with, so to speak, but he probably folds, which he folds. It's kind of a hand not really good enough to continue for a call there.
Dolly in the big will join the party with 10-8 offsuit. So 3 players to the flop, 81K in the middle.
Yeah, nice hand in the big blind, getting that price.
Able to close the action as well.
Gamble, see what happens.
And the 10 in the window, a welcome sight for Nagdali rather, who makes second pair. Comphorst has himself an open ender.
The 5% of Adams is purely represented by the backdoor flush equity. As an ace or a 9, or even like running aces and 9s, he still loses because those cards fill in Comphorst's straight. So, well, I guess the only other way you can win the pot is running queen jack, but running queen jack or backdoor flush equity.
With the queen and a jack busy, good luck as the 6 of clubs comes off on the turn on the heels of a round of checks. And that emboldens Nagdali to lead out for 25,000 rather.
Yeah, an ace-9 suited here, really nowhere to go but the muck. But queen jack, which checked back the flop, will certainly not be going anywhere. I'm curious to see how Comphorst is going to play this. He's certainly not going to fold. I will stake a lot of money on that. But this is a hand, like, does he find a raise here? Comphorst has been shown to get jiggy with it a little bit, and it wouldn't shock me. Does he think maybe Nagdali stabbing with something that can't withstand a raise? They're kind of deep enough where this is an option. Yeah. There we go.
Good sniff on you, Rastus. The raise comes in to 120,000.
Yeah, and with 1 to go, certainly not the end of the world if he, raises his opponent jams and he doesn't realize his equity. But you just get to put that lead by Nagdali in such a bad spot. I mean, if he has anything weaker than a king, this is brutal. Yeah. Well played, sir. I like it. I told you early on, I had a feeling, a Bayesian feeling, 2 hands in, that Comphorst likes to play some interesting pots. And so far, I'd like to. He's a new Triton player, right? If I remember you saying.
They are not
Is that
completed?
correct?
I mean,
Do you need
Comphorst, a new player. Nagdali, a new player. Morton Klein, a new player. Sirzat Hizu from Germany.
Sorry, I'm not paying
a new
attention.
player
It's fine
and
if
a
I
new
have to
arrival,
pay
as you
attention.
see him there.
I don't mind.
And of course, Kanapong Tanarat Rakul, also a new player.
You can announce the rest first.
Comphorst likes to figure out ways to win.
That works?
still water?
It's always enjoyable
You add the amount?
watch those guys thinking up.
Mint tea?
Okay.
Rest 35.
Who has more fun playing poker than Paul Pua, Brian?
I mean,
Not a
too
lot of
many
people, huh?
Not too many people. I mean, here's a man who's been very successful in other ventures. Not really playing poker for the money, although I've heard he's done all right. And nevertheless, plays a lot, and even basically co-founded this tour in order to play even more and enjoy and celebrate this beautiful game that we all love. And then in other news, I think a guy who, having done some commentary with you, might actually be the guy who I think is your favorite player, like all time, the way you talk about him. He's in second place right now. You know who I'm referring to. Wait, don't look. Guess. Who am I talking about? You know. Come on now.
Oh.
The way he dresses.
Well, none other than the Studley Tom Vogelsang.
Yeah, you got it.
Has slid into second place. As we've got a 3-bet on our hands here at the feature table. Nagdali picking on Paul Pua's open from the small. And that 3-bet gets cold called by Sirzat Hizu's Queen 10, which is in a bad way here. And that's a fairly liberal choice by Hizu.
There's a lot of interesting choices in this hand. So Paul's open very standard. Nagdali's 3-bet is pretty standard, but his sizing is very small. I mean, well, like 2.5x out of position. And then Hizu's call there is also that's off book. So we're got a totally off book hand here. I'm excited.
Well, it comes king high with a couple of clubs. Nagdali first to act. That ace-jack disconnected and decides to check it. Hizu with the gutter checks as well, and now Pua with top pair and 160 in the middle.
Probably checks it back. Doesn't have to, but it's a spot where it's a little dicey when you bet here and you get, okay, he's gonna bet. I don't blame him. I'm not saying I disagree, but definitely you could see that one get checked back because he's betting small.
55K.
And actually, to be fair, if he could see his opponent's hands in this case, he's basically playing it pretty close to perfectly. Denying the ace his equity there, and might even get Queen 10 to come along with very little equity, or if not, deny the equity as well. So.
And this is kind of that gateway drug effect. The big blind, that small sizing, deciding to call the 3-bet, now in a position with the odds where they are, where they feel like the 55K to take a pull at a jack might make sense. And then further trouble, potentially, as the 7 comes off.
Oh, definitely.
And gives Hizu a 2-way straight draw.
But Paul's duplicating the bottom end of that straight. I mean, they chop on a 6, so, I mean, this is a spot where Hizu can only win with that jack, and obviously it would be an amazing card for him, because Paul's got a 10, so, but I mean, this is a pretty bad spot for Hizu. I mean, Paul probably not that excited about betting here. Yeah, I mean, after betting the flop, he's very happy to get the showdown with top pair. Now Hizu, I mean, he's got to think about bluffing this, right?
The clubs come in, and the overcard in the form of the ace.
Yeah, and he has a club in his hand, and he has literal no pair. There aren't too many hands at this point which have no pair. This is one of the only ones. I mean, this one and Queen Jack, basically like some of the only hands you could think of that don't have a pair. So, I mean, if you're gonna bluff, this is pretty much the hand to do it. I would say it's an obligatory bluff.
225.
Like
and he seems to feel the same way as he bets a meaty 225,000 into the 270K, and you can see Paul not pleased at all with this development.
This is a tough call. Paul doesn't have a club in his hand and has one pair. A lot of stuff got there. Straights, flushes. I mean,
granted, the ace didn't complete the straight, but the straights were there on the turn. And
yeah, Jack 10. I mean,
he does block Jack 10 with the 10 of diamonds in his hand, of course, but it is the club draw, I think, as well as maybe some ace X that's two-paired now. Although calling the 3-bet out of the big must be narrowing the range a little bit in Paul's mind.
Sure.
Of what Hizu has here.
I mean, if Paul finds a call here, I'll be very impressed. This is a tough call. Yeah, okay, I can't fault him for folding.
No.
I mean, folding is the play I think I would normally do, and most people know. Unless you had a read on your, like, the Oreo cookie read, a pretty hard call there. But that's what I'm saying. If he found a call, I'll be like, okay, Oreo cookie read. You got this, Paul.
I'll tell you what. If Sirzat Hizu is going to do things like call a 3-bet with the Queen 10 off out of the big blind, I certainly think it's a far more justifiable decision if he's able to identify a spot like he did there where he can make the big bluff and then take it down with the queen high, as opposed to just play passively and be in the I need to make hands kind of mindset.
Yeah, I mean, I love that he found that bluff.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I'm very glad that he did. It would have been hard for me to sugarcoat if he didn't find the bluff on that river. I feel like it's, given his hand, it's basically obligatory, but I'm very happy he found it. Like, let's go, Hizzo. Let's do it. I told you there were going to be some fun hands here on this table. I felt it.
No question about it. And your #1 gaming destination in Asia is M88 Mansion, the official sponsor of Triton Madrid and La Liga, and the source for the most competitive selection of sports books, the largest collection of casino games as well, and so much more. With the most immersive live dealer experience, join M88 Mansion today. Two black kings for Mr. Morton Klein. And I would say that those who have had the opportunity to be at this table and play with Morton for a reasonable length of time have probably profiled him as very tight, and so these opens are often going to get quite a bit of respect.
Timothy has a fun one here to defend the blind. Like, if you have that read, hey, this guy's pretty tight, you know, great. Give me the 7-6 off, getting a great price in the big blind, and let's try to flop something and see what we can do. Yeah, this is not going to be a fun hand to watch.
No, it should be all over for Tim Adams out of the big blind defending the 7 high. He does check, and with the overpair and now an open ender, Klein will follow through and take the pot.
I'm like a junkie, Ollie. You need to feed me the most interesting flops
Right.
and eventualities.
It needs to come like king 7-6 there for you to be satisfied.
Oh, no. That's way too, I mean, that's just like
No,
way
that's
too
not
cool
interesting.
for me and not
You want
interesting. I mean, top
4 or
7.
5.
Yeah, like the 4-5 ace. You know?
I'm indifferent with the room temp and the cold. I like both. You
Right.
Like room
Okay.
temp, or?
Klein's like, oh
I
no,
like
I haven't
both.
played anything.
Yeah.
Here's the
Like both,
ace.
I like, yeah.
Timothy's got the
I mean,
7
especially
high,
here,
the
it's
open
nice
ended
to have
straight
cold.
draw, and like, will he try to bluff? Yeah, that's what I need. Put that right in the veins.
Down to 39 players left at the 6,000, 12,000 level.
Oh, here we go, Klein. Queen 4 suited. They'll never see it coming. Yeah. We've been playing tight. It's time to take one down.
Okay.
He's a field player.
Giving us a different look is Morton Klein here.
Oh no. See, this is what I mean. If you 3-bet him, Hizzo, he's probably folding, and we're not going to get to see the flop. So just call. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. Come on. We need to see this flop.
Well, we know Hizu likes the queen 10s, even when they're offsuit for 3 bets out of the big. So why wouldn't he be playing queen 10 suited on the button as he calls the 27,000?
Sometimes in spots like this, I feel like guys decide, like, I'm just going to win this. Let's see if Klein's got that I'm just going to win this vibe. Now, this isn't really the one to see it because he kind of flops something. But
Can't say the same for Kanapong, who has just 9 high and checks it over to our man, who is the villain here, barreling with middle pair, backdoor diamonds. Hizu also with middle pair, some backdoor Broadway draws, no spades to speak of.
yeah, but second pair, guy bets quarter pot. Let's just see what happens on the turn in position.
And the turn does bring a king. Not a particularly welcome sight for either holding, and you see Klein checking to Hizu, who has picked up the Broadway gutty.
He's probably very happy to just get the showdown, try to beat like a middle pair, like 9s or something.
Board pairs on the river. Now both players are playing queens and fives with an ace. And check, check on the end. You see Izu realizing that Klein got fairly lucky there. He had kicker problems until that point.
Klein getting a little bit of advertising. It didn't even cost him.
Yeah.
He's been playing tight, tight, tight. Then
suddenly it's like he's on his back with a queen four suited as
he
the
gets
opener.
to show it.
Well, he may not be thrilled with the fact that he had to show that one.
I mean, if he just goes back to playing pretty tight pre-flop, then it was good. He showed it down and didn't even chop the pot.
Right. Didn't cost him anything to
one small.
Spend some marketing dollars.
Or it could go the other way, like you think that was crazy. Let me show you.
Perhaps we've gone Jekyll and Hyde with Mr. Klein. 10-8 suited into the muck. Might we have a field player on our hands? Not even on the button with the 9-6 offsuit.
Yeah. Sub 10 big blinds, King X, good enough to jam, and 9-9 not going to cut it there.
Nice pickup there for Kanapong. Really hasn't been able to get much going. At least not during our coverage. Compost. In the small blind. And Pua will post the big as we await Morton Klein's decision under the gun with ace 10.
We're going to get to see Klein play this one. Yes. All right. Will Paul defend? Getting pretty good price here.
Indeed he will, and his 10-7 is unfortunately dominated by Mr. Klein's ace 10. As we see an ace high all club flop where Pua has the lone flush draw while Klein has top pair. Checked over to him.
Relatively interesting board.
Check back from Klein there. Now the innocent looking deuce.
Paul has to be pretty sure he's not going to win with 10 high at showdown. Does he take his semi-bluff equity here and try to win?
Nope.
If he checks, my guess is he doesn't continue versus a bet unless it's very small. So, yeah.
38K, enough to get the job done for Morton Klein. I'm not sleeping on that Louis Vuitton t-shirt that he brought to the party, by the way. Morton Klein with a little bit of flavor.
Yeah. I hadn't noticed.
You leave the fashion assessments to your boy, Rast.
Clearly.
I'm in the building. So if we do get Vogel saying at the feature at any point, we're going to have a word about the short shorts. He can pull it off, but it's dangerous.
I wonder what you think he couldn't pull off. Is there a limit? I mean, there might not be. Right? I've witnessed man crushes before, but this one really, really goes for it.
He's just got a crush on Queen Jack as he makes it 25,000, and Adams mulls it over with the Jack 10 suited. And he's going to flat. Kanapong not interested in the pocket fours.
He's very short. Very short. Harder to gamble. I mean, I think he only has like 120K or something.
136 by our count, roughly 11 bigs.
Klein's got a really pretty hand here to close the action. I mean, it's a kind of a great holding in this spot. Yeah, I like it.
Good to see him participating. Does change the dynamic of the pot a little bit as he outflops the boys on the 8-7-4 board, where he has bottom pair and a gut shot straight draw, also with a gut shot Adams and 2 overs.
I think in this spot, Hizu gonna check a decent amount because you know, both between the big blind and the flat behind him, they're gonna interact pretty well with this board. Not a great spot for him. He goes ahead and c-bets as the pre-flop raiser. Adams with the interesting decision here. Kind of feel, I mean, bet's not too big. A lot of incentive to float. Kind of a spot where you're a little worried about the big blind. But yeah, I like this. I think fold would be too tight. Even considering raising. With their stack depths, a raise there, you know, be a nice play as well. Put a lot of pressure there. Pretty easy to raise to something like 80, 90K.
No mucha agua.
Easy fold if anybody re-raises you.
So all 3 players continue for the 28K. Izu in no better spot here as the 8 pairs. Klein still with the best hand.
It seems really difficult that Hizu will double barrel this. Klein deciding if he wants to go ahead and lead out wouldn't be unreasonable at all. I feel like Hizu probably going to check this, and this would be a pretty gangster bet here when you got called twice with literal 0 equity type of hand. Adams, if checked to, definitely might fire. Probably not trying to show down Jack 10. Still scary though when 3 ways. Yeah, doesn't find the hero double barrel. Adams though with the interesting decision to me. Like, will he bet here? If he bets, it puts Klein, who has the best hand we can see, in a really tough spot, like 3 ways here with bottom pair and a gutter. So if Adams could see the hands, he would certainly bet. What sizing will he do?
72.
Pardon me.
He's going to go like 40% pot, it looks like.
Into 177 comes 72.
I like this decision a lot. It also kind of looks like a sizing where, hey, if you call, it'll be about like a little over 300, and he's got about 2/3 pot to go all in on the river. Not saying he will, just the implication of this bet, what it could mean to someone else thinking, what is a call here implying? Yeah, it's going to get the job done, which tough to continue there with 4-5. I mean, real tough.
Yeah.
So, nice hand, Timothy.
Solid bet there, and
Pocket 4.
I like it. The benefit of position being utilized there by Tim Adams.
I like it. I like the decision to bet. I think I favor betting his hand.
So with that pickup, Adams at about 360K by our count. And that, of course, is the count being delivered by the TritonPoker.plus app and website. 8 suited. Kanapong. And he is going to rip 136,000 in there. Rast. 11 bigs. And he'll pick up an orbit's worth of blinds and anti-chips.
Super valuable for him.
Taking a look once more at the overall chip leaders, we find Patrick Antonius at the top, followed by Tom Vogelsang. Sirzat Izu here at our feature table, currently 5th in chips overall. Paul with the ace-10 offsuit, opening to 26,000. Seven deuce, not going to cut it for Hizu, who is giving us a look at what would have happened if you added a collar and some buttons to that globe in your middle school classroom. He's taking chances.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the queen 10 off hand from earlier. Bold man of action.
I like this Izu character. He's got arms dealer chic. I'm a fan.
Ace 5 suited, definitely good enough to get after it.
31 dimes if you do, says Pua.
Chose a bigger sizing on this hand than he had been doing previously.
No matter. As he has no takers. I suspect Paul Pua keeps an immaculate home, just based on the way those white chips are being aligned right there.
Yeah, I had noticed him having lined up the lines earlier.
It's a man who likes everything in its right place.
Yes, sir.
Oh, sorry.
Sometimes you can glean a little bit of information about people from the way they stack their chips. Sometimes even about how they play.
I like a man who doesn't stack them at all. Granted, in tournaments, that's generally frowned upon, but I've seen the dudes in the cash game that just walk up to the table with the rack, dump it upside down, mix it all up, and say, let's gamble, boys. And that's exactly what he would like to do with Queen 8 offsuit and the button.
819,000. He has some chips.
Yes, he does. And
tight fold from the big blind.
Yeah, no patronage there from Kanapong.
Besides, he's going to find a better spot.
Maybe he'll let me borrow the shirt. You think he would? I mean, he looks so good in it.
I mean,
how could I go wrong?
It's a bold question, but if you asked it, there's definitely a chance he would.
I think you just got to come in confidently. Like, there's nothing strange about the fact that he and I have never exchanged words. And I just give him a tap on the shoulder and be like, hey, mind if I borrow that shirt?
I like that. I want to wear it on the stream tomorrow. I mean, I think you actually have a pretty good shot if that's your move.
Well, speaking of pretty good shots, that's exactly what two aces have pre-flop against any holding in No Limit Hold'em.
Oh, my.
Wow, the other two aces somehow surfacing in Kanapong's hand And he must be thinking, finally, I'm going to be able to get a double. Off of 136K.
All in.
He will move all in. And this is music to Jesus' ears. Double check. Yes, indeed. I have 2 red aces. Snap call. Oh, nice hand, sir.
Wow.
Wow. Same hand.
Yeah.
Good hand, bro. Good hand.
Supposed to be uneventful, but Rast, you know what hand comes to mind when I see aces against aces?
Yeah, certainly
The one drop.
Adrenaline.
Yes, against carried
Diamond.
cats.
You wish diamond?
Here, Hizu has the only option to scoop on the 2 diamond flop. No longer. As the board pairs on the turn, river will be of no consequence.
Yeah.
Someone had kings. Yeah.
Tim, how much is the chance of that
win?
constellation? Do you know it?
Sorry.
Do you know how much is the chance of this constellation, ace against aces? How rare it is? Percentual, do you know it?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Me too.
I don't think I've really thought about it too much.
Well, we do now know the payouts here in event number 2. Our champ is going to be taking down 740,000 euros in change. 13 places will be paid, with 13th and 12th both receiving 56,000 as we carry on here. 39 players still remain. 56 uniques and 93 entries. As Nakdali makes it 25,000 to go with the King 10 suited. Izu flats with the red 3s.
Yeah, Hizu likes to take some chances. Not surprised that he calls this. It's definitely a loose call versus early position with all those players behind you. But we've seen that Hizu likes to see some flops and gamble a little bit, so not surprising. Unfortunately for him, a 3 was mucked in that 8-3 offsuit hand, so it's going to be hard to flop a set.
Well, there are some board textures that don't require a set for the 3s to feel good. This is not one of them. Ace, King, Deuce with a couple of clubs, and what a flop it is for Nakdali. Second pair, and the nut flush draw. A comfortable follow through for 25,000, and an equally comfortable fold. There it is from Hizu.
In 11 minutes, we're going to have the last break of today, and we're going to move this table back to its original spot over there. Thanks. Okay.
Tournament director Luca Vivaldi coming over to advise that there is 1 break remaining for the players in tonight's action.
Yeah, good luck.
Pocket 4s here for Hizu, a tick forward from the 2 3s. Opens to 25,000. Queen Jack into the muck, as is King 10. Ace Jack suited though, probably not going to wind up in the same place.
No, he has a decision whether to 3-bet or call. He's in position against Hizu. Probably pretty happy to see a flop. Feels like Hizu's maybe been a little bit unpredictable. He's got a stack size that and a hand good enough that it's kind of a disaster if he 3-bets and gets jammed on. So I like the decision to flat here.
9-8-6 rainbow as Nagdali joined the party from the big blind, closing the action and picks up top pair to make way the best hand. Checks it over to the pre-flop raiser. And he is going to be c-betting. How do you feel about it into this board texture, Rast?
Well, I mean, so far we've seen that Hizu basically has just c-bet as the pre-flop raiser pretty consistently, so I'm not surprised. You know, he did it with Queen Jack on like the 8-7-4 before, so feels like Hizu just feels entitled to c-bet when he raises. You know, it's...
Well, I mean, candidly speaking, one is entitled to c-bet when they raise. It's
Well,
whether or not they want to seize the initiative, and in this particular spot, it feels potentially ill-advised.
I mean, I would say that's not entirely accurate. I think modern solvers in poker theory have definitely extinguished the idea that was maybe once held a while ago, that just because you were the pre-flop raiser meant you just got to keep betting, right? And I think now people consider a lot more like who is the flop better for, you know, who has, you know, stronger hand, more EV, who has nuts more, and you definitely have to consider balancing a bit and having some checks. In this particular situation, it seemed, I mean, 4 is definitely a hand that has some protection reason to want to bet. You know, you can get hands with plenty of equity to fold. You know, so I don't think it's unreasonable, but
Well, Izu now finds himself up against 9s full of 6s while playing the board. Counterfeited are the 2 4s, and where could he possibly go from here?
I mean, it would appear he's thinking about taking it upstairs, because he can't be thinking about calling.
I don't know. That's not a man that I think I want to take it upstairs on all too often, especially when I'm playing the board. I just don't want to bluff Nagdali. You know what I mean? At some point, he's going to see the stream and find out. We're going to be around each other for the next 10 days. Could get dicey. And on the backside of our forthcoming break, we will have a new feature table, and it will feature these gentlemen here: Fedor Holtz, Nick Petrangelo, and Eric Seidel, among others, will be headed our way. And I believe I spied Phil Ivey at that table. Did you?
I spy with my little eye.
One Phil Ivey.
Yes, sir.
Not going to want to miss that. Watching one of the greatest of all time operate here in Madrid will be a real treat. Not that we haven't had plenty to talk about here at this featured table, which you predicted would give us interesting situations, and it has not disappointed. King 10 offsuit, out of the hijack, all in.
Ace 4, really tough spot here. I mean, more than 10 blinds, maybe a little bit easier in the big blind. Got that big blind behind you who's really deep. Now the big blind here is a pretty nice hand. I feel like good enough to consider putting in the
151?
Well, off of a stack of 780,000.
Yeah.
No less.
I mean, there isn't really ICM pressure at this point. You kind of should just be making decisions based on chip EV. They're way far out of the money still, even though I know that some people think about that a lot. But you're right, with this many chips, even somebody who would be inclined to think there's some sort of ICM pressure shouldn't. Kind of think King 10 suited pretty good. I mean, even against a hand like Ace 5, Ace 7, Ace 8, you have plenty of equity.
Maybe
Okay,
Miller
decides to
again.
pass.
Excuse me?
Miller again. Same card.
With aces again?
Maybe.
Not quite aces.
It's a tight fold.
Izu deciding he would rather
No,
wait
no, leave it here, leave it here. What do you do?
for a different spot.
Still full.
We are landlocked here in Madrid,
Yeah,
which
yeah.
leads me to wonder where it is that Izu parked his yacht.
That's a good question. Probably Saint-Tropez.
That's a great
Yeah.
harbor. Been down there?
I have been there.
Yeah.
Maybe even
Beautiful.
Ibiza.
Now you're talking.
You know?
Right? That's a playlist that's got some EDM on it.
Yeah,
That's
then
my
he
read.
hopped on the PJ.
There
Came
you go.
right in.
There you go. We need to get in that camp.
Yeah.
We need to figure out how to get into Izu's orbit. 25,000 to go for Kanapong, who has been really nursing this 10 big blind stack for quite some time. Picked up aces, thought maybe it was time to get a double, but of course ran into the other aces and chopped it up. And here he'd love to get a little bit of action, which Nagdali is indulging him in from the button with Queen 9 suited. Ace Jack from the small for Izu, who flats as well. Now Tim Adams with King Jack in an absolutely horrendous spot up against 2 kings and Ace Jack. He will close the action with a call. Got ourselves a meaty little 112 in the middle. And a jack-high board is big problems for Izu and Adams. Very clean-looking texture. And these 2 kings have both of the guys in a world of hurt.
Yeah, wow. I mean, 4 ways, all that money in. Definitely a bet coming here. And where is Ace Jack gonna go? Except, I mean, the only he has to feel pretty good about getting in the little chips there that Kings has.
Maybe
Adams could be in a tricky situation. What will Adams do?
57,000 is the bet off of a stack of 159. Izu going to take another peek. Indeed, it is Ace Jack.
How to continue? Call, raise right here, and play. Thinking Adams is probably folding most of the time, but do have to be concerned about what Adams does.
120?
Yeah, so small raise, want to get it in, but this really puts Adams in an interesting spot. This to me is the tough decision of the hand right here. So, I mean, Adams literal 0 equity 3 ways, but I mean it's a pretty good flop for him.
Well, one would think under normal circumstances,
Yeah.
but it is actually disastrous as he is stone drawing dead here on the flop.
Yeah.
Clean
Nice
fold. Yeah. And now some choices for Kanapong. Will he flat and then hope to get Izu to do his bidding? Or will he move it all in? He opts for the latter, and of course Izu pot committed already. Makes the call. And finds himself playing a big one. 430K in the middle. Izu far from drawing dead. He can hit a jack or an ace. And now he can hit a deuce as well as the 3 on the turn. Gives him a gut shot straight draw. So the sweat is real for Kanapong here. Key pot. And the 6 of hearts is safe. The 2 kings will deliver a double. And a blow to the stack of Sirzat Izu. bit of accounting. What would have been interesting to me is if Kanapong had been much deeper, and then seeing how the pot might have played out with Hizu being deep as well.
Yes. Yes, certainly. It makes Hizu's decision on the flop a lot more interesting. And I feel like in that spot with ace-jack, it's pretty easy. Okay, I guess I'm going to get it in with the pre-flop razor here is super short.
Well, let's take a look at the chip counts at our soon-to-be departed feature table headed to the break. It is Yaman Nakdali in the chip lead, not far ahead of Paul Pua, who is on his heels. Surzat Hizu now slips into third after losing that pot. Brian Comphorst and Kanapong neck and neck with 29 blinds, and Tim Adams just a click back in sixth with blinds going to 10 and 15,000 with a 15K ante. Welcome back inside our broadcast studio here at Casino Gran Via. Ali Nejad alongside the czar Brian Rast, and you called it when we saw this lineup coming into our feature table that we were going to see some interesting spots, and it didn't fail to deliver, did it?
No, it didn't, Ali.
Yeah. You got the likes of Surzat Hizu, some unconventional, unorthodox lines that he was taking, made for some excitement. But now we have a collection of new players that are going to be headed our way. You're not going to want to miss that action. Going to continue from here in Madrid in the 30K event number 2. Don't go anywhere. Brian and I will be back shortly with continuing coverage. Stay close.
Ice cream?
Come on, babe. I'm a GG guy. Double scoop. We double up on everything. Come play now on GG Poker.
Pocket is for 9. Oh, Jacks is fucking nuts, bro. It's a big pair. Consider big.
I thought only king aces.
No, lah, come on. Jacks is like the nuts, man. What are you talking about? The 20 big
Trip
blinds.
sevens on the turn for Tommy. Now going for the turn probe. Around 40% pot after flop checking through. Paul, with that jack of diamonds, 2 overs, is going to stick around. Could also have the best hand.
Should be level 10.
So puts out a 4-liner, an 8 or 3 is a straight. Pretty dynamic board.
So
Tommy's got to feel confident with trips, but it gets a little less exciting for him, although, you know, he realizes he loses to full houses, he loses to straights, he loses to flushes, he has trips. Paul is under the gun, though, so he's going to be weighted more towards, you know, he's not going to necessarily have a lot of these boats. I mean, I guess with his stack, could he open 4s or 5s, but does he have a flush? Would he play how this hand is played? Would he play a flush like this? And he is going to put out a meaty bet.
Think about it, I don't know.
And, man, now all of a sudden your hand shrinks up a bit. You're not super enthralled with this, but...
Yeah, Paul just realizing, you know, he's firstly at bottom of his range when it comes to hands that he gets to the river with, king high, jack of diamonds, and just putting a ton of pressure on, you know, the 6x that probe, the 5x that probe turn. You know, a lot of those hands that Tommy's going to have out of the big blind.
About 10 banks, yeah, I mean, I don't know, ask some pros.
Yeah, obviously running into the higher end of Tommy's range.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like the bet, though, from Paul, and it looks pretty strong, because this is a board that would favor a lot of big blind, you know, having some boats or 7s. Everyone just waited till last second late reg, right? You want to get people in there. People want to play. People want to have fun.
Yeah.
But...
yeah, just talking of that 30K 7-handed event number 2. Currently 40 players in the mix. Tom Vogelsang, chip leader. Patrick Antonius currently in 2nd. Seth Davies in 3rd. Nicky P in 4th. And Timothy Adams in 5th, rounding out the top 5 of that 30K event number 2, which, well, after we wrap things up here, be bringing you guys coverage from that event as well. 12 days of non-stop high-stakes poker action.
oh, wow. Rob Young, 1.8 million, going in the middle to 10-9 off, and he has seen Hung Wayne be active, making plays, and look at that. Hung Wayne, you know, listen, 9-10 off, bit out of line, but against the ace-king, you're still, it's not like you're toasted, but Adamo in the small blind with ace-queen. I mean, this is intense spot. It's also asking a lot to fold sub-10 blinds, ace-queen off. Don't see how you are. It's late position, 6-handed, ace-queen off. I mean, Rob's up to no good here. The bad news is the ace-king is wow. I mean, this guy is my guy. He just doesn't make any missteps, and Hung Wayne gonna snap call. Rob steps out of line, but as we see, a 2-1. It's not like this is not a curtains. This isn't aces to ace king 8%. This is 9-10 live. Rob making a move, gets called. Big pot.
Yeah, the sick thing for Rob is if he doesn't make the move there, Adamo's hitting the
that?
jowls.
Yeah.
Obviously 5 cards to come, anything can happen.
Off menu.
But Adamo would have been drawing to just 3 outs. Wow.
That's shot.
And he had a queen. Adamo did.
Jack 6, 2 diamonds. Rob needing to find
Ooh.
a lady either on the turn or river.
No player. Oh, I'm sorry. There is a diamond. Ace King has a diamond. So look at that. He's down to 9%. 1 card to come. It is a diamond. Gonna seal it up. Nice run for Rob Young, and just a guy who is not afraid. I mean, you can see he is going for it there, and ultimately going to be knocked out tournament, their first event and stuff. They just win. I mean, I saw it. We saw this happen in Cyprus a couple times. We've seen this happen before. It just seems so hard to come in for like your first cash, your first score, and just be a W. But we're seeing that possibility kind of play out here.
Yeah.
He's my pick. A little easier when he's got the chips now.
I was about to say,
but we have,
until we get down to 5.
Well, we've gotten to see him play now. I didn't know. I didn't get to see it. He wasn't on yesterday at the feature. I mean, he's kind of just gotten the dark horse through, and Adamo season open from Soiza, and the ace-5 off with no real fold equity. He is going to give it up. And Paul with a very playable hand in the big blind, king 8 suited. Considering the options here, Soiza.
300, is it?
Yeah, versus a min. Never going anywhere. Shorter we get, the wider we want to defend. Get to realize a lot more. 825k out there.
Yeah, huge pot for both players. More so for Paul being half stacked on what Soiza has remaining. Let's see if we can get something. There's a. I was going to say, it looks like.
Oh boy.
The 8 of spades was sure to be an action card, but can't think this much action. This is about as much you get. 2 overs and a nut flush draw versus top pair, second best kicker, and this seems like the makings for just check, jam, seed, turn, and river. See what happens, but a big equity pot. Big spot for both. Big spot for the table.
Yeah, Paul most likely going to run it. Especially versus 300k. SPR going to the turn would be less than 1. And there are a ton of hands that Michael Seibert folds. We get to win the pot right here, right now. That's a huge win. Getting a bit of protection from overcards. Wouldn't fault him for ripping it in with the top pair.
Yeah.
Some ICM pressure as well, given the fact that Adamo is on 825k.
Solid.
Does announce himself.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, don't have a mid hand, but I got a strong hand.
Okay. Wow.
Paul thought he might have got, snapped off by 9s plus or whatever, but it's a fair fight.
It is a fair fight.
15 outs.
Yeah, 15 pure outs, 2 cards to come. Important turn card.
Yeah, look at the equities here, Jeff.
And then
My
River is
favorite with the 2 overs, a flush draw. 56%.
Turns so important. There are some dead turns, but also Paul, he can fade 1 and be the big favorite. So let's see what we get on the turn. Oh, GG. The turn, 0%. That is not a sweat. The deuce would have been much more exciting of a turn. Would have left it a favorite for Paul, but as it was not meant to be. One of your chip leaders is out, but again, extending. He's got the most cashes. He's got a ridiculous record at Triton. And just
it depends. Like if you're allowed to
take
breaks, like when people run across America.
Yeah.
Walk across America.
Look at Adamo just quietly sort of short stack, showing us his different gear today. He's had to find a way into the short stack play, and he is going to go all in with ace-9 in the cutoff. And I know everyone's eagerly awaiting to see a departure of him who's at the table. And look at this. We don't know what he has, but Tommy looks very interested. This could be big. This could be kings. This could be something that he's just can't believe that's happening. He's going to take his time. Let's see. What's he got? That's the king's face, I think. But it also could be a close spot. Nope, not folding kings. I think it just felt like he got him, but no, it's not there. Well, queen jack. All right, queen jack off. It was a close decision, not a bladed hand.
There we are. A warm welcome back inside our broadcast booth here at Casino Gran Via in Madrid. Ali Najad alongside Brian Czar-Rast, and we have a new feature table coming your way, which will include the likes of Phil Ivey. Always exciting to see him come out. He had such a wonderful run in Cyprus, Brian.
He did. He really knocked it down. Hadn't played many tournaments and jumped to the top of the PGT leaderboard, I think, in second. That's Philip No Home Jerome. But he might have a home here on Triton.
The overall chip leaders right now in event number 2 are 30,000 euro. No limit hold'em 7 max. Alexis Ponikovs. He's been flirting with the chip lead off and on. Kevin Paquet in second. Bruno Volkmann, a first-timer along with Paquet. So it's nice to see those first-timers making a big splash here as we turn our attention to the leaderboard at our featured table. And Ivy is currently sitting second, just a click back from the legendary Fedor Holz, who has come on down from Austria, playing under the German flag, has 700,000. Ivy was 695. Max Silver back at our featured table, just a click ahead of Pete Chen, playing under the Taiwanese flag. And then the two Americans, Eric Seidel and Nick Petrangelo, both sitting rather short with 16 big blinds. And those blinds are at 10 and 15,000 with a 15K ante. Those counts brought to you by GG Poker.
Oh, I just had.
And we are
I mean, he
away.
definitely called out of the small blind, but I don't know if this was the last hand.
I don't remember.
I might have been. You're saying I was button last hand.
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Getting things
I think Eric called out of the small blind.
going again.
I folded the button.
That was the last hand.
I folded the button, right?
I don't think there was one more hand after that. Do you remember, Phil?
Oh, there was a hand with. Yeah, it was a hand with me and Phil. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's good. It's good. He said it's good. Yeah.
So it's 10, 15.
Yeah.
Ah, yeah, right. You played one more. Yeah.
A little bit of debate amongst the players as to who had the small blind last hand, it would appear. Seems all sorted as we get underway with Pete Chen making it 30,000 to go. A first timer to Triton. Fedor shooting him a glance with this 7-5 offsuit before deciding to defend his big blind. And we'll have our first flop at this new featured table where just 36 players remain in the overall event. And that flop doesn't hit Fedor, but it smacks Pete Chen for top pair. Follow through and an easy takedown for the man who hails from Taiwan. And I had the privilege of actually going to a buddy's wedding out in Kaohsiung, the south part of Taiwan. Made my way up to Taipei, had a wonderful time. A beautiful country, Taiwan. Highly recommended. Jean-Robert Belland actually grew up, I think, in Taiwan, if I'm not mistaken. Went to an international school there. Spent many years out that way. Maria Ho, also from Taiwan.
Yeah, I have not been, but I would like to go.
From Group 1, Ace-King suited. Seidel opening to 30,000, and Mr. Chen has Ace-7 and a bit of a problem in the big blind here.
If I was gonna lay down a prediction for this table, I would say I would expect us to see a little bit less of kind of like wild and loose pre-flop play than the last time, but I do think there is pretty good potential for some sort of animal bluff to show itself, like a post-flop animal bluff at some point during the next 2 hours here.
Well, the
before end
potential
of the day.
in this spot here is not pretty good for animal bluffs, but it is pretty good for Pete Chen to lose some chips as he is flop top pair along with the backdoor hearts. Seidel follows through for 20K. Of course, Chen makes the call. And on the turn, he is unimproved as Seidel picks up an ace-high spade draw. Second check from Pete.
Yeah, definitely a hand if they were a lot deeper, you'd want to keep betting with the chance to make such a huge hand.
60,000 now to continue for Chen.
And Chen can't love it. That said, having an ace, having just defended the big blind, he has one of the better hands that he can have. Is going to go ahead and see the end.
And that end is actually a bit problematic because he's improved his hand courtesy of this 4.
Yeah, Eric really has almost no 4s at this point. I mean, the only 4, kind of maybe 5-4 suited, and there's only one combo of ace-4 suited Ace 4 diamonds, and if he was behind Ace 8, 9, or 10, he's chopping. So
Can I get a count, please?
I mean, 7 being a heart, slightly bad because he's blocking a few heart draws, but Seidel could also easily have spade draws because those got there on the turn and didn't get there on the river. Yeah, pretty tough spot here. I mean, he's also getting a pretty good price to call.
Super recently, or?
So, feel like a tough fold to find, but maybe he does, but probably he doesn't.
Chen blocks the heart just in case one of those king, queen of hearts, king, 10 of hearts, queen, 10 of hearts sorts of hands is just pressing.
But then after
he
day
has
7.
an ace. Seidel could have some non-heart kind of bluffs, like maybe hit like queen 10, even like potentially 5, 6 suited. Obviously backdoor spades. I mean, there's plenty of other hands other than just hearts that you can give your opponent. So,
What's happening? You got the mask on and the sunglasses, huh?
yeah, it's.
And the call made by Pete Chen, and this is a wonderful start to our feature table coverage for Eric Seidel.
Pretty good run up.
Slide 35. Where are you from?
China.
15K pot.
Wenzhou.
Guangzhou.
Wenzhou.
Yeah, we're
Zhejiang.
right from right by Hong Kong. Yeah, near hour, right?
Yeah.
Train, right?
No, Sloan. Not Saint City.
Different place.
Different place.
Okay.
And we have a new arrival.
Work in the second
But not
hand.
new to the stream.
No, not at all.
10K.
He lost his hand.
And the flop I have 3.
And guess what? We still get to see him play with Max Silver.
I bet if he reads
Yeah.
me,
Yeah.
Silver, of course, was
all in.
ready?
He called.
All right.
He have a 1% win in my hand.
You have
And the
kings and tens.
King 10. And the flop Jack 9 Queen.
He still telling that story.
Oh, I see.
Motherfucker. First one hand. He break my hand.
Lynn Verita coming in hot here with the bad beat story, apparently.
Yeah, and so we were referencing is earlier, much earlier in the day, but in the stream between Ali and me, we'd had a feeling that Max Silver was playing fast,
1%,
faster than we
1%
could see he was
win my
playing, but he didn't know most of those hands, and he was coming after him and
I never see
rifled it
if I
in with the
short back,
10-4 offsuit and ran into
If I-
queens
if-
and
if I short
was on
back,
his bicycle, but
free
you know,
Okay.
it was still in the
Split.
rebuy period, so here he
Okay.
is, and now we
Yeah.
get to see him and
But-
Max Silver play together, which should
Holden,
also be quite fun because he might still have that read on
he
him.
have
And
a
Rita still
5,
on Max's
45.
left.
Yep.
He have a 3 outs. King, 3 king,
Meanwhile,
only 3 king.
Folded around to the blinds.
Another one joined that. He joined that the hand to win. To win my
Chen
hand.
limping in, still licking his wounds after doubling up Seidel.
300.
Coming up
300.
short on an Ace-King 6 board is
He chips
Petrangelo.
350K in tournament chips.
If I double, 700.
Yeah,
Bottom pair and backdoor hearts for Chen, who checks it
I
over to
can't
Nikki
do that.
P.
that's okay. Maybe you'll double
Not
up
really
again.
a great
Yeah.
flop per Petrangelo
like-
range. Very understandable to check it back.
Another hand.
Now Nick does pick up a
mean,
gut shot
you
straight
rock
draw
that.
on the
You
turn.
need
Same
to
story
follow.
for Chen, better version.
We have to say first, like, how many chips did
Pete
he get
has
in
the
pre-flop?
pair,
Because he had aces,
Nick
he had
doesn't.
king 10. Like,
Yeah.
So
About half of them.
goes
The
ahead and
flop.
bets.
Jack 9 Queen
Still
again.
having
I
a
call
range
you
advantage
again.
at this point.
Only.
Petrangelo's in
Dodging
a
the
tricky
question,
spot 'cause now he has some equity with the gut shot
was that?
draw.
you were there?
Yeah.
How much did go in pre?
About half of
Calls
it.
here, he's got a bluff a decent amount on the river, and he decides to avoid it.
It was still a pretty like impressive beat as they come, but
But only. But
How'd the hand go?
raise 3-bet call and then open check.
No, bad.
Yeah,
Keep
check
falling.
all in call.
Okay.
Like a half pot. It was still.
Let's go. Cheapest go.
There is a look at Max Silver.
Take yeah.
Now, Rita Lynn. Ivy and holes into the muck. But the ace-7 on the button is certainly not muck bound. Chen with the min raise open. Seidel with 10-6 suited. Takes a pass.
Offsuit. I believe he would have played 10-6 suited there.
Was it? Yeah, okay, you're right. The club and a spade, yeah.
You like short deck, huh?
Yeah.
Better?
I play short deck and GG. Play online GG. But still lose too much money there. Almost 3 million. Almost 3 million I lost.
Hong Kong or US?
USD. Not Hong Kong, okay?
Okay.
Real money.
This dude's a real he's a fucking cash game beast.
Real money. Real money.
Sometimes with the
He remembers every hand we've played against each other. Telling you.
Wow, did you catch that?
Yeah, sometimes he
Read a
plays
lead.
full long deck.
Saying
Long
he's
deck's
dropped
better.
Huh?
Long
3
deck's
million
better.
US.
Yep.
Yeah.
Playing short deck on GG Poker. Mickey P apparently.
You didn't
involved
play
in some of
recently,
those
right?
contests.
On GG? No. You didn't play online recently, no? Right?
Right now, no play.
Yeah.
Stop play. Because lose too much. I have to stop.
They
Just
should
only
probably,
play in the home game.
they should probably have a half short deck, half long deck game.
That'd be cool.
deck.
Yeah, yeah.
Everybody could sign up.
That'd be great.
Well, there?
Yeah, I know.
Get you right on in there.
Teach me the rules.
Okay.
Okay.
1/3 PLO, 1/3 Hold'em, 1/3
fun.
short deck.
Yeah.
Sure.
The more games, the better for Phil.
Make it 11 game, why not?
Yeah. The more weird, stupid.
More funny. But I like more, for now, I like more Omaha. No short deck.
2 black 10s for holes. Opens to 30.
Wow.
Fedor just 28 years of age, his hometown. Saarbrücken, currently living in Vienna. He's here with his girlfriend. Now an entrepreneur, he says, as opposed to a professional poker player. He first learned to play 1 cent, 2 cent, believe it or not. And he is being 3-bet by the 2 kings of Pete Chen, who he's dressing down in an effort to pick up anything.
I mean, despite their relative positions being kind of early and tighter, I mean, he does have 2 10s, and the effective stacks here are like 22 blinds. So, I mean, he's going to be hard to get away from this one. He's probably just going to continue. His decision really kind of call re-raise, but I think he feels like maybe there's enough wiggle room here. You know, maybe my opponent's not 3-betting light enough to kind of jam.
Interestingly enough, this ace-high flop is going to be somewhat unwelcome for both players, who may be giving one another credit for some ace-x. Fedor going with the flow of play after calling the 85K pre, checking over to Pete. 210 in the middle, Chen with 245K behind, follows through for 50,000, south of a quarter pot.
Nick, no bluff.
You or me?
Toji?
No Tochi for me today.
Maybe.
You?
No Toji, but I still lose.
Behind a bigger pair, also behind an ace, but ahead of
No, Tochi
You
time.
see my
ahead of a
hand.
hand like
I always have
nines,
hand, always lose.
ahead of
Tochi time's over.
Broadways.
Rebuy, no more rebuys.
Wow, what a beautiful arrival on the turn for Pete Chen, who may be concerned about being
Second.
up against a pair of aces, but no longer an issue, as he has made the set. Holes, meanwhile.
I need to double up before I can bluff again.
I have double
pretty
too.
bad card for Fedor,
No, too much.
because if he
Mm,
was
cheap.
ahead of a hand like
Yeah.
King Jack, King Queen, King 10, he's now
200K.
behind.
Just 250K.
So it's going to be hard for him to continue here versus a bet.
One more.
I got 200.
I mean, if Pete
That's
knew what
okay,
Fader
still
had,
alive.
he would check back. but,
Wasted the whole day.
Even on the river
Yep.
after checking back here, it's not going to be a tough
Willing
call
for someone.
for Fedor.
Some hand.
So, I mean, one of the things Pete's thinking is, okay, if my opponent has an ace, there's a good chance I'll get more money on the river anyway. But maybe my opponent has a hand like a smaller pair or like an 8, and it'd be hard to continue if I bet here. So, you know, he's trying to decide what to do to get the most. And decides to end up betting, but in this particular situation, it's kind of hard to see how Fedor continues here with 2 10s.
Half of Pete Chen's remaining stack fired at this turn card, representing about a third pot. And Fedor is all done with the 2 10s. So a nice pickup from Pete Chen, who took a blow early against Seidel.
小北，现在台湾出来
Looking
的
to
时候
turn，things
应该
around.
你们那边还好出来哦。
没有问题啊。
啊？
都去哪里都可以啊。对。
你们好一点。
你呢？
我生活在欧洲，所以还好。像国内现在出不来，他们是出不来。像唐玄他们应该出不来的，没有签证怎么出？你 small blind？sorry， small blind 呢？
Max Silver on the button, feeling frisky. Oh, and he's got problems. This Phil Ivey in the big blind is most certainly going to defend, which he does with a dominant king. Also suited. And it's a king high flop. Things getting worse for Max Silver as Ivey checks it to him.
Yeah, Silver has backdoor hearts, top pair bad kicker. Ivey top pair pretty good kicker, and really one of the better hands he can kind of have. Ace king he probably 3-bets and aces. So other than some goofy 2 pair, pretty strong.
Now the 8 pairs on the turn.
So it's a card Ivey could have considered leading. He doesn't. Silver's in a spot where, I mean, he's behind 3 8s. There aren't a lot of draws on the flop. I mean, it's rainbow. There's only gutters. So he's beating a 4, does a 4 call. So yeah, checking back king 6 here is pretty good. And I mean, this is a spot where I expect Ivey to generally value bet his hand.
And that's exactly what he does, swinging 75K. And so Silver, as played, forced to pay off.
Last card.
Unpleasant experience there for Silver. No shame in it. Plenty of people have lost pots to Phil Ivey over the years, including in Cyprus, where he had those amazing results.
No, I think it was only.
Ivey with 5.7 million in career Triton earnings, 7 cashes and 2 titles, one of which he picked up in Cyprus in the 75K short deck just recently, and then back in Montenegro in 2018 in the 250K Hong Kong short deck. Meanwhile, Petrangelo with Queen 10 offsuit has shot it up. Silver in the cutoff with a couple of 6s.
200 even.
Yeah, the 6 is the hand with the difficult decision in this. likely dissuaded by Petrangelo's relatively early position here. Under the gun +1. Decided not to continue.
So Nicky P will pull back his chips. He's got 200K. That's not necessarily where we want to be this deep into the event, sitting on our starting stack. But he's still in action. That's the good news. And in other news, check out a reimagined poker game currently in development by the Triton poker team, where you level up your avatars in order to advance to new territories in a sci-fi, free-to-play, blockchain-based poker adventure. Give them a follow on Twitter at Triton Poker Game for the latest updates. And rumor has it that being early is plus EV.
Yeah, speaking of Nicky P, he's a person who I've having played with him and watched him a bit. Commentated a bit with him on streams. I'm routinely very impressed by his play and decisions.
Sound.
Yeah, well, I mean, he has heart as well. I mean, he's the guy who ripped the animal check raise bluff versus Paul Flaw yesterday, and I like the play.
But the spot was such that it made sense for him to get after it. Obviously, it didn't work out, but you know, Paul had to dig deep to make that call.
Yes, yeah, it was a very, I mean, it was a semi-heroic call by Paul there, and he was right. But it was a very interesting hand. My favorite hand from yesterday.
Interesting choice here for Ivy. Queen 10 suited.
I had to move both the kitties
Limp
out to get
open the button. Raising to 105,000 from the small with King 8 suited, and Ivy makes the call. 2 5s, 2 clubs, and an ace. Ivy with the second nut flush draw. Holes meanwhile with just King high.
This is going to be a tough flop for Fedor to win this pot here. I mean, with 240K in there, less than a 2-to-1 stack to pot ratio, Ivy has a pretty big hand, so Ivy's just generally going to win this. Now, Ivor's going to c-bet. Ivy's not going to fold. So unless the eventualities where Fedor wins, besides hitting a king or 8 and making it to showdown, are going to be ones where he kind of small bet jams or something, and Ivy doesn't get there.
Quarter pot follow through from Fedor does get called. And on the turn, he is unimproved. But if there's one thing that Fedor knows, it's that Phil Ivey is the kind of guy that very much can decide to get sticky and put you to the test. See if you've got that second barrel in you. Not necessarily because he's got a hand that he could go further with, but...
Well, I mean, the most likely hands Phil has at this point are an ace, most likely a weak one, 3 5s, or a flush draw. You know, you have to decide, like, are you really going to get Phil off of those hands at this point? I mean, he could have some other hands, but those are definitely, that's definitely the majority of his range at this point. So now Phil has to decide what he wants to do here. He might not really want to show down Queen 10, so he has to decide at some point if he's going to bluff it. And now this is one of the situations where maybe Fedor ends up winning this pot. Like, he made 2 pair. There's a good chance if he checks, there's a pretty good chance he's going to be faced a bluff here. You know, if he doesn't check, we might see a block bet, trying to control the size of the pot and kind of get to showdown with a hand that might win. But either way, check or block bet, Ivy will have a chance to bluff, and he might do it. Trying to show down king high here, queen high here is, it's dicey. Yeah, he does, but he's not going to like the news.
Well, would he have been able to get through the 8s and 5s with the right size?
I mean,
You have flush?
there's definitely a chance.
I have pair.
Yeah.
It's that limp on the button, though, that makes his hand somewhat suspect.
I believe Ivy just threw out a little little lie there. I think he said I had a pair.
He did. He had fives on the
I don't
board,
think
my
that
friend.
was the implication, kind of.
Rasty,
following the combo.
listen, he can get behind the technicals on that one. Meanwhile, Eric Seidel, the 62-year-old who lives in Vegas, originally from New York, opens the pot with this ace-6 suited, and now Fedor holds on the button, mulling it over with king-jack suited. Seidel originally learned to play at the infamous Mayfair Club out in New York, has fond memories of playing high-stakes cash games with the likes of Chip Breese and Doyle Brunson. Says he loves all of the cool locations associated with the Triton series, which Eric has been a supporter of late. He'll find himself up against Holes and Pietrangelo, heading to a paired flop with a couple of spades.
Holes with a potential candidate to bet here. King and Jack, backdoor clubs wrapped around the queen.
Note the equities in this spot. Both of the ace highs are actually not doing as well as the king-jack suited.
Well, I mean, it's not including the chop equity.
Well, what about now? The king of diamonds rolls off on the turn. It is quite clear that Holes is the dominant holding.
Yeah, like see right here it says 0, but that's because an ace would chop for them, right? But so it's not actually 0. It's 5 divided by 2. So they actually have a 2.5% equity.
Right, those percentages were to win outright versus the other.
Yeah. Fedor not going to go anywhere. Great turn card for him.
40K, the effort from Seidel. Such an absolute legend is Eric. Continues to play such a high level.
On the turn. Wow. And Eric bangs this off.
Somehow the 2-outer rolls right off after Holes decides to flat, playing the board kicker with his king.
So Eric wants to value bet versus a queen or a king. It being a spade, it's not quite so good because now there's in addition to like Jack 10 and Ace X, and there's spades as well got there. So it's not a great situation by Fedor. He's going to try to figure out like what bluffs does Eric have here, because I mean a lot of his kind of semi-bluffy type hands got there. Ace Jack, Ace 10, or Ace whatever, as we can see. Jack 10, spades. Just to think, what is Eric bluffing with here? Because the value bets are pretty clear. A flush or straight, or aces up or better. There aren't a ton of deuce hands, so. But, Ace X, pocket queens. What are the bluffs? Like, would Eric really take pocket 8 and go bet? That doesn't seem likely. So you're starting to run into, maybe like Jack 9, 10, 9, the gutters that didn't get there. Those are the most likely. But, blocking a Jack isn't really the best for that, right? So you're actually blocking 9 a little bit. So this is definitely a hand he could find a fold with.
And this is all stuff that is going through Fedor's mind. His hand looks so great on the turn, but truly the ace of spades is not a good look to have Eric barreling at you 100,000 on the heels of that turn 40K bet. And a third time being used.
We probably get new time banks tomorrow, so at this point he wants to take his time, work this one out.
Blocking with that jack of clubs.
I like it. I like this fold.
Yeah.
Not just because I can see Eric's hand. I do think his jack of clubs is a super below average card to have there.
Yeah.
To call with.
Yeah.
And I'm feel like Eric probably has a decent amount. It feels like probably a little bit weighted towards value bets.
Taking it away?
Nice fold, Fedor.
Yeah, top class stuff there from Holes. Who's made quite a name for himself. Says his favorite poker memory period is the £1 million Triton.
See you.
So I kind of think that river spot is a spot where I think a lot of population of players aren't going to be balanced enough towards bluffs because, like I said, it start to get hard to come out with enough hands. Like you have to start having some kind of like goofball hands that bet the turn.
These are 32
such as
players
like just
left?
say, you know,
Yeah,
not even the
32,
two gutters I named because that's not
Very good
actually
piece.
that many hands,
32
right?
player
But
left.
maybe even a hand like 8-7 suited that you just kind of decide to rando bet the turn with, and then like that hand's like a must follow through bluff on the river in order to be balanced on that run out. So I think that type of thinking is what led Fedor to be able to fold that hand, which was pretty good. So, you know, interesting spot.
No question. Ivy now in the big blind. Fedor under the gun. Take that back, Ivy. Was not in the big blind there. Appeared he had a big blind posted, but that was actually Rita Lynn's 15K.
How much?
And he faces 30K from Fedor Holes as the open and does not hesitate to just rip 240,000 in over the top.
No, aces. How can you do? I have eight big blind. Only have 8.
Chuckle from Fedor.
Fedor was not in a. He was in the hijack, so.
I like this Rita Lynn character.
Yeah. He's not afraid to put the money in. That's for sure.
No gamble, no future.
Well, in that case, Mr. Lin has quite the future.
Oh, I thought you were going to say in that case, you're going to eat the leftover seafood that you didn't refrigerate.
Message for my wife. No, woman.
There's no gamble, no future.
I have to go.
Wasabi fixes all of it.
What do you say? So I take a
The ancient foodborne illness eradicator? Is that what
It is a natural.
He's hilarious.
It naturally helps. I mean, there's a lot of raw fish, right, in the Japanese diet, and wasabi helps. The word is escaping me, but let's go with decontaminate, even though that's not really the right word. But yeah, it helps with that process, antibacterial. It's kind of like why it started getting used with sushi.
So it was more of a disinfectant.
A bit, yeah. That's my understanding about wasabi.
I tend to steer clear of culinary supplements that are employed more for their disinfectant purposes than they are for, let's go with maybe taste.
Yeah, but do you steer clear of the sushi? Who does? I mean, it's
be real.
Yeah, delicious, so why not?
Let's
And
drain
after
the
you
oceans
use-
while we can.
Listen, there aren't that many people that the very first time they tried wasabi are like, damn, this is delicious. But it is, after a bit, kind of an acquired taste, and now it always finds its way into my soy sauce. But yes, there's an actual functional reason, to my understanding,
starting
about
with
why it's
300?
there.
No.
Holes asking for a count on Petrangelo.
This is 235.
Open the cutoff with the ace-10. Has 235 back. And Fedor deems that enough. of an upside to defend his big with deuce 4 suited. Not the flop he had in mind. And not exactly a terrible one for Pietrangelo. He's got the ace of clubs working.
Not a terrible one for Fedor in the sense that his range has a lot more threes than the cutoff. So, you know, he's probably folding, but yeah, I mean, it's a spot where once in a while you might do something silly.
Why do you whisper it like that? I mean, I kind of know it works. It's like the evil. It's like that that little red-caped devil on your shoulder.
Exactly.
Just hits you with the pitchfork, and it's like, do it. Do it.
Don't do it. Oh, we did it. It's too late. What are you doing? Oh, he hasn't folded yet. This was a mistake.
I think we've both been in some spots in poker games where we've looked back at our shoulder and been like, you happy? You happy with how that worked out? Silver resists the temptation of ducklings.
Very respectful fold.
That leaves Ivy opening the button.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, and he's got Pete Chen's King 4 in a bad way. Unless, of course, it comes 8-5-4, where Pete has bottom pair, but still certainly the kind of board texture that could leave Ivy a winner if he got stubborn. As Pete does not have a spade. Kind of one of these nowhere to go sorts of hands.
Yeah, I mean,
20K into 85, though. He's going to tear one off.
Yeah, I mean, small enough bet. Let's see what happens.
Oh, and now Ivy hits a pair of nines, but a fourth spade hits the board.
So, I mean, Ivy going to be very happy to show this down. Now, the question is, will Pete Chen
play the board? Yes, he will, with the ace of spades on the end. But if you were going to say, will he bluff, or turn his hand into a bluff, rather?
This isn't the most interesting card for a bluff for me. I think like an offsuit ace or something would be more interesting, because at that point, really with a pair of fours, he kind of has like the nut worst hand he can have, given the flop call. I mean, how does he not have a bigger pair or a spade on the 9 of spades turn, right? But on the ace, it's a different story, kind of. I think the ace of spades on the river.
So both players check the turn and the river, and they'll carve it up, giving us an opportunity to change dealers.
I thought you were going to say giving us a chopportunity.
Well, it was a chopportunity, wasn't it? A look at the chip counts brought to you by Armand de Brignac. Champagne, better known as Ace of Spades. 10 and 20K blinds with a 20K ante are upon us. Ivy, your chip leader, in a fairly tight cluster in the top 3 spots. And Lynn Rueda and Max Silver, the shorties, with 14 bigs. Couple of suited deuces into the muck. And Fedor wants to dance with Jack 6 of clubs.
Feels like he's going to find a partner here.
Yeah, 10-8 offsuit for Nicky P. Feels like enough kit for him to continue. And indeed, he does. King, Queen, 7. Neither player hitting this flop.
Yeah, battle of the nothings. Fedor, though, with position as well as a range advantage on this board. having the pocket kings, the queens, and a higher percentage of. I mean, he's playing probably definitely king 7 and queen 7 suited, and probably king 7 off as well as king queen. So aces, ace king, and Nick getting a good price. I mean, he has the 10 of diamonds, some overs to the 7. Not quite enough, but he was thinking about it.
So that small follow-up for holes of 25K earns him the pot. When Fedor was asked who the most difficult opponent he has ever faced in poker is, he answered Artur Matarosian. Said he's extremely tough to play against. When we asked him what the largest cash game he's ever played was, he said 1K, 2K euro in Barcelona. Not clear whether or not that's no limit, or pot limit, or limit, but
I'm sure it's no limit.
that is the favorite, and if
It's
it
not
is,
1K, 2K limit.
That's a very big game.
It's 40K.
Pocket 4s for Ivy. Min raise.
A little bit of a tricky spot for Fedor.
You think he's making anything of the fact that Ivy opened to 30,000, which was the min raise at the 10 and 15 level? Might that have anything to do with Holz's choice here to move all in over the top of him for 635,000?
Oh, wow. I don't think so. I mean, I think given stacks here, 30 blinds, like I said, this is a bit of a tricky hand to play between flat, 3-bet, and jam. You know, like, what do? You can kind of make an argument for any of those.
265.
Petrangelo here.
265K.
265.
I mean, I think with only 12.5 blinds, kind of think his hand's a little bit too big. It's not clean, it's not decisive, but it probably ends up finding just enough here. I mean, he puts in 250. You got 50K in the blinds plus 290, so it's 340. So 250 to win 340. Yeah, I like this decision. It makes a lot of sense to me. I think it's the right
40,
one.
60.
So Petrangelo is going to spin the wheel against Fedor as Ivy's 2 4s hit the muck, and Holtz will be playing for 260K of his 635 as he pulls back the leftovers. And a very meaningful 600K pot hanging in the balance, as is Nick Petrangelo's tournament life here in event number 2.
This is the type of spot that I think, like, later in the tournament when there's ICM pressure, you see some folds there, but we're not at that juncture yet.
9 high flop.
Nick.
Ace jack still best.
No outs.
Turn doesn't change anything, so Nicky P
You
just
love
needs
the-
to fade.
You love the cards, man.
9 outs.
The king or the queen. Can he do it?
This dealer does a quick flip. Oh, not that time it fluttered.
I love it. I think it's cool. 7 of hearts seals the double for Nick Petrangelo. He takes a big bite.
I have to put you all in.
Out of holes, acquiring some Fedor bucks.
That dealer said that turn flip was like maximizing sweat equity. Just like slide it out face down and then quick flip. It's like, whoop, there
Well,
it
you want
is.
to rip the Band-Aid off.
Yeah.
You want a slow delivery of the Band-Aid and then the rip. And Nicky P's got a little breathing room now. Certainly not something that'll make the rest of the field happy. One of the toughest around.
Counts down his chips. He goes, okay, so now we can really make an animal bluff.
That's the first thought. It's like, finally, I'm back to where I can do it again.
I was handcuffed with this pre-flop nonsense, but now we're ready to go.
Hello, Needles.
Someone else is ready to go.
Mm-hmm.
And his name is Pete.
Upstairs to 40 dimes, and Max Silver has some issues with pocket sevens in the small off of 235K.
And after he puts it in, Pete's going to look over and say, that's Mr. Chen to you.
All in it goes, 245,000. That is likely going to make Rita Lynn's decision easy, but this is a man who leaves you uneasy at all times, given his willingness to gamble.
Yeah, he definitely likes to gamble pre-flop. And
not this time. And the snap call from Pete is the bad news for
7
Max.
always comes.
7-11. I think 7's come.
7-11.
Pushes back from the table right away. Getting a look at this devastating spot that he's in.
Could I have a sparkling water
put
with
all the
ice
tricks,
and
huh?
lemon? Thank you. He's pulling on all the tricks.
To the flop we
Oh
go,
my
and
God.
a 7 in the
7-11, he's
window.
coming.
He did it.
You good.
Silver already threw on the hoodie.
But 2 outs, 2 outs. Still have it.
Put your backpack on here.
It would be strong now as he just kept walking away.
Yeah, well, Max
Take off the microphone.
Just took his bathroom break.
I think he threw his backpack on as
Sure,
well.
I'm dead.
And a set of sevens, an improbable
You
double
always do
from
that like
Max
this. I wanna
Silver
leave.
through Pete Chen.
It works.
King
So it
10
doesn't.
would have beat aces as well.
Always
Still
lucky
lost
there.
to the set of
Just
sevens.
luck there.
Top
Sorry.
pair.
45? Oh, you can give me 5, it's fine.
I have a 10 and a king.
7 always comes.
Yeah, 7-11.
I knew it was a good choice to swap the seats out.
7-11.
7-11. Everybody told, tell, 7's coming.
It was around this stage of the tournament yesterday where Max was on the receiving end of a bad beat and was basically out of there, if I remember. And now he turned around and dished out the medicine as an underdog.
Thank you.
Well, what do they say? It's better to be lucky than good. Not that what he did was bad. Off of his stack size, moving all in with the 2 sevens was perfectly acceptable, and he just happened to run into it.
You know what, Mr. Chen? That's Mr. Silver to you.
And Mr. Silver is on the button here with King Queen, which has Petrangelo in a bad way. Nikki P open to 40,000. And that is more than 40,000. It is all of it. The newly minted 530K piles in there and collects another small haul.
My button, 10 euro, 10 euro.
So the takeaway is at around 25, 30 big blind stacks. Maybe you just jam the king queen off versus some late position opens. That would be my takeaway, because we're seeing the players seem to really like that play. Multiple times now.
Aces are sticky of late, and it is Petrangelo's turn.
no, Nicky P. This might be a little too weak for Fedor here. Let's see what he does.
20K for a shot at 90.
I mean, yeah, but he doesn't have very much behind. He's going to go for it. This is...
At 250 in weight?
Most likely he gets into
315
trouble,
back.
and then once in a while he probably doubles through Nick. Oh, that's exactly what I was saying. Most likely he gets into trouble. If somehow he can beat aces, he's doubling up.
8 high rainbow board, giving holes middle pair as he checks it over to Nicky P with a buck-10 in the middle.
Nick with a hand you could check back here, actually. I'm not saying you should for sure, but aces is one of those hands on these kind of boards where, because there's no overcards, you definitely go either way with it. You bet or check. Fedor not going anywhere. Trying to decide kind of how do I want to play this hand? What am I doing on various turns? There could be some turns he leads. Let's take his time, think this one out. Oh wow. Sorry, Nick. You're doubling
Trip
up Fedor.
4s on the turn for Fedor holes. A disaster for Nick Petrangelo's pocket aces. The only silver lining that he has holes covered.
And 2 aces. The other silver lining. But that's microscopic silver lining at that measly 4%. So as I said, there would be some turn cards Fedor led, and this was one of them. And you know, obviously Nick is aware that Fedor can have 4s. Fedor's aware that he can have 4s. He does actually have a 4. He has the 4 advantage as the big blind, but 2 aces is just a lot of hand at this point. Fedor could even be doing this for value with an 8 protection value, merge as a deuce, and obviously some no pair hands. 5, 6, etc.
$210,000 back for holes.
Most likely sizing all in. I mean, it's only 2/3 pot. Could do less. You know, one of those things that like leaves a little bit behind, like 190 or something. But I mean, I can't even see Petrangelo not really snap calling. Yeah.
Holes. Moves all in for 210K. Petrangelo does make the call quickly. And also issues payment quickly.
What is it?
100, 175, 210.
Nice infusion of chips for Fedor holes, as he will haul it in.
And the mighty aces felled by the 4-7 offsuit.
It happens. That's precisely why holes chose to defend. It's with the right combination of board textures versus what from time to time is certainly a big pair for Nicky P. Holes can do exactly what he did there, and that is double up.
Nick gonna face the bad news of the big blind next hand. 40K, 20% of his chips.
Not a good feeling. And is it an all-in from Verita Lynn? Yes, it is. Sitting on ace deuce suited.
I think technically he left 5K behind, but
yeah.
Oh, yep, you're right. For all intents and purposes, it's all in, but of course the players like to pull this move just in case disaster ensues behind them, though typically we see it at the final table.
Yeah, I mean, there's
more
no
often
icy
when
on
we're
the
in the
hairs.
money, so.
There's no situation where he's not putting the 5 in. Even if it was like everyone went all in behind him, he would still do it. So it's just one of those kind of like funsies, you know, like style points, right?
Chop, chop.
You know, like when a player like shoves in the stack and has like their card protector on top or something, you know, it's a style thing. There was no substance to that, so to speak.
Well, there's some substance to the ace-3 for Pete Chen up against an ace-deuce on a paired flop. It looks very likely that these two hands are going to chop it up. And sure enough, they'll do just that.
Split the money the feeder.
Yummy.
Kind of sick that you can chop a hand and lose money.
I think H2, H3 always chop almost, no?
You got about 15K.
50-50。这种牌的话，我们封牌的概率很高吧？
是。
只有17、20。
你好一点呢，你有同花。
我同花多个6百分比。4。
Ace-deuce in the cutoff for Ivy. Sat it out.
It's technically the correct decision, I believe.
Teachable moment, perhaps, for those that get a little bit too excited by having an ace pre-flop. Not all the aces are created equal, and not all positions call for the same navigations. As Pete Chen will limp in with the 5-deuce suited. Petrangelo says run it, and neither player hits the 2-spade, 2-7, and a king flop.
Petrangelo with a lot more going on here. Some bigger cards, a spade. So
no betting on the flop, ace on the turn. Petrangelo picking up the Broadway gutty.
yeah, I mean, Pete might stab here, thinking, okay, I have a little bit of a range advantage. I'm the person who voluntarily played my hand and my opponent didn't raise. But this is a spot where I kind of think Nicky P is going to get sticky, yes, because with the gutter and jack high, just a little too much, getting 4-1.
And now both players are playing the board after the third 7 comes off the deck. Does Pete Chen have one more in the barrel? He does not. And Nicky P happily checks back.
Does not seem very pleased with some of these runouts. A bit of a grimace, I feel. Not pronounced, but like, okay, aces lose. Okay. My opponent's just got no pair, no draw.
What's the take?
Problem. Counting it down. No more animal bluffs with this stack.
No. We are out of animal bluff depth for Nicky P. And also, even if he did have the chips, right now we're not feeling quite swaggy enough. A bit deflated.
You know, I take a look in that man's eyes beneath his cap, and I don't think there's any amount of deflation that takes the animal bluff out of him.
Maybe deuce.
Chip handcuffness, that could definitely do it. He could have lost 20 pots in a row, but when that spot comes up on 21, Nicky P is ready to go.
Nick, let's have it.
Well, he'll be ready to go here in the small blind with ace-8 suited.
seeing some call action here.
Yeah, just a limp. Max Silver seemed to think about it, but content to just take a look at a flop with 7-5, which doesn't produce anything for him. Mickey P's ace high, still best.
Interesting flop where Silver has slightly more deuces than Petrangelo, but Petrangelo is the one who indefinitely, really, I mean, given the limp, I mean, Silver basically never has pocket pairs on these stack depths. Petrangelo with the kind of non-standard play of not jamming the 10 blinds. So, Petrangelo's certainly not done with ace high at this juncture.
Check calls the 20K from Max Silver. Neither player with a diamond draw.
So, how will Silver play it? Seems like this isn't a hand that double barrels turn very much, but could go with the check back turn and potentially bluff river, repping, you know, a number of hands that decide to check back for value or get there. But also could just give up. Don't always have to bluff. Could just have taken a shot on the flop. I mean, to me, Nick here is, this is just a 100% check spot. Don't really even see the value in block betting, and you want to show down. There's no bluff with ace high. So now it's up to Silver.
And Silver will give up. Took his one shot on the flop.
I had an Aria tournament like a month ago, and it might have been a blind versus blind spot where I was in the small blind and I was in the big blind. I did something just like what Silver did.
I can't handle
that
limps.
check
Once the
turn
limp
and
comes
like
in, it's just
bluffed river.
Always out the window.
And Nicky P laid down a pretty nasty call on me with like jack high.
Really?
It was good.
Ay, ay,
yeah.
ay.
Yeah.
But Nick, that hand's meant to be a shove, just so you know.
They can all shove, right?
Oh, you can do whatever you want. My friend was playing the World Series, and the guy next on his right was using Snapchat every hand. He had like 25 blinds. So falls around to this guy. He goes all in from small blind. My friend looks down at 2 queens. He calls, and the guy has 2 kings because kings was in the range for 25 blinds.
Yeah. Are you gonna? When are you gonna give him the good shit?
Is it 50?
40. Yeah. Yeah.
Beautiful ace king suited here under the gun for Ivy.
I got one here.
Am I moving pots?
That's fine.
I don't care. I'll just.
Min raise open. And Rita Lynn with queen 8 off. Calls the extra 20 and flops himself a gut shot straight draw with backdoor clubs up against top pair.
Just enough to maybe get him in trouble against the hand at these stack depths that Ivy's going to be more than happy to get all in.
There you go. Oh, he jumped at 9.
Wow, and he leads, which is very unconventional. Because
queen 7?
From a range perspective, this is a board
Oh,
that
with
really
the
favors under the gun.
It's probably cool.
Ivy did not waste any time whatsoever piling.
Yeah, no, obviously it's a fold and regular entry, but with big entry, I think it's
25K.
Pretty hard to call it off.
You're already paying
even
like
if you
actually
wanna
like
gamble.
1.5 times smaller, whatever. It's like 6 blinds for already. It happens. I mean, probably a very small mistake.
Watch out.
Nice pickup for Phil.
Yours, yeah? Yeah, that's yours.
Big pair. Yeah.
More and more players hitting the rail as we get deeper and deeper into the evening here in Madrid in event number 2 of the Triton Super High Roller Series.
What?
Wow. And the 2 chip leaders are on the same table. Rui Cao and Kevin Pak, both with
So you-
1.5
Nikki?
million. Roy Cow apparently with 10,000 more, 1.51. Both at table 3. But this tournament is moving. The chip leaders only have 75 blinds.
This is all-star table, huh?
Petrangelo
Mr.
with the
Ivy,
Jack 10
Mr. Halls,
offsuit.
P, Max Silver, Pete Chen from Taiwan, and 2 of us. Rui, you, me, and you, and the 2 others, you know.
Michael
Not
Soiza
too bad.
Not sure I deserve a name.
has joined the
mention of this.
festivities here.
Fucking look at
Very
your
humble
Read
introduction.
that snapshot, bro. What are you talking about? Huh? Nah, man, like 800.
Well, this is a trouble flop here for
Yeah.
Nicky P. Rast.
Yeah, poor Nicky P. Just nothing's going his way, and in
Did
all
Adamo bust yet? So we
likelihood,
have a
this
chance.
is getting
Say
in
what?
on the flop.
Did Adamo bust this yet? So we have a chance.
Still
15K
there.
back.
Yeah, I
it's
mean,
not busting.
10K.
It's grinding out. It's 10 BB or whatever. It's going to come back strong.
We're just playing
Nick, you're
second.
sitting
Yeah,
here.
for sure.
You have a basically
I take
2 to 1
second every
stack to
time,
pot
man, if I get
ratio. You have
2Ks.
top pair. You're against the big blind.
I'll take a big
You
cash.
bet with the intention that
Let's start with the mean cash, huh?
I'm going to get it in if my opponent
How many in for? 1?
raises. And if
what?
you're Ivy, you're like, well,
I'm in for 3.
I have top pair,
That's
top
pretty
kicker.
fucking quick.
So
1 donation to
definitely want to get
non-donation.
it
I
in
think
versus
it's
the
good bluff,
hijack.
but yeah.
So
Yeah.
most likely, sorry, Nicky P, you're going to be on your bicycle. Just not a very good run of cards today. my
No,
friend.
not at all. And it started when the aces unraveled against Fedor Holz, who made trip 4s on the turn. And will Ivy be finishing the job here as his ace-10 has Petrangelo's Jack-10 in awful shape? Well, now another 8 and the players would chop. Jack, of course, would give Petrangelo the outright win.
Feel
Another
like that's
10
the
would have
game.
worked as well, but instead it is the 3 of hearts. And just like that, it is showers for Nick Petrangelo.
You been playing a lot or not so much?
Oh, no,
Not at all.
not at all.
No shame in it whatsoever.
You have 2 kids.
2 kids.
How old are they?
4 and 2.
Far be it from either of us to
Gotta commit the
think
time
that
then.
there was some sort of different
Really haven't
outcome
played poker in the last
that could
2
have
years.
gone
I mean, for your kids, it's
Nick's
like
way,
important time now, right?
Yeah.
given the hands he was dealt and the situations he was in. Sometimes you just catch a cold one.
Yeah, sometimes there's literally nothing you can do. You just can't win
My
every
bottom.
one, and it's literally 100% true in poker. You know, some competitions that don't involve as much luck as poker do offer opportunities
It was all in on the flop, no?
for winning almost every one or a lot of them. But poker, it's, you know, it's there's just a luck element that's big enough that that is not at all really realistic or even possible from a probabilistic standpoint. So, you know, you just try your best and the cards fall where they may. And if you're playing really well and better than the people you're playing with, over the long haul, you'll do better.
You have like 500.
Tournament to tournament, you cannot rely on winning.
How much?
Well,
No,
Rita
no,
Lynn
no,
is going to
ten.
rely on
It's
Jack
a
9
small.
suited
It's a
on the
small.
button.
Take it easy, take it easy, man.
The small blind with ace deuce. Rita
Fredo,
saying, take it easy.
call me.
Oh no.
I need you to call me, save me.
Can't.
Why? Why you fall? It's not too much.
Next time I will.
Next time I fall.
Lynn will pick up an orbit's worth of biscuits.
Wow, after watching that, it's like Fedor was talking to us. Next time I will. And then he looked right at the camera. Like I'm being serious with this one. No smile, didn't crack.
Mark my words.
Next time I call.
I'm on tape.
Look at the camera. Write that one down.
King Jack offsuit from Max Silver. Comes out swinging.
All right. How's Pete going to play this one here? 10 bigs. Just goes for the call.
Five in the window. Advantage Pete. Middle pair.
So many chips in the pot. I mean, this is a spot where you'll sometimes see leads from the big blind, even though he checked. Silver decides to bet. Definitely going to get called here.
Putting Pete Chen all in to the test with just king high.
Yeah, well, I mean, Silver definitely doesn't expect him to fold a pair, I would think. I think it's more a situation where he'd like to just pick up the pot times
this level?
that Pete Chen has nothing,
And,
or even let's say a
beginning
hand
tomorrow,
like
And
8,
then
9.
go home.
You know, 10,
No go home.
6.
Still play cash game.
They're all
Still play?
hands that have
Yeah.
a decent amount of equity, and you want to deny
Short
it.
deck?
No.
Order?
Omaha.
Omaha.
Yep.
Okay. What stakes?
100, 200.
This would be a very tight fold.
One play?
One, I think. I mean,
I
when
don't
you
play
defend, yeah.
You have like ace 8.
I hesitate, but had he called, because I wouldn't have said it otherwise, but it would be a bad fold. You can't defend ace 5 off and with like 9 blinds.
And get that flop in
Yeah.
particular
I mean, no.
and fold. But obviously when Silver puts you all in like that with seemingly no hesitation, you do have those visions in your mind of the overpair.
Yeah, no, I mean, you know, it's not great. You're not super happy about it, but sometimes you just have to go with it.
Anything but a king or a jack on the end, and Pete would have been super happy about it, but instead it is a jack of clubs, giving Silver the best hand, and really heartless run out there.
Yeah, but well played, Pete. I mean, that was the correct call, so I mean, you just got unlucky.
GG.
GG.
Yeah. Probably.
I mean,
Just a little drummer.
thing is,
Yeah?
you know, there's a saying,
would be
sometimes
funny.
you win, sometimes you learn.
My sister's
In this particular spot, I would hope Pete or no one at home learns the lesson that he should have folded, because that was a good call. But sometimes you make the right play and lose, whereas if you made the wrong play, you would win.
Well, there's no way to lose when you make the call to sign up at GG Poker. Always a good decision, and the reason you can't lose is because they'll match your first deposit up to $600 or give you $100 in rewards, not to mention a free $50 Global Millions ticket. Our daily Triton free rolls are available to you just by signing up and using the sign-up code Triton2022 over at GG Poker. Up to 10 and a
very
quarter
likely to
now
get
with
a
the
very nice
25,000
family because
ante.
only a few people do it. So here's
down
a
to just
Got to be twice.
Russia is
20.
really good.
5 players, 93 entries.
Nice families do it, so.
I kind of want to get that
No too much.
Daniel Negreanu
Not too much.
dollar sign
20K.
bobblehead
How much is it?
NFT.
200K.
There's the yellow, but the green dollar sign will be a 1 of 1. Mark my words.
Can I order mineral water
It's a small blind. or
in a
big?
glass?
I'm big blind.
Glass bottle?
Come on, call me.
205, right?
Yeah.
Rita
Call me,
Lynn
call me.
looking for
I want a
action.
double.
I know you want to double up, bro, but I can't help you. Good. King is good.
Do you change?
Always king.
Say what?
Oh, we're already up, sorry.
Yeah, it's up, yeah.
So is, by the way, a real favorite.
Still alive. Still alive.
Almost $4
You
million
only need all
in
the
career
chips at the
Triton
end.
wins.
I need 2 double.
Oh, wow.
Get the
almost
final
4 million.
7 cashes total.
It's
And
true.
it was his
If I have
very
Yeah,
first ever Triton
Yeah, I got it in
event
force against Ace 7 suited for the win.
in Jeju in
Yeah, you have a good
2019,
chance.
which was a
Yeah.
6 max no
Yeah.
limit, where he won his title.
You gotta win the flips, you know.
500 Hong
Fucking
Kong
So 2 doubles.
2 double.
buy-in,
Yes, 2 double.
500K,
I
of
win.
course.
The structure, I mean, like, it was so short towards the end, you know, like, everybody's like 20 big blind. anybody's game, pretty much.
Playing under the Malaysian flag.
25 now?
Really enjoy Soiza,
Yes.
by the
Yeah.
way. We had an opportunity to chat with him toward the end of Cyprus.
No, I need a
after we
glass
wrapped
bottle.
up
Glass
the
bottle.
mini-series there.
Also a very talented player.
Mm-hmm.
Glass.
Being overly modest when he
Glass.
joined the table, and he's like, "Oh, this is a table full of legends," and basically named everyone.
This one.
And then me and this other guy. But you know,
160.
he's 4 million in Triton wins. He's playing these high rollers. When you watch him, he makes a lot of good decisions. So, wow, and silver. Okay, so this is a thing versus a wide dealer opening range. You take some of these kind of big little offsuit hands and sometimes 3-bet them. You have some good anti-blocker effects there with the kings and queens that you do it with a lot. But Fedor
Max
with
was
just
just
too much
asking-
hand to let this get through.
That is the real seat. What are you talking about? That's the real seat 5. It's the only seat
And
5.
now we get to see an interesting pot here. A lot of money
Max
in the
was just
middle
asking if
and
you're
two.
still in, you know. That means we can't win. We come for second,
Not
you know.
amazing hands, one considerably better than the other, but
Say what? Short stack, yeah, but that's how you do it.
King
you know.
10 and
Grind it
Queen
away, and
7.
Next thing, boom, boom, boom. Chip
Paulus
leader.
flops the open ender, backdoor spades,
Agdamo.
silver
Boom, boom,
with the
boom.
gutty,
Always win.
and Queen high.
Never lose.
I wouldn't say
Silver has an
always, but you know, he
interesting
wins pretty
hand
often.
to
Always 80%.
bluff with, in the sense that
700.
You have Chibini leader
kind
now.
of hard to have a worse
I'm not chip leader.
hand to show down that has blockers that are relevant to this, right?
Yeah, good.
So, will he find a way to turn it into a bluff?
So Queen 7 is a call, right? Yeah, big blind empty, check.
So far,
Oh well.
he's checking.
I mean, I kind of think if Fedor bets here, he's just done. This is kind of a check give up, but on check eventualities, maybe he finds some bluffs on turns or rivers. So
Could have altered the course of history.
Fedor, of course, doesn't know this, just trying to decide what to do.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
a spot where
chaos
if he
theory,
bets
right?
here, kind of is stuck going with his hand. A little too much equity. The open-ended, the overcard with the king, and the backdoor spades. So, tricky spot. Yeah. Very reasonable check.
And why not bet on the strength of the King 10? Is it?
I mean, do you really want to get in 1.5x the pot here? A lot of chips with the king high when you bet. I mean, it's not like you're really a favorite. So, you have a hand that can be sticky on turns and call in position and potentially bluff. But this is a pot where both players are going to, at some point, be thinking, hey, I need a bluff to win this.
140.
So, and this is a great card for silver to bluff. With a 6 is like way above average, like bluff card for him. I expect Fedor to call here, and then we'll see an interesting river.
Well, silver bets 140K
Good.
after picking up
Water, yeah.
a two-way straight draw.
I like it. It's interesting.
Pretty good, right?
The
So
taste
Fedor
to it,
ends up
right?
calling with
Salty.
a hand that turns into one of his best bluffs on the river, especially when hearts miss, because he's unblocking hearts and has only king high, but a good enough hand with only king high to call here. So,
Which
yeah.
he does. Another 280,000 sliding into the middle.
Some water you're drinking, you're more thirsty.
All right.
Backdoor hearts get there.
This is the battle of who's going to bluff.
This one's pretty good.
Whoever bluffs wins.
Salty? But salt is good for you.
I mean, silver bluffed first. Neither of
for
them
body.
have a heart. I mean, if silver had queen
Mineral
7 with a
water.
heart here, I think he's just like auto bluffing. But without a heart, he could maybe talk himself out of it. But, I mean, the ace is not a good card for Fedor, really. Silver's going to have more aces than Holtz, the way this played. So I kind of think silver
Can you take a hot water?
will bluff.
inside?
But if he
Hot water,
doesn't,
please.
bluff, I think Fedor's bluffing like all lay like 8-1 or 9-1 or some insane price. But I just feel like silver probably bluffs here.
Well, we've seen Max shut it down, but obviously
Can I get a...
We've also seen him
he
go
would love
for
to.
it.
water?
Yeah, he would love to pick up this 635K.
All right, 9-1's on the table, Ali. You can bet up to to 2,000.
I would rather be on your side.
You got 18. You can win 18 dimes, my friend.
But this king high.
All right.
Doesn't feel like it has a whole lot of showdown value in this spot. And when that's the case, players in position tend to get after it. Fedor so deliberate. Taking his time.
9-1 is off the table.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Now it's what, 7-1?
I mean, it's on the table, but you can only.
Oh, wow. I could have had 9-1 on 2 dimes,
You could have
Ras.
picked me for 18. Wow, I'm glad you didn't do that.
6.
So holes.
Nothing. Nothing.
With the
If I only had that,
Well,
might have gone for it.
Kind of a sick check
If I
back there,
bet some
and he was
body
kind of
bet,
right that
win.
he could win a few times.
Which he does with the king high. It's not as though he had to bluff in order to show down and win the pot. But
although
it was ambitious to think that a showdown that
You know what he's
King 10
thinking though?
I
is a lot of
I
these
was thinking that.
hands, he's actually beating
Video exact hand.
all the king little
Bluff.
and queen little.
Block out
I
that.
felt worse when you checked.
I know. I
8-9
thought that.
jacks.
I could see that.
So really nice find by Fedor with the check back there, and it turned out to work there. So I'm glad you didn't pick me off, because my 9-1 might not have been a great offer.
I might have ruined your night there. Well, Lynn Rueda needs some spins, as does Michael Adamo, who will be a new arrival here to the featured table. Seated right there in the middle. Chip leader is Fedor Holtz, who just picked up that pot ahead of Ivy and Soiza. Silver in 4th. Those counts brought to you by GG Poker, of course.
Changed much, right?
Adamo coming off of a victory in event number 1, beating Michael Soiza heads up. Soiza came into that final table. Head up play with a 2-1 chip lead.
All I can do is just get it in bad and suck out. That's my main skill.
7s was against Pete as well.
I was sitting there thinking about it.
His
And
debut
he wasn't
Triton.
doing it, and I'm like, I changed my mind. I realized.
You
It was
reserved
like
the right
Triton event.
well, I mean, the offer was out
update.
there, but I'm like,
the Pete
all the
Chen
like
guy that was
queen
sitting
3
there,
off, king 4
in my
off.
seat.
He's just
Yeah.
beating them.
No, I've seen him around loads.
An ace
No,
might
for
call
Triton.
him. Yeah, 91's
Yeah,
too
yeah.
much.
Triton.
I would have thought he'd be a familiar face.
Yeah, he plays everything, but not Triton.
Yeah,
Not
okay.
like 25K and below.
Holes is open to 50,000 from the hijack here. Adamo in the cutoff. Decides to call. Has Fedor pipped. Oh, hello, ace-queen out of the small blind for Max Silver with a raise and a flat in front of him. Obviously, the hand's not going into the muck, but do we skew toward the flat on occasion?
No, I think he's jamming. I mean, the thing is, the blinds have gone up so much, he doesn't even have 20 blinds here.
All in?
So
Yeah, sure enough, he's going to move all in.
3 kings are out. Not that anyone's going to call him, I think, but
Match is up. 460 or something like that.
More do you?
I mean, the crazy thing is actually, Damo's not getting like the worst price here.
How do you chip?
Holes out of the way.
Oh, sorry, they're one shot. It's
So there's 300
it's 450.
plus 50 plus 50
How do you chip?
plus 50. So he's getting 450. He has to call 250 to win 450. I mean, it's pretty insane. Actually, it's pretty close to 2-1.
Still
Technically, it's actually pretty
still
close to a call. But I mean, we can see that with 2 kings out, his odds are actually kind of definitely lower than the 40% we see.
His assessment of whether or not this is the right spot and the right price also has something to do with the range of hands that he
250.
thinks
Always
Max
the
Silver would
250.
make this move with.
No, I can win.
I'm pretty sure he's going to, I mean, Silver has to have a pretty good hand here. He's going to get called quite a bit. He's going to have pretty good aces, maybe some suited broadways, pairs. You know, maybe dipping down to stuff like ace-8 suited, but pair, not even all pairs. I mean, it's going to be stuff like, it's probably somewhere around like 7s plus. Yeah, like the thing though is that, again, the blinds, that's 50, plus the open 50, plus his 50, and the 300, that's 450. So it's pretty clean math, 250 to win 450. Right, so I mean, it's not quite 3 to 1. He probably needs something like 37 or 8% equity. There's very little ICM. I think we're still pretty far out of the money, right? 24, we're starting to get close-ish, right? Payouts how many? Payouts 13, yeah. So I mean, we are starting to get to some ICM effects with this stack.
And wow, a begrudging call there by Adamo, who is obviously not pleased to be looking up at ace-queen, but he always knew there was a good chance that King-9 suited wasn't going to be the best hand going to the flop. It's far from over, though. He's got 40% equity, a 3-2 dog.
3 out, 5 out.
He is covered.
I have 1 king.
Just for
man. I tell the truth.
Educational purposes, I'll run this hand for the viewers at home pre-flop with 2 dead kings.
Oh, a 9-8-5 board. Adamo smacks top pair, and suddenly he's got a lot more pep in his step, as it is Max Silver who needs to improve to send Adamo packing.
So, I mean, if you take...
And now Max draws dead, courtesy of the third 9 on the turn. The river will be inconsequential.
So if you take 2 kings out, it goes from 60-40. Now, I'm not removing the other cards, right, because I don't remember what they are, basically. But if you just remove 2 kings from the deck only, it goes from 60-40 to 69-31. So obviously, there was an 8 as well, right? So king, 8, and I don't remember, was the other one a 3? So let's take those out. So, I mean, yeah, it's 68-32 if you remove the king 8 and the king 3.
Well, whatever it is, Rast, it's working for Adamo. And it's also much to the disappointment of the remainder of the field, who are going to have to contend with the man who has just recently demonstrated he is still on fire.
I mean, as we can see with that hand, I mean, Adamo's playing to win. That hand right there is not the play of a man who is trying to slide into the money.
Huh? I also want a double.
Yeah, I would say that's right. He's not trying to grind down that
min cash.
Remaining, you know, I don't want to call it a nub, but certainly not a stack off of which he'd be able to operate meaningfully.
Yeah, I mean, we're not too far out of the money.
Look at this. Holds under the gun. 2 aces, opens to 50K, and now Adamo, fresh off of the double up, sitting on 710K, and covered by Fedor, has a couple of jacks, and
135.
fuse gets lit as he shoots it up to 135K.
Now Fedor, just with the decision here, call, or I mean, there's no real 4-bet fold. I mean, they're not really deep enough for that, so call or jam. It's arguments for either play. What is he going to go with? He's going to think about it. I mean, aces is definitely a hand you can slow play here. I mean, because you're going to have a bunch of hands, especially for a 3-bet of this size, that are more speculative, that you're going to want to just flat. So, I mean, yeah, this is a pretty reasonable spot to
below
slow
700,
play.
right?
Slippery.
Yeah.
Gut shot straight draw materializes for Adamo.
Yeah, so how will Adamo play it? I mean, Fedor's probably checking this to the pre-flop raiser. And Adamo could bet. If you bet this, can't really get away from it. Could easily check it back. Not the best spot to get check raised. Get in the rest. Maybe when you're beat, if you check back, you can potentially not lose all your chips. But again, Adamo hasn't shown to be a guy who really cares about that too much. But yeah, I think this check is very reasonable. Makes a lot of sense. Bad card for Adamo.
Deuce of clubs looks so innocent.
I mean, like, if Fedor just goes, I mean, a really reasonable line from here for Fedor to get max value and potentially stack his opponent is just basically bet turn and then bet the rest on the river, just kind of coming out with what sizes he wants to do this with geometrically. And Adamo was like never folding the turn here, ever. So, you know, that's the most likely way I think this hand plays out. And then, you know, I'll have a decision on
Even
the
if
river.
Fedor were to pile in and ask for the full 575 at this point?
No. Like I said, bet turn, bet river. Asking for the rest on the river.
Right.
Yeah, working
He's
out
never
his
folding the turn to a sizing that
he's never, well,
enables.
I mean, I don't think Fedor jams here. He might, but even versus a jam, I mean, he might not fold the turn with his...
The 2 aces are vulnerable on this board texture, though, so there is some argument to making this turn bet meaty enough
for
to make sure that you're charging the right price to any hand that is in there wanting to improve.
And he did charge a reasonable price here. 210 is, you know, I mean, that's like basically 2/3 pot. And it's a tough spot for Adamo, but I mean, this would be a big hand to fold, given the action. Re-raise, check back. I mean, he's going to have some air here, like ace-x, potentially even some, like, I mean, definitely some weaker hands than 2 jacks. So, yeah, it would be a bit of a wild fold. But, you know, let's see what happens on the river.
So Adamo makes the call as another 420 slides in, and we've got a 3/4 million chip pot on the river as the unimproved jacks await Fedor's decision.
I mean, most likely Adamo's going to pay off this river as well, I think. I mean, there's definitely bluffs Fedor can have, diamonds. Fedor could, you know, turn some straight draw type hands. I mean, Adamo's blocking king-jack, potentially like king-9 suited. You know, would Fedor bluff ace-9 suited here?
Stop play now.
You know, ace-9 suited doesn't really have much showdown.
What's happened?
Adamo can easily have hands like ace-king and ace-jack.
What happened?
So I'm playing short deck now.
Oh, short deck?
Yeah.
When? There?
Right now. Oh, it's gone back.
Back.
But yeah, I mean, as played, Fedor's
Short
just going to
deck.
jam. And
Tomorrow.
the question is, what will Adamo do?
You're going to play
I mean,
something for sure.
kind of lean towards he's going to call, but he's definitely going to think about it.
What's interesting about the jam is the way in which it sort of polarizes Fedor's hand.
Yeah, I mean, like, does Fedor really do this with, like, a 10? Like, the sick thing for Adamo is he's kind of, like, on the, like, is he ever really doing this with a hand worse than jacks? But, like,
no, but this
almost
isn't
all
a
hands
question.
better than jacks, Fedor might do this with. Like, what if Fedor has ace-queen or king-queen? Like,
but it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be like a 10. Those middling hands that have showdown value that take this line
No,
that
they
the
probably
jacks
don't.
beat. It's the air.
yeah,
right?
no, but that's the sick thing about Adamo's hand is it's kind of like almost like right on the breaking point where almost all hands better than his hand might take this line, but almost no hands, value hands worse than his hand take this line. So he's like kind of bluff catching basically.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but he's getting a good price. I mean, he's getting 3-1. So, you know, he has to decide like how good is having 2 jacks? Like, am I blocking more value hands or bluffs? Like, honestly,
Doesn't Queen X come with something a little milkier though?
I mean, not really. It's like
No,
basically
just call
betting
for the
half
full
pot.
money.
I mean, blocking king jack, which is a somewhat likely hand for Fedor to do this with as a bluff, is not good. So
I think only one hand to hand we can still play.
it's not good.
Unblocking diamonds though.
Yeah, for sure. But like, what diamonds does he have? Yeah, king jack, diamonds. All the others, like the suited connectors, all made something like 10 jack of diamonds. I mean, ace jack of diamonds might not take this line on the river. Might try to show down.
Second time bank used by Adamo, whose fate hangs in the balance. If he clicks call, he's out of there. If he clicks fold, he lives to fight another day with 365K back.
Yeah, tricky spot. I'm just thinking. Yeah, I mean, blocking king jack sucks. Does queen jack do this for value? Yeah, if he calls.
And everything about the way that Adamo put those chips in the middle made it seem like he really understood just how gross the spot was for him.
And congrats on your win.
Man, he's instantly looking up and asking himself.
Dude, that was brutal. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
congrats
Max
on the
Silver.
win. Yeah, I caught
I mean,
that.
like, he's been sitting, they've been playing together for hours. Like, he just gets busted, and congrats on your win. Like, Jesus, Max, that's like kind of brutal, man.
He's trying to make him cheer up. Look how defeated Adamo looks. And by the way, that's not a look that you're going to see on Michael Adamo's face all too often. The man is mostly issuing those looks to people that are in his wake. But what a massive pot there for Fedor Holst.
Yeah, there was a little bit of distaste on his chip push. I mean, that's just like one of those spots where it's like almost like he felt like maybe I shouldn't do this. And then after you do it and just see you were wrong, you're just like super annoyed at yourself. I mean,
I'll tell you what, though.
Everybody that plays poker has had that.
After you do it and then you're right, you feel like kind of a jerk, right? Because you're like, oh, I didn't realize I was like somehow nit rolling here. And you get really invigorated as you perk up, sit right up in your chair, and then start to haul in the full Monty. As Rita Lynn is jamming the button with Jack 9 suited.
Baccarat 9, it's good. But I 9 too.
Well, now, Ivy can certainly appreciate the Baccarat comment there from Rita Lynn.
And then there were 23. 23 players, 14 get paid.
There should be like a Baccarat bust-out bounty where 8th and 9th get something extra.
Wow, Fedor's 3rd in chips now after that pot. Almost 1.7. And our chip leader is Sir Watts, Michael Watson, 2.1.
No on the 8th and 9th bonus, Baccarat bonus concept.
Yeah. That's...
It's not going to happen. We don't keep something out of the prize pool for those two.
Listen, if we're going to do like weird hand bonuses, it's got to be like the do 7 game type of thing. Not like, hey, you just get money for getting this like random hand. Like, no.
No, I'm talking about finishing in 8th or 9th place.
Oh.
Not being dealt an 8 or a 9. That happens way too often.
Tell me. No. Why?
No.
By the way,
Yeah,
another
Natural
natural 9
9
here for
again.
Rita, who is running
again.
red hot.
You already get money for finishing in 8th or 9th. Like
Yeah, but
like,
just a little something extra for the...
so like you get more for 8th and 7th.
Don't get it
because
from
of
me,
the
man.
bonus.
These guys have chips. Get it
No,
from
the
them.
9 is a natural and the 8 is a natural.
Yeah.
You give the 9 a little something more.
So now it just sounds like you have a weird tournament where like 7th, 8th, and 9th all get kind of the same amount.
Rast, stop trying to make sense of this concept, all right? It's too late in the evening, okay?
Listen,
I'm not having you vet my Baccarat bonus concept, all right? You're deconstructing it, and it can't take that sort of scrutiny.
You know what this reminds me
Yeah.
of?
Let's
Okay,
gamble.
listen. Just talk to my
call
wife,
me.
okay? Come up with like a goofy idea.
gambling,
Yeah.
One of my
by the
favorite
way.
things is just shoot it down mercilessly and then just get the frustration coming back hot. My wife loves that too, just like you.
Rita coming in hot. Ace-6 suited, 3rd straight all in.
You have to count. He needs to know. It matters.
Brian, you're so negative.
See, I gotta take my pitch meeting with her. She's the proper Rast with whom to have this
You're
conversation.
in the booth with the wrong one. I'm the guy who's trying to figure out how it's not going to work. She's the one trying to figure out how it is going to
Yeah,
work.
man.
So
More 10 euro.
If I show up in a
La
horse
boys.
mask in a VW van and I say
class or
get
what?
in, don't ask questions. There's no time to explain, Rast. Just hop on board.
yeah, one Rast is going to get in.
And it's not the one that's in the booth now, right?
It's the beautiful Brazilian, not the pasty white guy.
Well, Max Silver is the man who is in on this occasion. His king deuce suited going to be his last stand out of the big blind, defending against Rita Lynn's 3rd straight all in, and coming up empty on a queen jack high board. Does have some backdoor hearts, but help needed and help not obtained on the turn. Now Silver did this move once before.
Will he have time to put the sweater on? No sweater on. Sorry, Max. Oh, he's going for it. Will it be in time? Oh, God, he heard me.
Yep.
He heard me. Okay.
Oh, but he's removing the mic as well.
Deuce is incoming. Oh,
No.
no.
Not to be. on this occasion, as Max Silver was whittled down to a stack that he had to make a play with.
So yeah, I
And
still
defending
live.
with the king deuce suited out of the
Rui
pig.
got him.
Riedel feeling bad about having dispatched his man, but that's just the way the cookie crumbles. And Lin enjoying the silver bucks as he hauls one in.
He's like, you might have got me first, but I got you last.
You go or you get one?
Oh, a little Miyagi hand rub there.
Yeah. Lost the battle, but won the war.
You know, earlier we made the comment, who has more fun playing poker than Paul Pua? I think Ruida Lin might be giving Paul a run for his money. This strikes me as a guy who just, it's a for the love of the game kind of endeavor.
Yeah.
No, you're not big blind. He was big blind, so you're big blind next. Yeah.
I'm getting in that van.
Yeah, big blind only coming to. One guy is coming.
You just feel like there's more excitement to be had, whatever Ruida's destination is when he pulls up in the van, than there is me. You don't even know him.
No, the van is your idea.
Oh,
I agree with you. That was a way of saying I agree with you.
Not so soon.
He's having a lot of fun. I'm on board.
Oh no! How about you sit on this side?
Oh, we got the chip leader.
Yeah, we do.
Or I guess
Double
he's not
rule.
anymore.
Same
Oh my God, he lost it.
The one-time chip leader.
He's in 7th now. He lost the big
Because
pot.
he
Wow, what a
just chose my
sick
same
needle
name.
that was, Rast.
Yeah, Rui
Yeah,
and
well,
Rui.
he can't hear me.
You coming on the?
That's good.
The guy busted. Big blind busted.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Double big blind.
Not nearly on the level of the Max Silver needle there.
It was
that was like an
authentic, though.
all-time.
It wasn't a troll. He meant it.
Yeah, well, some of the best needles are authentic.
Yeah. Jared Blesnick is the man that issues some of the most seemingly inadvertent needles. Holes with the king jack suited, shoots it up as Rui Cow defends from the big blind. Neither player connecting with the 9-7 deuce texture.
Roy with ace high, though. Not entirely done with it.
Now check calls the 45K follow through from Fedor. Board pairs on the turn. Quick second check from Cow.
Fast check. Well, holes keep bluffing here. And king high has some showdown. Does he think, though, if I check, do I get to showdown against worse hands that called me on the flop? Rui, we can see as a hand that would like to check the river.
Well, it would have liked even more if it didn't end up being downed courtesy of that river, as the Jack of Hearts giving Fedor the best hand. Going from king high to top pair.
Certainly going to find a value bet. Question is how much. Kind of feels like a spot he might go a bit matey. I mean, jacks and deuces with a good kicker, pretty big hand here. He definitely can have a lot of air balls at this point.
And the meatier we go, the more polarized we feel, and sometimes those ace highs are more apt to make a call when they don't feel like they're getting milked.
Yeah, so I mean, he goes pot. So, I mean,
this is a man who knows how to hero call, Rast.
This would be a pretty heroic call. And, you know, I mean, I don't blame him for thinking about it. I mean, it is a spot where Fedor, you know, he doesn't really have deuces, so it would be like the, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was almost like a gut feel kind of moment there for Rui Cow.
I mean,
Snap reached out, grabbed the 225, stuck it in there.
You know, I'm not saying a
Sees the bad
solver would love
Double
his decision, but
why not
it's
lose one?
not unreasonable at all. I mean,
Never
it is kind of a gut feel type of spot. I mean,
Sometimes, yeah.
with that bet size, Fedor's just going to show up with jack, you know, jacks and deuces a bunch, maybe a hand like kings or
Depends on the
aces
tournaments,
that
but more.
play that way.
But as
Aces
played,
especially.
there's some air mixed in there as well.
So blocking the ace actually isn't like the worst card to block because it's less likely your opponent has aces. So,
or even a better ace high that somehow is seeking. We've seen some of the value.
You mean that
out of
Fedor
hands
could
like
have
that.
a good
Yeah.
ace high there?
Yeah.
Like just ace king pot.
Yeah, I guess pot's not the sizing he's going to
No,
go with
no,
ace king. You're right.
Yeah, no, man. If Fedor could ever possibly have ace king there, I would be pretty surprised. It's not a hand I would figure.
Well, chip leader maintaining his activity as he makes it 50,000 to go from the cutoff, and Rui Cao is going to draw a line in the sand with king jack offsuit. Small rebate obtained.
That's it.
That's it?
That's it.
That's it?
That's
Do
it.
the redraw and then hand over the bugs.
And it looks like we are done for the evening here in event number 2, as just 21 players remain of our original 56 uniques and 93 total entries. There's a look at the final tally of our feature table there. Fedor Holz knocking on 2 million's door. A very healthy stack for him. Ivy, Soiza, Cal, and Ruida in that order. And the blinds will be at 15 and 30,000 with a 30K ante when they return. 15 levels in the books.
Say it ain't so, Ollie.
You ready for a little more poker on the night, are you?
Yeah, I mean, I guess we have to wait for tomorrow. It's brutal.
Yeah, it is a little bit brutal. You're right. But you know what? We're going to get some rest. We're going to let the fans at home get a little nap in before we turn around and come back 2 p.m. tomorrow with continuing coverage of event number 2. Final thoughts?
This was an exciting day of poker. I really enjoyed it. There were a lot of very interesting hands. A lot of great things to break down, unpack, and talk about. And yeah, like I said, I mean, sad to see these guys go, but I will be anticipating with bated breath the good poker in store for us tomorrow.
No question about it. And my guess is that we have maybe some pros that are out there watching these streams. Don't hesitate. Get on a plane. Get down here. You won't regret it. No doubt about it. Casino Gran Via in Madrid. Would love to see you here. In the meantime, on behalf of our entire crew here in Madrid and our entire Triton staff and my partner, Brian Zarrast, it's time for us to say goodnight, and we will see you tomorrow, 2 p.m. Don't miss it.
Good night.